Prologue. What would happen if something were to happen that would cause a person's magical power to begin to increase at an exponential rate? How would it affect the person? How would it affect those close to them? How would it in the end affect them physically and mentally? Some would say that this kind of thing could never happen. Some say that the effect of it would destroy the person. Yet only a very select few would say that it would affect them in ways no one could or ever would imagine. These people, the ones in the smallest of groups, believe this because it has happened to them. Within this group are some of the best and most powerful wizards and witches the world has ever known. Yet, it has been far too long since the last one has manifested in this world, and it is to this fact that the first to which this happened to had left his home and time. Thus, it is this reason that he was looking in to see how the next to live through this change was doing. For this is why an elderly man looking in at the boy who had lived through so much toss and turn in his sleep, haunted by dreams of things that no one his age should have had to endure. Moreover, it is for this reason that one of, if not the greatest wizard of all time, floated outside the window of the smallest bedroom of number 4 Privet Drive. For Harry Potter, tomorrow would be a day of change. It would be a day when Harry would either rise to his destiny or plunge the world into darkness. For tomorrow was the 16th anniversary of his birth. For tomorrow was the day that everything in his life would improve beyond all expectations, or all of his hopes and dreams would be dashed and he would be broken and alone. For as all know, all wizards and witches go through a time of magical growth at that age, but for Harry Potter it would be like only a handful had ever experienced before. Thus, at the stroke of midnight, the elderly figure disappeared from just outside the window and Harry awoke with a start. Chapter 1. Taking the Plunge. Breathing hard, Harry Potter, the boy who lived, had just awaked from one of many reoccurring nightmares that he has been having over the summer so far. Grabbing his glasses, Harry looks over at his alarm clock next to his bed. It read 12:01 a.m., July 31st. Harry sighed. "Happy birthday, Harry," Harry stated quietly. "And happy you should be, my boy. You don't turn 16 every day, you know." Startled, Harry frantically looked around his dimly lit room looking for the source of the voice. "Look up, my boy," said the voice in a rather cheerful way. Harry's head snaps up, seeing an elderly man wearing navy robes and floating above his bed. Hello? Who are you and why are you floating up there?" "Never mind. I must still be sleeping. Good night, sir." With that, Harry rubs his eyes, takes off his glasses and lies back down. The boy thinks I am a dream. Odd. I should wake him and tell him a bit of what he needs to know. It is my responsibility. Though the man, as he proceeded to float down from the ceiling to a chair by the desk in Harry's small room, casting a silencing charm on the room with a flick of his wrist, then with another flick summoning a bucket of ice-cold water above Harry's head, the old man gave a sly smirk. Lowering his arm, the bucket disappeared, leaving the water that was in it to fall on Harry's head. "Cold!" screamed Harry, jumping out of bed, now soaking wet and very much awake. "They're good to see you out of bed, Mr. Potter." Harry looked over to where the voice came from, shivering from the cold water that had awoken him. "Here, let me warm you up." With a flick of his wrist, the elderly man sent jets of warm air to attack Harry from all sides at once. "There, Mr. Potter, feel better?" Harry nodded, confused by why a wizard he did not know but was radiating a friendly aura was in his room in the middle of the night. "Good, now sit down. I am sure you have a lot of questions, but please hold them for the moment, and I will tell you why I am here. Of course, that is only if you would be so kind as to not interrupt me, as I know youth tends to do when they are frustrated and or confused." Nodding, Harry proceeds to sit on the edge of now wet bed. Smiling much like an old fool, the elderly man starts with, "My name is Merlin. And yes, this is no joke." Harry's jaw hit the floor and was speechless. Thoughts and questions assaulted his mind. "Merlin? That is not possible. Merlin is dead. Why would such a great wizard be visiting me? I hope I am not in trouble. I wonder if I am still dreaming?" There were just a few of the many thoughts that were now running through around in Harry's head. "Okay. Now first, please close your mouth. You look ridiculous. Second, put those questions and thoughts forming in your head away for now," chuckled the elderly man who had just pronounced himself Merlin. Doing both, Harry just stared in awe at the elderly man in front of him. Still trying to get his head around the fact he just proclaimed himself Merlin, the greatest wizard of all time. Okay. Now, Mr. Potter, whether or not anyone has bothered to tell you, usually shortly after their 16th birthday, witches and wizards have a drastic jump in their magical power. Now, normally the only thing that happens because of this is a lot of accidental magic, like that of what young wizards and witches experience when their powers first begin to make themselves known. Also, normally this only lasts about a month or so depending of how much of a power boost the wizard gets. Yet, in rare cases something else happens. You, Mr. Potter, are much like me and many others throughout history. You are one of these rare cases. This the reason I am here. Merlin smirks at this last bit of information. For you, this will be a great time of change. I believe it will be greater than anyone else you have ever known. Yet, for all I know, you, Mr. Potter, may meet someone else who is like yourself, a rare case. On your time, but anyway, to the real reason that I am here. For every one of these rare cases, I had the pleasure of tutoring and warning them as to what is happening to them, as well as what they can expect from all of it. While speaking of this, Merlin peers deep into Harry's eyes to gain a glance at his magical core. Sir, call me Merlin, my boy. Okay. Merlin, please call me Harry then. What is the reason you are here for then? Looking away from Harry's eyes with a surprised look on his face, Merlin begins to speak again. Harry, my boy, I am here to lead you through the process to connect your mind to your magical core as a means to help you through your change. I have never seen anyone, even myself, with this level of power at this age before, even without this occurrence. If things had been normal and we was given time to learn and gain experience, he would have been able to be at least equal with that of Albus Dumbledore or even Tom Riddle. So why was he chosen? Merlin pondered this to himself as Harry formed his next question from the rampant thoughts plaguing his mind at that moment. Merlin, sir, how do you go about that? And to what purpose would it be? Startled out of his pondering, Merlin responds, two very good questions, and I will answer the second one first. States the friendly old man. Taking a deep breath, he begins. The purpose of aligning your magical core with your mind is to allow you better control over your magic and to give you a better understanding on how it affects your body. As for how you do it, that is a rather easy task. You simply close your eyes and feel inside yourself. Search for the core of your magic. Once you do, just jump into it like you would a pool of water. Okay, I will try, Harry states rather dryly, wondering if this is all just in his mind and he is just having a vivid dream, but decides to try it all the same. Harry closes his eyes and proceeds to try to find his core. After some time, Harry's inner self finds himself standing at the edge of a magical pool that was his core. If someone had called it a magical reservoir, they would have been correct. For that is what it appeared to be to Harry. It looked much like a Muggle reservoir that he has seen in a book from school before he went off to Hogwarts. Well, here goes nothing. And with that, Harry dived into what is his magical core, merging his mind and magic as one. Morning and letters. Awaking to the sun streaming through his window, Harry rolls over in his bed to try to block out the sun. Thinking back to the night before, Harry realizes that even with the horrible dreams of his godfather, and having long-dead wizards visiting him in his room, for all of this he was quite rest for once in the past month. Stretching and grabbing his glasses, Harry gets up. Looking out his window, he sees Hedwig and 4 other owls outside the window. Oh, sorry girl, must have closed it last night. Harry opens the window, letting the 5 owls in, proceeding to untie the letters and parcel that the owls had brought. After giving each owl a treat, Harry let them go and Hedwig flew back to rest in her cage. Looking over his letters, Harry sees the one Hedwig brought was from Ron. Going through the rest of them, Harry found 2 with the Hogwarts seal on the back, one from Hermione, and the last had a seal on it Harry didn't recognize and found it to be addresses to Mr. Potter. The seal was of a griffin rearing up on its hind legs and of a phoenix facing it. Well, one of these will be my school letter with my owl results. Harry tossed those 2 letters aside for now. Harry smirks while doing this, knowing that Hermione would be appalled by this lack of interest in his marks. This one is from Ron. How I visit there soon, Harry says as her opens the letter from one of his best friends. Harry mate. Hope you are doing well stuck there with the muggles. And they better be treating you right. Anyway, I have some good news. Dad will be there to pick you up today about 2 in the afternoon. So you better get packed and ready to go. See you soon. Ron. P.S. There are a few surprises here for you too. To Harry's surprise, there is a second letter in with Ron's. Pulling it out, Harry start to read the much neater writing compared to Ron's chicken scratching. Dear Harry, I know I have never written to you before, but I felt that over the last year we have become friends. And as your friend, I am worried about you. You seemed really distant on the train ride home. Just remember I am here if you ever need to talk. I know you, Ron and Hermione have been friends since your first year, but I know Ron can be quite thick and Hermione want to try to make the best of every situation or offer you her opinion even if you don't want it. So if you would like someone to just listen to whatever you feel like talking about, I am here for you. Also, just in case my git of a brother forgot to tell you, Dad is coming to get you today at about 2. Hope you are having a nice birthday so far. Happy birthday, Harry. Love. Ginny. P.S. Mom has been up since 5 a.m. so you better like your birthday dinner. Wow. It would be nice to have someone to just talk to that would just listen for once. Harry, though, setting down the letter, giving a bit of a laugh at the postscript on Ginny's letter. Setting aside the Weasleys' letters, Harry picks up Hermione's letter next. Harry. Happy birthday. I hope you are doing well. I just got an invitation to stay at the Weasleys for the rest of the summer. I think it is fitting that we all get to go to the Burrow for your birthday. Since I will be seeing you there, I decided to just give you your gift in person rather than sending it to you with this letter. Hope to see you in good spirits. I will be getting to the Burrow around 3:30-4. If you could tell the Weasleys for me, that would save me sending another letter out. Love. Hermione. At Hermione's letter, Harry again remembered that it was still his birthday. He had, though, that his birthday was the day before with all that had happened last night. Harry was very happy to know he would be spending his birthday with those he loved and who he though were his family. Smiling, Harry got up off his bed where he was sitting and proceeded to get ready to go, packing and getting dressed. Good think Harry did that too, for it was already 1 in the afternoon and Mr. Weasley would be there in an hour to get him. Towels and portkeys. Harry, having nearly packed all his belongings away in his trunk within the first half hour that he was awake after reading the letters, Harry decided he should have a shower. Of course, it would have done Harry well if he had bothered to take notice that it was 10-2 when he went to take the shower, but he hadn't. Harry, thinking that he had loads of time before he was to leave, did not rush through his shower. As the Dursleys had told Harry the previous day that they would be out, he did not have to worry about them. Mainly Uncle Vernon, complaining about him using too much water. So here we have Harry, returning to his bedroom on Privet Drive at 2 wearing only a towel and carrying his bedclothes over his arm, still slightly wet from the shower. Now, as we know, but Harry doesn't, it is after 2. The time Mr. Arthur Weasley was to arrive to retrieve Harry from the hell that is number 4 Privet Drive, home of the Dursleys. Now a portkey had been made to bring Mr. Weasley to Harry's bedroom so as not to alarm the Dursleys. So that is where he was waiting for Harry with another guest that came for the trip. Neither Arthur nor the guest would have thought to see Harry as he was when he returned to his room. Mr. Weasley, Harry exclaimed, shocked to find the father of his best friend in his bedroom. What are you doing here so early? I thought you were informed that I would be here at 2 to pick you up, Harry? Yes, I was informed of that, but Harry's voice faltered at seeing the other person in the room for the first time. Ginny. Ginny, being startled out of her rather interesting line of though that was the product of a sight she only dreamt about. Harry in nothing other than a towel. She blushed when Harry called her name, bring here out of her pervy daydream. Hey, Harry. Ginny smiled, still thinking about how nice Harry looked in that towel. Mr. Weasley, now remembering that his youngest child, and only daughter no less, was in a boy's room where said boy was wearing nothing but a threadbare towel, did not sit well with him. Well, Ginny and I will wait out in the hall for you to get dressed, coughed Mr. Weasley, getting up from the chair at the small desk in the room, pulling Ginny off of Harry's bed and out into the hall. Harry himself was quite shocked by all this and was also blushing at being caught mostly naked in front of a girl. Not just any girl, though. No, it just had to be Ginny Weasley, a girl that for some reason had had a crush on him for years and then finally said she was over it. Harry also noted that she looked like she had grown a bit since the train, and he had noticed that her shirt seemed a bit tight. Not that it bothered him any. Of course, it just had to happen in front of Mr. Weasley, though, didn't it? Oh, what a wonderful way to start off a visit, Harry moaned to himself, knowing that he would never hear the end of this if any of the other Weasley children, mainly Fred and George, heard of this. Harry decided then and there that it would be best to get dressed and finish packing as quick as possible. Opening his door, Harry let Mr. Weasley and Ginny come back into his room. Sorry about that. I guess I overslept and didn't notice the time when I went for that shower, Harry said, looking anywhere in the room but at the two redheads in the room with him. Quite all right. No harm done. But we should really be on our way before anyone begins to worry about where we are and Molly sends them off to look for us, replied Mr. Weasley. Ginny was just looking at the agitated Harry with a little smile on her face. She was feeling like Christmas had come early cause she got to see Harry wet and wearing only a towel around his waist. Ginny knew that she shouldn't be thinking like this, but hey, who could blame her? Harry was attractive. No longer looking like a stiff breeze would knock him over. Harry had put on a nice bit of muscle to his skinny frame. This was thanks to the years he played Quidditch and all the other things Harry had to go through. Though Ginny had to admit that Harry looked underfed. But Mum would fix that right quick, Ginny thought. Well, Harry, all ready to go? Mr. Weasley asked, holding out an old teapot with the spout broken off. Nodding, Harry grabbed his trunk tight and placed a finger on the teapot. Ginny placed her finger on it as well. Mr. Weasley then tapped the teapot with his wand. Feeling the telltale pull of a hook behind his navel, Harry and company were launched to their destination. The Burrow. Surprises and apologies. Harry's arrival at the Burrow was filled with surprises. When Harry, Ginny, and Mr. Weasley landed, Harry nearly fell over from the trip. Harry noticed that they were in the back garden of the Burrow first off. Second, Harry noticed that all the Weasleys, including Percy, were there, along with Neville and his gran, or at least whom Harry figured was his gran, Luna, and whom Harry took for her father. Even Professor Lupin and Hermione were there, and her letter said she would be by later on today. To say the least, Harry was confused. So he decided to try to get to the bottom of this. Leaning towards Ginny, Ginny, what is going on? Harry quietly asked. Ginny looked at Harry and saw the look of confusion on his face. Harry, it is a party. You know, a birthday party. And a surprise one at that, Ginny said, smiling at him. Harry looked at everyone and smiled. Ginny, being next to Harry, could see tears pooling in his eyes. Harry, what is wrong? Sniffling, Harry took off his glasses and wiped his eyes with the too big sleeve of his hand-me-down jumper, mumbling a response into his hand. What was that, Harry? I didn't heat you? When Harry moved his hand, Ginny noticed that Harry looked happy, sad, and a bit overwhelmed all at once, and said in a whisper that Ginny was strained to hear. I've never had a birthday party before. A bit louder. At least not that I can remember. Hiding her shock, Ginny decided to do something about that and grabbed Harry's hand and dragged him over to everyone else, as they had not yet noticed that they had arrived. Hey everybody, look who I got. Ginny was beaming. Harry. Everyone assembled shouted, Happy birthday. Harry, feeling even more overwhelmed, was overjoyed with the welcome he was receiving. Hermione and Mrs. Weasley tried to break a few of his ribs, hugging him. Ron and most of his brothers were either shaking his hand or slapping him on the back. Remus walked over and hugged Harry. At this, though, Harry's building emotions finally broke through and he broke down into sobs. Tears freely falling, and there was not a thing Harry could do about it, as much as he wanted to. Harry, what's wrong? A concerned Remus asked, with his hands on Harry's shoulders, looking into his eyes. I'm sorry, Professor Lupin. I saw you and you hugged me. I just remembered that you as well as have recently lost someone close. And I know it is not my fault. I have come to terms with that this summer. Yet I have to say this to you and to everyone here as well. Harry steadied his breathing and closed his eyes, trying to clear his mind so he would be able to do this now that he had started. While Harry prepared to continue, everyone found this outburst of emotion from Harry strange and very out of character for him. To say nothing to the fact that they were all shocked by this. Thus were quite speechless. For some reason, Harry was able to clear his mid and fix it on what he was about to say quicker than we had ever had before. This surprised him, but overall he recovered and continued before anyone else was able to speak. I am not sorry, Professor. Not for going to the ministry, I mean, because that I would do again if though anyone I loved was in danger. Which to me is everyone here. That includes you, Percy. Harry, meeting Percy's eyes, smiled. You may be a git, but your family would be utterly crushed if anything were ever to happen to you. And to that fact, I would do anything to help you as well. Harry then, looking back to Remus, continued. I feel that everyone here is in some way my family. Harry, taking a breath, lifted his head a bit and noticed Tonks over by a tree. Lifting his voice some, Harry called out, That includes you too, Tonks. Now get over here, I still have a fair bit to say. Everyone took that moment to look at Harry like he had gone mad. Harry, Tonks is not here, Ginny said after a bit. What do you mean she is not here? She is right over there by that tree, Harry replied as he pointed to a tree by the stone wall that was around the garden. With a shimmer, Tonks appeared. Everyone could now tell that she had been under an invisibility cloak. This again shocked everyone. No one had known that she was even there. Happy birthday, Harry, Tonks replied as she shook her head and looked quite startled at being found out. Now get over here, Tonks, Harry called. So with that, Tonks walked over to join the group, trying to figure out for the life of her how Harry had seen her. Wonder if Moody is going to be mad that I was found out. Stupid old man, I wanted to enjoy this party the whole time anyway. Well, if he is mad, he is mad. I am still keeping an eye on things here anyway. Though, Tonks. Okay now, everyone, I am sorry I dragged either you or someone from your family with me to the Department of Mysteries. I am sorry that they got injured, and if I could I would take all of those injuries onto myself, because I never wanted them to ever get hurt. Yet, I do understand that without them I would likely not be here. So along with this apology, I wish to offer my deepest thanks. I have to say that if any of you who either came with me or came and saved us, if you ever need anything, please just ask and I will do my best to help you any way that I am able to. Harry, we know. And even though I am the only one saying this right now, I would bet that everyone here would agree that if you ever needed anything that we would help you as well. Remus said, still locking his eyes with Harry's. Everyone voiced their agreement with this, say that all he need was to ask. He's had to grow up so fast, but there is something different about him. I can see it in his eyes. Remus thought as he was watching Harry's eyes. Thank you, Professor Lupin, and thank you all of too. That really means a lot to me. Again, everyone shared hugs and handshakes and words of, it's okay, and you have grown, and thank you, Harry. Out of nowhere, George sent sparks out of his wand to get everyone's attention. With everyone looking at him, George yelled out, Okay, enough of this mushy stuff. Let's start this party. Fred finished. Gifts and wills. The party was a hit and everyone had enjoyed himself or herself. Harry most of all. Yet there was still one thing left to do. Presents. Harry was presently being dragged over to a table piled high with gifts by Fred and George. Sitting Harry down, everyone gathered round to see what Harry had received. Harry started with the present from Ron. It was very heavy. Taking off the wrapping revealed a large box. When opened, all that was in the box was a note saying that he pitched in with Hermione for a gift. Of course, that did not stop Ron from wrapping the note in a large box and filling the rest of the box with rocks that were invisible. Shaking his head, Harry then moved to Hermione's present. Well, Hermione's and Ron's technically. Opening it, Harry found a cloak. It was black as night with an emerald inner lining and was embroidered with golden runes along the bottom of the hem. The runes will protect the wearer from minor hexed and jinxes as well as fire. Also, it will keep the wearer comfortable no matter the weather. We though you could use it, Harry. Hermione smiled. Yeah, mate, you better like it, Ron said, sounding gruff but failing to show this by smiling. Harry was shocked by this gift. Once he had collected himself a bit, he thanked his two best friends for the gift, hugging both. This slightly made Ron feel weird because it was a full hug like his mum would give, not the half hugs that they usually shared. Harry received from Mr. and Mrs. Weasley some sweets and some summer clothes that would likely fit him much better than his hand-me-downs that he always wore. Also in with the summer clothes was a bathing suit. Thank you both. I think these are the first new clothes I have gotten that I can remember, Harry said, smiling. Holding up the swimming shorts a bit, Harry said, but if I am going to actually use these, someone will need to teach me how to swim. How can you not know how to swim, Harry? You did in the Triwizards tournament, replied Ginny. Oh, I had some gillweed, Harry shrugged. Anyway, enough of this chit-chat. Continue with the presents. Picking up the next present, Harry said, Neville, you got me a book before even opening it. Upon unwrapping the gift, Harry read the cover of the book. Plants and How They Can Protect You. It is a good book, Harry. There are lots of different plants that can protect you from various different hexes and whatnot. If nothing else, they can help you after you get hit with a hurtful curse. Neville said, slightly nervous. Thank you, Neville. I am sure I can find something in it to help me, Harry said to a very relieved Neville. Next came a gift from Luna, which was another book. This one was called Every Magical Creature Known and Some That Are Not Known. There are some very interesting creatures in there, Harry. Some even I have never heard of, said Luna, smiling. The faraway look usually present on her face was nowhere to be seen. Thanks, Luna. Is there something different about you, Luna? Giggling, Luna replies. Well, I only act that way at school to piss off my housemates. They never want to have any fun, just study all the time. I know that studying is important. How else would I have been sorted into Ravenclaw? But there are times I wish some of them would let up and have some fun once in a while. I bet it would do them a load of good. Luna was now blushing cause everyone was looking at her from her outburst. Ginny right away started laughing since being friends with Luna, she had heard Luna rant about her housemates before. Well, that was unexpected, George stated. Very much so. But how is it we keep getting sidetracked from the giving of gifts? Inquired Fred. I am not sure, my dear brother, but I think we should get the attention back to the opening of presents, as our generous investor has not yet opened our gift. I concur, dear brother of mine. Harry, mate, get back to the gifts. Everyone laughed at this and Harry got back to opening his gifts, but for their remark Harry decided to open the twins' gift last, or at least close to the end. The next gift Harry opened was from Bill, Charlie and Percy, but it looked like Percy was added at the end. Harry didn't care, it was the thought that counted. If they were willing to forgive Percy and let him put his name on a gift to him, then he was not going to get in the way of the family repairing itself. Unwrapping the gift, Harry found a pair of black dragon skin boots. Percy's eyes went wide at the sight of them, thus verifying Harry's, though, that his name was just added to the card. Okay, Harry, these boots have been enchanted to always perfectly fit the wearer, to always be comfortable, to keep your feet either warm or cool depending on the situation, and no matter what the situation, your feet will always remain dry while wearing them. Charlie said, looking proud that he had found them. Thank you, all three of you, Harry said. Bill smacked Charlie upside the head. You forgot one of the most important features. Turning to Harry, Bill continues. Harry, they have also been charmed to not make any noise when you walk and not to leave and trail behind you either. This bit of information shocked Harry and Percy. Thanks, was all Harry could say at that before Fred and George, being impatient for Harry to open their present, shoved it in front of him and moving the boots away. Looking at the twins with a bit of a scowl, Harry decided that since there were only presents from Remus and Ginny left, he would open the gift from the twins. Okay, as your investor, I want to know if you have done any sort of prank to this gift. We are appalled that you would think that we would do something like that to you, Fred said, turning to his twin. Why would you be? You have almost always put a prank on every gift you have ever given, Ginny said before George could say anything to their defense. Well, we didn't prank this one dear little sister, George said seriously. This took everyone back. Okay, I will open it. It doesn't really matter if they had done something to it. I just wanted to know if I should expect something, not that I was mad if there was one. I like a good joke, Harry said as he opened the small box he had received from the twins. Inside was an envelope. Well, open it, Harry, said a smiling George. Carefully, Harry opened the envelope and pulled out a certificate from inside it. Looking at it, Harry asked, "What is this?" That, dear Harry, is a 1/3 of the shares in Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes, said Fred proudly. Yes, our dear Harry, we thought it right as you gave us our starting money, chimed George. What? That's where you got your starting money, bellowed Mrs. Weasley. The twins shied back from her at this. Yes, Mrs. Weasley, I did, and I believe that they are doing something good for this war. As you know, there are dark times ahead, and I believe that everyone will need a good laugh from time to time. Plus, that are doing very well in their business for a pair of students that didn't write their newts, Harry stated. Mrs. Weasley was stopped right there in her rant. Never before had someone given a good reason for doing something as he had. Most of her children would not stand up to her when she was giving out a tongue lashing to them. Yet, here was Harry standing up to his decision and stating that it was done and a reason for it being done as well. "How did you do that, mate?" asked Ron. "Do what?" "Stop Mum in the middle of her rant," replied Ginny. "I don't know. I just said what came to mind." Once everyone collected themselves, Ginny handed Harry her gift. "It is not much and I will understand if you don't like it. It is a bit girly, I guess," Ginny said while looking at her feet and blushing. Not sure what to think, Harry opened that small box that the present was in. Inside was a pendant. It was a light pink crystal prism about 3 inches long on a fine gold chain. "I saw it in shop. I thought it looked nice, and well, I know it looks more like something a girl would wear, but when I saw it I thought of you and had to get it. I hope you like it, Harry." Ginny was blushing even more by the time she finished. Harry, though, didn't even respond and was staring at the pendant with a strange look on his face. Then all of a sudden something clicked in his mind. Harry jumped up and ran over to his trunk, which had been left where they had arrived forgotten. Throwing it open, Harry rummaged around in it quickly, pulling out the photo album that Hagrid had made him at the end of his first year. Quickly flipping through the pages, Harry soon found the picture he was looking for. Remus and everyone else had just caught up with Harry by this time, and Remus and Ginny were looking over his shoulder to see what it was that Harry was looking at. Now Remus had not seen that pendant when it was first taken out of the box, but now that he could see it resting on the opposite page of the picture Harry was looking at, he recognized it right away. Harry spun around to Ginny and pulled her into a hug that would have rivaled any of Mrs. Weasley's. "Ginny, where did you get this?" Remus asked, still shocked to see the pendant that he personally helped pick out with James for Lily. Confused by everything that was happening right then, Ginny answered that she got it down in a little shop that deals in used items in the village here. She then paused and asked, "Why, whose was it?" "My mom's," Harry barely whispered out. Harry then unwrapped himself from Ginny and picked up the album, showing Ginny a picture of his parents. In the picture, his mom was wearing the exact same pendant. "Well, I almost don't want to put a dampener on this happy moment with my gift," Remus said stiffly. Looking up at the old werewolf, Harry asked, "What do you mean?" "Well, this is not really a present from me. Harry, I promised Sirius that I would give this to you if he was not here today, your birthday." With that, Remus handed Harry a thick envelope. Right then, Dumbledore popped into the tense mood with a smile on his face, holding a wool sock. A scowl formed upon Harry's face at the appearance of the aged professor. Yet he held his tongue. "Harry, happy birthday. I have some news, good or bad it may be. It will all be in how you perceive it." Dumbledore paused, taking a breath. Harry remained silent, still remembering the events of just over a month ago. Sirius Black has been cleared of all charges against him, and his family belongings, which had been seized by the Ministry, have been returned to him, along with a sizable amount for his wrongful imprisonment. There was no twinkle in his eye as he gave this news. Yet, Harry grimaced at this statement, but continued to remain silent as Dumbledore continued. "As Sirius did not have a will, all of his family's wealth will likely go to Mrs. Malfoy, being one of the only Blacks left." "Now just wait a bloody minute here. Who said Padfoot didn't have a will?" Remus burst out with a growl. "Harry, open that envelope. It would be best if Dumbledore here saw what is in there as a member of the Wisengamot. With him here as a person of legal standing, he will make the reading of what is in there legal." Remus finished looking at Harry. Confused, Harry opened up the envelope. Inside were stocks, bonds, deeds, and most important of all, the will of Sirius Black. Wills and emotions. "I, Sirius Black, being of sound mind and body, hereby leave my last will and testament within these pages. First things first, please have these people around when this is read. Also, please do not continue to read this unless all parties are either accounted for or at least have a representative. The people are as follows: Harry Potter, Remus Lupin, Arthur Weasley, Molly Weasley, Bill Weasley, Charlie Weasley, Percy Weasley, Fred and George Weasley, Ron Weasley, Ginny Weasley, Hermione Granger, N. Tonks, and lastly Albus Dumbledore. I am going to start this by saying that if you are all there and I am not, of course, why are you reading this? If I am not there, I am not sure. Don't any of you blame yourselves in any way. Especially you, Harry. If I went out in battle, trust me, I am happy that I went out doing something I believe in and protecting those that I love. Yet, If I went out, say, slipping on the wet floor and hitting my head while getting out of the shower. Firstly, I curse the one who would let the accident happen. Second, I hope you all have a good laugh over it, because you must admit that has to be a funny way to go. Or at least I think it is. Of course, Mooney always told me I had a disturbed sense of humor. Okay, now that my rambling is over, of course I can't promise I won't ramble on again. It is now time for the fun part. Giving out all the wealth my horrible family has attained over the year. Giving it to the people I love. Now, if any of you refuse any of this, I will be very angry with you. So please don't refuse and be happy, because if you don't, I kick you sorry asses when you get here. Which on that note had better not be for a long time. Okay, I am rambling on again. Let's continue. To Bill, Charlie, Percy, Fred, and George Weasley, I give 5,000 galleons each. Also, I am setting up a baby pool, as I know Molly would really like to have some grandchildren to look after, as all you boys, and one girl, have grown up. Of course, I have some rules. First, you must be married to the mother. So no bastard children allowed you here. Second, well, just have fun. Okay, now the prizes for this pool. First prize is 10,000 galleons. That should be a nice nest egg, huh? Second prize is 7,500 galleons. Third prize is 5,000 galleons. Oh, and if any of you have twins, that only awards one prize, but if and when the first set of twins are born, the parents of them will receive 5,000 galleons. Now, even though you all might be thinking that I am only including from Fred and George up, I am not. Ginny and Ron can also take part in this challenge. Just no getting pregnant or getting someone pregnant before you are married, okay? I don't need your parents killing me again when they get up here, because I know Molly will have had a lot of time to brood over it if you do. Oh, she may forgive you two youngins, but the blame will fall to me for starting this little game. Well, now that that is all over with, time for giving out more stuff, and maybe I won't get sidetracked this time. To Ron Weasley, I leave 5,000 galleons and 1/4 of my shares in the Have Broom Company. Figured you would live it, Ron, just don't pester them. To Tonks, I leave you my dear and most favorite cousin 5,000 galleons. Anyone notice that I seem to like giving out money in 500 galleon amounts? And a dowry of 10,000 galleons, which will be yours once you marry. So find yourself someone you love and who will love you back. Next, Arthur and Molly Weasley. I know you don't want anything, but too bad. Just accept it and be happy. To you, I leave 50,000 galleons. Enjoy, but don't let it change who you are. Next, Hermione Granger. You really are the brightest witch of this age. To you, I leave 5,000 galleons, because I like writing it so much, and oh yes, there is an and. I leave you half of my shares in Flourish and Blutz. You are the one person I know who would love this most of all. To Albus Dumbledore, I leave you all of my shares in the Woolly Sock Company. I hope you will always have all the socks you will need now, Professor. Okay, next on my list is you, Mooney. Mooney, what can I say? You are one of my best friends and were like a brother to me. To you, Remus Lupin, I leave 100,000 galleons. Take it, Mooney. I know you would never have taken it while I was alive. Do me a favor and live a little. Spend some money. Get some nice clothes. Find yourself a nice little woman and bring up some pups of your own, you old wolf. Next is Ginevra Molly Weasley. Bet you didn't like that, did you, Ginny? Well, too bad you can't kill me. I am already dead. Damn bad joke, and I can't erase it due to the stupid Will Writer's charm. Oh well. Anyway, to you, Ginny, I leave 10,000 galleons and 1/4 of my Have Broom Company shares. You were one of the only ones who would keep me company when we were all stuck at Grimmauld Place. So I also leave to you trunk 37 in vault 276 at Gringotts. Okay, now last but not least, my godson Harry James Potter. I have a few things to say here. Firstly, I name you officially as my only heir. This means you get the rest of the junk, galleons, etc. that the noble and ancient House of Black has acquired over the years. Second, as my last act as your guardian in the wizarding world, I now put forth that you shall be emancipated and are now a wizard in your own right. Thus, this should give you more time to train with your magic, being you will be able to use magic outside of school now. And now lastly, since you are technically now an of-age wizard, even though your actual age does not correspond with this, you now have full access to everything your parents left you in trust till you were of age. If you are wondering why there is a trust for you and why you never knew of it, I would suggest that you ask our dear Professor Dumbledore. How, Harry, I know we never got to spend much time together, but I want you to know that if you were my son, I would be very proud of you. I want you to live your life to the fullest and don't let anything that has been told to you about your parents or things to come to hang over your head. Just live and be happy, and if at the end you can't say you did at least that, then I would say you wasted your life. Well, that is my will, and I know all of you have heard it, as I placed a listening charm on this parchment. Strange charm only works with the charm for wills. That is why no matter how much you all have likely wanted to speak up, you couldn't. Now, as my last parting gift to you all, I prank you when this is finished, ha 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 ha. Sirius Padfoot, Black. Long live the Marauders. With the last line read out loud by Harry, there was a cloud of pink smoke come off of the will, and everyone ended up with hair that was bright green and standing straight up. Harry sat down right there, clutching Sirius' will in one hand and his mother's pendant in the other. Everyone else was too excited and talking amongst themselves, forgetting it seems that he was even there. Ginny, after getting over the shock of getting that much money, all at once noticed that Harry was sitting on the ground next to his trunk, staring off at nothing with his eyes unfocused. Ginny walked over and sat down beside Harry, placing her hand on his shoulder. Harry, are you going to be okay? Yeah, it just really hit me that Sirius will not be coming back. That he is really gone. I mean, I know he is gone. This just makes it all that more real and brings all those feelings back to the surface. Harry looked over at Ginny. But you know Sirius was right. I can't just sit here and wallow in self-pity, can I? Not like you would let me anyway, huh? And just what is that supposed to mean, Mr. Potter? Just that you always seem to set me straight as of late. You are not afraid to make me mad. Plus, who else will stand up to me if not you? Harry chuckles as he starts to drift off to sleep. Today had been a very exhausting day, and Harry just wanted to rest now. Plus, there was a very inviting, soft, warm spot to rest on right beside him. With that, Harry fell asleep on Ginny's shoulder. Ginny and OWLS. The rest of the night had been hectic. Everyone wanted to go to Diagon Alley, but had been asked by Albus that they should wait for a week so that the necessary arrangements could be made. He also said that on the 6th the school book lists and other information on the coming term should arrive, so they would not have to make 2 trips. Thus, this was another reason to postpone the trip until the letters at least had arrived. Harry had been taken up to Ron's room after having fallen asleep on the youngest of the Weasley clan. Harry, who was starting to wake up, was now fully awakened by a rather loud snot from Ron. Getting up, Harry slowly got changed out of the clothes from the previous night and put on some fresh clothes from his trunk, which was in the room with them. Dressed yet still a bit groggy, Harry headed downstairs, shaking his head over Ron. Ron could likely sleep through a herd of stampeding elephants, though his room, or whatever the Wizarding World equivalent is. Harry, though, as he left the room that they shared when he visited the Weasleys. Upon arriving in the kitchen, Harry was attacked by Molly. Harry could have sworn that she broke a few of his ribs with her crushing hug, but was pleased with it all the same. Harry dear, how are you? You didn't seem very well last night. Giving a weak smile, Harry replied, I believe I will be fine, Mrs. Weasley. Is Ginny up yet? Harry asked, blushing slightly. Actually, I don't know. Hermione is up. She has been up for about an hour or so. I was just about to go and ask her if she would go and get Ginny for breakfast. Oh, I could do that for you. If that is all right with you, that is. Molly gave this a bit of consideration before smiling and saying yes to Harry's request. With the approval giving, Harry smiled and sprinted back up the stairs. Figuring that Ginny was likely like Ron in her sleeping habits, he decided just walked in and wakes her. Opening the door, Harry was not ready for what he saw on the other side of said door. There on the room facing the door, and now him as well, was Ginny, clad in a pair of white knickers and her nightgown, which at the moment was pulled up over her head. Actually, it appeared as though it was stuck, as Harry noticed that Ginny seemed to be fighting with it. Of course, that was just a passing observation. Harry, of course, seeing all of this, just froze. Ginny was definitely no longer a little girl. Oh no, there was absolutely no way Ginny was a little girl. She had all the very nice curves in all the right places, though, Harry. Also there on her chest were quite a perky pair of breasts that bounced and swayed slightly as Ginny fought with the piece of clothing that would not come off. They, in Harry's opinion, were a very nice-looking pair. Now, Harry was not one to routinely compare girls' chests, but he did had to admit that he found Ginny's breasts very appealing. Of course, Harry's current line of though was suddenly stopped when Ginny finally got the offending item of clothing off of her head. Both teens were startled by this event. Harry at being caught gawking / peeping at Ginny. He was blushing but was unable to turn away. Ginny was shocked at the fact that Harry was there standing in her room with her in nothing but her knickers. She, of course, was blushing furiously, from the roots of her hair all the way down part of her chest. Swallowing hard, Ginny was the first to recover, covering herself with her nightgown. With the view of Harry's new fascination removed, Harry also in turn snapped out of his shell-shocked state. "Harry, what are you doing in my room?" asked a still confused Ginny, who was trying not to get angry and yell, as that would just bring everyone in the house up here, and well, that could get very embarrassing. Asked. "Breakfast," Harry stuttered in reply. Harry is so cute when he is embarrassed. I wonder if I can push it any. Ginny, though, with a slightly evil smirk on her face that resembles the twins when they think of a prank that Harry completely missed. "Well, since you are here, do be a dear, Harry, and close the door, so I can get dressed without everyone that walks by seeing me. I do like to retain some of my modesty. At times." The last part said very quietly. Harry, still very confused by all the swings his arm, thinking he closed the door. Even though Harry did not actually touch the door did indeed close. Ginny raised an eyebrow at this, then dismissing it for now. She shrugged and dropped her nightgown that was covering her from Harry's gaze. Harry's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Harry in no way expected the youngest Weasley to be this open. Harry was of course also finding that his pants seemed much tighter now than when he first put them on this morning. Ginny had to hold in a giggle that was threatening to escape. She was in no way any longer mad about Harry walking into her room like he did. She was also pleased that her almost naked form had this kind of effect on him. Growing up in a house full of boys has some advantages. It gets you at least used to being walked in on and being in many different stages of undress. Wonder if Harry is conscious enough to help me pick out a shirt to wear today. Smirking, Ginny turns back to Harry with a t-shirt draped over each of her breasts. "Harry, which t-shirt do you think I should wear today?" Blinking, Harry slowly pointed to the green one that was on her right. Ginny then dropped the red on that was on her left and slipped in on. She then pulled on a small pair of black shorts. Now dressed, Ginny walked over to Harry and patted him on the chest. "It is nice to know you like what you see, Mr. Potter. Now, if you don't mind, I am going downstairs for breakfast." "Excuse me." Just before she left, though, she looked up at Harry and shrugged. Standing up on her tiptoes, Ginny gave Harry a quick peck on the cheek. "Thanks for the help, Harry." With that, she walked by Harry and out the door and down to the kitchen, all the way giggling to herself with a bit of red staining her cheeks. Harry never did make it down to breakfast. The only move he had made was to move his hand to his cheek where Ginny had kissed him. Thus, when Ron had finished breakfast, which when there was no food left for breakfast, he went to look for Harry. It didn't take Ron long to find him. As Ron was heading up the stairs to check if Harry was in his room, he saw Harry standing just inside of Ginny's room. Walking in, he noticed the shocked look on Harry's face. Lightly smacking Harry's cheek with his open hand, Ron tried to snap him out of it. In the end, though, Ron went and got a glass of water from the bathroom and threw its contents in Harry's face. Ron, what was that for?" Harry sputtered, taking off his glasses to dry them off. "Well, you were standing there with this frozen look on your face. Figured I should snap you out of it. You missed breakfast, you know. What's up?" Well, could we go to your room to talk about this?" "Sure," Ron replied. With that, both boys climbed up to Ron's room. "So what is this about, Harry?" "Well, first I want you to promise that you won't get mad or kill me or anything like that, okay?" "Sure, just tell me. You have got me more than a bit curious now. What is this all about?" "Okay." Well, I got up early and went down to the kitchen and found out Ginny had not gotten up yet and Hermione had. Your mom was going to get Hermione to go and wake Ginny. Well, I wanted to talk to her, so I volunteered to wake her. Well, I went up and I figured since you are a heavy and late sleeper, Ginny would likely be as well. So I just walked in and she was not sleeping." Harry paused and looked at Ron, trying to figure out how to continue and keep Ron from killing him. "Well, I know that Ginny was likely up. So what did you do, walk in on her naked?" laughed Ron. "No. Not exactly. She did have her knickers on." "Are you serious?" "No, that is my godfather," Harry joked, trying to lighten the mood. Ron just looked at him. Harry sighed. "Yes, I am serious." "And this is the first time?" "Of course. What you think I get off peeping on your sister? No, it is just that Ginny, when at home, does not have much in the way of modesty. Hell, until I was like 10 I actually though, or at least treated Ginny as a boy. She went swimming with us in just swimming trunks. Hell, she even wanders around the house in nothing but her knickers. She basically was brought up in a house full of guys that didn't give her much in the way of privacy. So she had to ditch her modesty. Around family and people she trusts, she has little to no modesty. The only time she really does is when Dad is home. Her running around with her bits showing bothers him, so she wears her clothes when he is home. Shocked by this, Harry asked, "So you are not mad at me about this?" "Harry, I have seen her naked. She even wanders around that house like that sometimes. Mind you, I would prefer if you didn't see her like that, but I can't really stop it if she say were to walk into a room you were in like that, could I? Just don't stare and or gawk, okay?" "Oh, so I guess that means Ginny trusts me then, huh?" "Yeah, Harry, she trusts you. And I know that Ginny can take care of herself." Ron sighed. "Even though I play the overprotective brother all the time, I still know she can take care of herself. I also know that if you ever take advantage of Ginny in that state, you will have the entire Weasley clan after your hide." With a smirk, Ron asked, "So Harry, if she had this much of an effect on you, does that mean that you fancy my dear little sister?" Harry was blushing as soon as those words left Ron's mouth.
Yeah, Ido.
Harry quietly said as he found the floorboards very interesting at that moment. Thinking to himself, she is not all that little anymore though. Well then, I only have this to say. Hurt her and I will kill you. You know that, right? Yeah, I know. Thing is, she doesn't know this, and didn't Hermione say that she was over me? I can't believe I am going to say this, but... Ron takes a breath. Harry, just tell her and lever the decision to her. Girls in general are better at these things than us guys. Yeah, I guess, Harry said with a sigh. Looking up at Ron with a smirk, Harry asked, "So do you fancy Hermione?" It was now Ron's turn to blush. "Yeah, I do." "Good of you to admit it. Now take your own advice and tell her." "Oh, and I feel that Hermione is the closest thing I have to a sister, and I love her as one. So you hurt her and I will kill you, Ron. You know I can, and I don't need a rabble of pissed off redheads to do it either. Of course, that is not with what she would do to you for breaking her heart." "Deal, mate. Now why don't you go find my semi-nudist sister?" Ron laughs. "I think I will go down to the kitchen to see if I can nick something to eat first." When Harry arrived in the kitchen, the first thing he noticed was that Ginny was sitting there at the table. When she saw him, Ginny smiled and winked at him. Turning red, Harry was saved by Mrs. Weasley entering just then. Harry had no idea what to say to Ginny and was glad that the elder female Weasley was in the room, so he would not have to try uncomfortable conversation with the youngest female Weasley. If Ron was right, Ginny trusted him, and there was a good chance he would get to see her like that again. Harry smiles at this thought of the young Miss Weasley. Bad thoughts, Potter. Get your mind back where it is should be in all of this, and not on the fact that Ginny looks very nice without a top on. "Harry dear, are you okay? Can I get you anything? You missed breakfast." Ginny, be a dear and make Harry hear up some eggs and some toast. "I have to go and do some shopping. Be good." With that, she was gone, and Harry was again alone with Ginny. Swallowing hard, Harry forced himself to face Ginny. When he looked to the spot where she had been, she was surprisingly no longer there. Feeling a tap on his shoulder, Harry jumped nearly a foot in the air. "Jumpy, aren't we? So how would you like your eggs?" Ginny asked, smiling sweetly. Scrambled, I guess." "So where were you during breakfast?" "Your room still." Harry calms a bit. "Oh, why were you in there? Not trying to sneak peeks at my underwear, were you, Mr. Potter?" Ginny taunts with a smirk on her face. Harry's eyes went wide and he began to stutter. "You know, Harry, if you want to see my knickers, all you have to do is ask. I might even model them for you," Ginny said, sweetly winking at Harry. "I wonder if he is going to pass out? That looks like a lot of blood in his head," Ginny thought as she teased Harry. She never realized how much fun it would be and was very pleased with the results. Harry, of course, felt that all the blood in his body had gone to one of two places. The first was his head, and was shown by how red his face was, partly blushing from embarrassment and partly from arousal of the though of Ginny in just her knickers modeling them for him. The rest of his blood he could have sworn was collecting with in the head between his legs, which was becoming uncomfortable. Swallowing hard, Harry looked over at Ginny. She had just finished making his breakfast and was bringing it over to him with a slight sway in her hips. Harry groaned at the lovely sight before him. All thought of "Bus, she is Ron's little sister" had left his mind, and thoughts of "Damn, she is beautiful" had replaced them. Unknown to Harry, Ginny had noticed how Harry's pants now fit him tighter and smiled to herself. Setting the plate down, Ginny turned to walk away. "Ginny, can I talk with you?" "Sure." Ginny turned and sat down. "Actually, do you know anywhere where we could be alone? I don't want to be interrupted." This statement alone caused Ginny to blush. "Harry wants to be alone in private with me." "Yes." Ginny then just nodded and waved for him to follow her, all the while trying to hid a smile that was there, wanting and trying to come out. Leaving his how-forgotten breakfast on the table, Harry followed Ginny outside to the forest near the burrow, all the while watching her fine bottom as they walked in silence. "Here we are," Ginny announced. They were in a small clearing in the forest. The branches above filtered out some of the light except for a large patch in the middle. Over all this gave the clearing a nice soft amount of light throughout the clearing. There were wildflowers all around and a light breeze going through it as well. All in all, it was a very quiet and relaxing location. "Wow, Ginny, this place is amazing." "Yeah, I know. I found it when I was a lot younger and would come here when I wanted to be alone." Ginny smiled. "Also a great place to nude tanning." Ginny smirked. "No tan lines for me. Even with this horrible fair skin and red hair. Redheads burn far too easily." Harry forcefully pushed those thoughts out of his mind, actually just tucking them to the back of his mind for now. He would think about that later.
Okay.
"Ginny, I think that maybe you should sit down for this. I got a fair bit so say, and I don't know how long it will take to get it out okay." Looking at Harry oddly, Ginny sat down under a tree with her back against it for support. "Okay, first I am going to ask that you try to not interrupt. I know that might be a bit hard, but please try." Ginny nodded to this and sat down, getting ever more curious now than she was before. "Okay, let's start off with a new revelation of mine." Harry takes a deep breath to steady himself. "Ginny, I fancy you." "No, that is not it. I think that I love you, or at least really like you, and not in the brother-sister way either." Harry blushed as he said this, all letting out his feelings in a rapid manner, like that of a rambling fool. But hey, this fool was in love. Ginny, for her part, was stunned. If someone had told her that today Harry Potter would confess that he has romantic feelings towards her, she would have called them a liar and proceeded to hurt them for making fun of her old crush. Of course, this was coming from the horse's mouth, so to speak, so her stunned state was expected while her brain processed this new information. Her brain catching up with the line for conversation, along with the incredible feeling that was welling up inside her, she acted. Ginny jumped up from where she was sitting and grabbed Harry and pulled him into a firm kiss on his lips. This, of course, took Harry by complete surprise. His only real experience with this sort of kiss was with Cho, and well, she was blubbering all through that. This, though, was much nicer, and Harry was enjoying it. Once the shock of it was over, Harry relaxed and returned the kiss to the small girl who was now in his arms. "I take it you like me too." Harry chuckled when they broke for a breath. Smacking Harry, Ginny replied, "Harry, I have loved you in so many different ways since I first heard of you. And believe me when I say that this is not some schoolgirl or hero-worshipping crush. I love you, Harry Potter, and I always will." Sitting down, Harry pulled Ginny onto his lap. After a moment, the smile faded off of his face and was replaced with a more serious look. "Gin, there are some things I really need to tell you," Harry said, holding Ginny tight. "What is it, Harry?" Ginny looked into Harry's eyes and hugged him back. "You can tell me." "Okay, you know about the prophecy that old Voldy was after at the ministry. Well, even though it was broken, I still know what it says. You see, Dumbledore was there when the prophecy was first given, so he showed me what it was. I have to say, Gin, it is not something I really want to deal with, but nothing in my life is easy." Harry then proceeded to tell Ginny what the prophecy was and what it entailed. With streaks from tears on her face, Ginny turned and looked at Harry. "Oh, Harry, I am so sorry that it has to be you to do this. Bid if you think for 1 minute that now that I got you, You are going to scare me away with talk like that. You are sorely mistaken. You are going to beat Tom, and that is final." Harry let out a breath that he did not know he had been holding in at her outburst and realized that he was very glad she was going to stick with her through all of this. Looking into her eyes, Harry saw what looked a fire burning in her eyes. Seeing this, his face broke out into a huge smile. This took Ginny aback. Harry was smiling at her after she had just yelled at him. It slightly unnerved her, so she decided that the best way to approach this was the direct approach. "Harry, what are you smiling?" Oh, just thinking how beautiful you look when you are worked up. You get what looks like this fire in your eyes that is amazing," Harry replied, smiling. Ginny then noticed that something was pressing against her leg. "Odd, I am sitting on Harry, what could I—" "Oh," Ginny smiled evilly. "Mr. Potter, you had better be thinking about me right now, or you are not going to be smiling for much longer." Harry's eyes shot open. How did she know? "Come on, tell me." Ginny semi-glared at him. Swallowing hard, Harry was blushing so much one might have mistaken him right then for Weasley, who had colored their hair black. You know, like how you were dressed this morning, but with that look in your eyes." To say that Ginny was floored again would have been yet another understatement of the year. From those words along, Ginny was blushing so much so that she was a right match for Harry now. Sure, she didn't have much modesty when it came to stuff like that, but having someone comment on it in a way of approval like that was something she was not used to, but did liked a lot. Ginny, I was talking to Ron and he said that you trusted me. And that is why you didn't kill me when I walked in on you this morning when you were, changing," Harry said in a whisper. Ginny giggled. "Yes, Harry, I trust you, and don't be surprised if you see me like that more." Ginny winked. "All I can say is keep your hands to yourself. This is for 2 reasons. First, my brothers would kill you. So if you do, make sure it is someplace you could touch if I was wearing all my clothes, and that would not get in trouble in the first place. Second, even when we are alone, you can look but not touch yet. I don't know if I am ready for that yet." "Ginny, don't worry. Neither am I, but I will say this. You do have very nice curves." "So Gin, why do you run around here almost as a nudist would?" Harry asked, wanting to know her answer, just not what he heard from Ron. "Well, you try to get some privacy in that house. Boys all over the place, coming and going through all rooms. None of the door, except for the ones going outside, had locks. It was either lose my modesty while at home and be comfortable or try to hide from everyone." Harry laughed hearing when her heard this. Ginny, of course, smacked him. "I'm serious. But hey, no one cared when I was little. Boys and girls' bodies are quite similar at younger ages. So when we would all go swimming, I would like all the guys with their jumping naked or with just a pair of shorts on." Ginny paused, looking at Harry. He smiled back at her. "Well, as I got older, I started to, change, and it started to make Dad uncomfortable. So Mum asked me to try to be wearing clothes when he was home. This was after the mother-daughter talk about the birds and the bees and how my body would be changing. Personally, I was shocked, and now that I look back on it, I think I got that talk a lot earlier than anyone else I know. It was shortly after that I stopped getting mainly hand-me-downs and started to get clothes more for a girl. Second-hand clothes, of course. Not that I mind, Mum is great with them, and I have to say that I have never been ashamed to wear something she patched together for me. Well, this all happened the year you and Ron went to Hogwarts. So after that, it was basically just Mum and me at home. We would talk about all kinds of things. I think that is when we really started to form a mother-daughter relationship more. Before that, I was more like one of the boys and got scolded like them. This was also when I started to wear clothes more around the house. So I would not have it so bad with having to wear clothes all the time at school when I was to go to Hogwarts the following year. I would have to say it worked then. I can honestly say I have never seen you streaking around Hogwarts." Harry chuckled. "Of course, if I had and I have forgotten, I am very mad with myself. Harry James Potter. I would never do something like that at school," Ginny said with a bit of a glare at Harry. "That said, though, I do sleep in the nude at school, though. I think it is to balance out the fact I wear clothes more during the day. I don't like to be revealed around people I don't know or don't trust. And unless it is in private, I only streak around the burrow." "So, are you going to actually teach me to swim, oh streaking goddess of the burrow?" Ginny gave Harry a bit of a dirty look with the end of his comment, but then smiled. "Oh yeah, I will need to get a new suit then. There is no way Mum would let me give you lessons in less than that. I thought you said you had a suit, Jin? Harry, I got it when I was 10. I would think that I would have grown a bit since then, so I don't think it is going to fit. You can always try, Harry said with a wiggling of his eyebrows. But first, Jin, I should ask you this. Will you be my girlfriend? Kiss me and your answer will be yes, Ginny said with a smirk. With that, all thoughts of swimsuits and running around without certain pieces of clothing on were forgotten as the two teens had a very nice snog session till lunch. Arriving in the kitchen holding hands was enough to get the people in attendance of the kitchen, Ron, Hermione, and Molly, asking questions. But before anyone could ask what was up between Harry and the youngest Weasley next to him, Hermione asked, Harry, with all the celebrating last night, I didn't ask. What did you get on your OWLs? Dunno, Harry said, smiling, knowing that it would tick Hermione off a bit. What do you mean you don't know? The letters arrived the morning of your birthday. I know that, I just didn't open it yet. It and a couple others. If you want to know, go upstairs to my trunk and bring down all my unopened post if you would. Hermione did just that and ran upstairs to get everything. Hermione did not take long and was back as soon as she could and was a bit winded when she arrived back in the kitchen. She proceeded to set the 3 letters and the parcel on the table. Here you go, Harry. Looking at the 2 envelopes, Harry looked around the room, then asked, So if our school lists are to come later in the week, what is the second letter for? Harry, it is a new teaching method that the ministry came up with and has Hogwarts testing for them, stated Hermione. Looking at the letters, Harry at random opened one of them. Inside was the educational decree. It stated that the ministry believed that the testing of magical power would be beneficial to the instruction of some weaker students. Also would show which students are slacking off in their magical studies. Tossing it aside, Harry figured they would likely inform everyone of what was happening at the welcoming feast on September 1st. Opening the next letter, Harry was in for a surprise. Mr. Potter, I am happy to see that even though you seem to be lacking in class, you are most definitely learning. OWL breakdown. O, 2 OWLs. E, 1 OWL. Anything else will result in no OWLs rewarded. Listed are the overall marks in each subject. Astronomy, E. Care of magical creatures, E. Charms, U. Defense against the dark arts, O. Divination, P. History of magic, E. Potions, E. Transfiguration, U. Additional OWL. Total 11 OWLs. The arrival of your book list will arrive within the next week and a half. Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. Harry just stared at the page, not full comprehending what the results meant. He was confused that he had done so well with all of the distractions. Annoyed that Harry was taking so long, and now that Harry was just looking off into space, Hermione grabbed Harry's OWL results from his hands. Oh wow, Harry, you did really well. 11 OWLs. At this, there was many voices that chorused congratulations. Harry, though, just sat there in shock. He had not gotten into Snape's Newt's Potions class, and he could not decide if this was a good thing or not. Castles and swimming. The results of the OWLs were cause for celebration. Hermione had gotten, to no one's surprise, all O's. She, of course, was quite pleased with herself about that. Ron had done well also. Scoring 9 OWLs overall was quite respectable. Mrs. Weasley fussed over everyone and set right away to making a suburb meal for that evening, and she was already done with lunch as it was on the table. Of course, everyone was brought back to the other letter by Ginny. Having no results of her own this year, Ginny was more curious about what was in the box and whom the letter was from. Harry, I know you don't even care about your results. Can you please open your other letter? I want to know who sent it. Ginny pleaded, looking as cute as she could at the same time. Chuckling, Harry turned to Ginny and said, What do I get for sating your curiosity, fair lady? Ginny, in response, looked to the ceiling to think of a response. This, Ginny said, smiling just before she placed a rather heated kiss on the lips of the one and only Harry Potter. Wow, was all Harry could say when it was over. Potter, what do you think you are doing with my sister? Ron bellowed. He had never actually thought that Harry would say anything to Ginny and was now in overprotective brother mode. Harry seeing more of Ginny than he would like was not something he could do anything about, as that is just how Ginny was. But this was something that Ron could stop. Something he could protect Ginny from. As soon as those words had left Ron's mouth, everyone had their own opinion about it. Ginny, who does he think he is? I can take care of myself. Harry did nothing. I am the one who kissed him. Bloody prat. Hermione, Ron can be some a prat at times. Can't he see Ginny is happy? Gods, how did I fall for someone who could be so pig-headed? Mrs. Weasley, oh, my little girl is growing up so fast. I will have to start planning the wedding. It will be so beautiful. Harry is so good for her. The twins, they had just arrived for lunch at the time of the kiss. Oh my. When did our little Jin learn to kiss like that? Harry, I thought Ron and me talked about this. Oh well, best keep Ginny from killing him. I hope he appreciates this. Ron, before you try to hit me or whatever it is that you are thinking of doing to me, stop. Stop for just a moment and think of what Ginny would do to you. Also, didn't you tell me yourself to go and tell Ginny how I felt about her? Harry paused, looking at Ron. He could see the gears turning in Ron's head as his words soaked in through his thick skull. Harry then reached over and places his hand on Ginny's arm. Upon the touch, Ginny relaxed noticeable. Now, Ron, you can't have it both ways. You can't have it that I tell your sister here that I have feelings of more than friendship and not expect her to act on that, when she herself had feelings to match. Looking Ron right in the eye so he could not mistake that is who he was talking to, Harry said, Ron, I asked Ginny to be my girlfriend and she said yes. If you can't handle that, then maybe I should just leave. Everyone was stunned at this statement. Ron just sat there, his mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. Giving himself a bit of a shake, Ron spoke. That won't be necessary, Harry. I'm sorry I yelled at you. Ginny kissing you and you more or less flirting with her caught me off guard, and I guess I overreacted. Apology accepted, Harry said with a smile. Of course, at this moment there was not way Fred and George could remain quiet anymore. Harry, mate. How in the world did you get Ron here to back down like that? George finished. Turning to the twins, Harry replied, just told him what he already knew and threw back what he had told me in his face. Ron was now blushing in embarrassment. Well, I for one applaud you, stated Fred. Yes, well done, old chap. Well done. But what do we do about that kiss, dear brother? Fred inquired to George. What indeed? I say we get them to do it again and see if they really mean all this or if it is just some elaborate prank on our dear little brother here, posed George. Yes, lovely idea. Ginny, don't keep us waiting. Fred laughed. With a smirk to rival the twins themselves, Ginny stalked over to Harry, grabbing his shirt and pulling him down to her. When he was at her level, Ginny wrapped her arms around his neck and placed a very sound kiss on the lips of a very pleased Mr. Potter. Wow, Ginny, you really need to stop doing that. Then again, forget I said that, Harry said as he plopped down into his chair with a silly grin on his face. That enough proof, or shall I do it again? No, that is enough, said Fred. You sure? 'Cause I don't mind doing it again if you like. Ginny smiled, seeing the twins squirm. Her kissing a boy was not something they really wanted to see. Yes, dear Jin. I don't think we could watch another kiss like that. Yes, too weird thinking of our little Jin like that. Isn't it, my dear Forge? Very much so, my dear Gred. Good then. 3 down, 3 to go. Ginny smiled. Turning back to Harry, Ginny asked, now about that letter, Mr. Potter. Huh? Oh yeah, the letter. Okay, I will read it. I don't need or want to get on your bad side. Especially if I am to expect any more kisses like that. Harry smirked. Oi, mate, that is my sister. Just 'cause I am okay with you dating her does not mean I am comfortable with you snogging her with me around. I would have to say we agree with our favorite younger brother's statement. Oi, I am your only younger brother. Which is what makes you so special, Ronikins. Blocking out the playful banter going on between the twins and Ron, Harry picks up the letter and begins to read. Dear Mr. Potter, I do hope you are feeling better. When I left you were out cold. I do hope you got some much-needed rest after your melding of magic and mind. Now there are a few things I would like to inform you of. Firstly, I do hope you can convince someone to take you to your family vault. Now that is not the vault you currently have access to, but in actual fact is one of many vaults you will have access to once you are of age. The vault I believe you should really go to is the Potter family heirloom vault. There is many an item there that I know would be very handy to obtain. I am even betting some of them I would personally like to get my hands on. Okay, now with that said, I believe I should tell you, you really should find yourself a nice girl. They are pleasant distractions, and I believe it would be of benefit to you if you did. Now don't get mad at me. This is just some advice from an old man who has been around a bit. I have been doing some research, and just so you know, you should look for a redhead. Every Potter so far in history that I can find has fallen for a redhead. So seeing how you are a Potter, I expect that you will follow this tradition. Now on yet another note, I believe that there is something that should be returned to you. Actually more to your family. You see, about a few hundred odd years ago, your family's ancestral home was a magnificent castle. Actually it still is, but I will get to that. For some reason, the current head of the family at the time banished all Potters from the castle until there was only one Potter descendant left. This descendant would be the only one who could return the Potters back to their home. Harry, that Potter is you. You are the only remaining Potter left from that line. The castle will only open itself to you, and you will be able to make it your home. I can only tell you of a general idea of where the castle is. I believe it is somewhere in northern Scotland. The castle itself is in a valley surrounded by huge mountain peaks. This castle is unplottable and is greatly warded, but let me tell you more about the area first. There is a forest surrounding the mountains, and it has been enchanted that anyone who enters and is not welcome in the castle or has just wandered into the forest will only get themselves lost and end up back out where they entered the forest in the first place. Within the valley there is yet another forest all along the inner edge of the valley, where many magical creatures friendly to the master of the castle live and have guarded it for centuries. From there are rolling hills of lush green fields that lead up to the castle. It is a beautiful sight. Then castle itself is so massive that even with the aid of magic in its construction it was a massive undertaking. Due to the enchantments placed upon it, only friends and family or people the master of the castle allows may enter or could ever get even a glimpse of the beauty that its halls hold. The castle itself, or the valley I should say, stands slightly out of phase in time. Time within the valley progresses at 60 times the rate it does outside the valley. But those within the valley are protected from aging too quickly. Inside the valley, the residents age at the same rate that they would outside of the valley. Thus, any person could in 1 year perform the research or more than a half-century in that single year and not age more than the year that had passed outside. For the one who owns the castle and its grounds is none other than the wizarding family that dates back to before even my time. This family, as you already know and I have already stated, is of course your family, Mr. Potter. The Potter family, and you as the only living member of that family, are the master of these lands. I write this to you so you may think to use it, as it would aid you well in your training. I hope you can find a good use for it, if only as to visit. I must ask that you should at least visit it once. There are many things there that you will likely find vastly useful to you over time, and many that will be a great help to you even now. I have sent with this letter a parcel. In it is a pin and a brooch, both of which are permanent portkeys that are at least as old as the castle itself. It now belongs to you. To go to the Potter castle, just tap the pin with your wand, or if, when you know wandless magic, your finger, and say, "Take me home." To return to where you left, just tap the pin and say, "Return," and you will be back to where you first used the pin to travel to the castle. The brooch, though, has a different purpose. It is linked to the pin. When whomever you give the brooch to taps it like you do with the pin and says, "To my love," they will be portkeyed to wherever you are as long as you are wearing the pin. You are the only one who can actually wear the pin. It is for as the head of the Potter family. The brooch also has the same returning ability as the pin. I know that you will appreciate these gifts either now or most definitely in time. I would suggest that you try to give the brooch to whomever you find in relation to my second point way back near the start of this letter. The brooch will help you find her, that is for sure. It can and will only be accepted by the one who will be with you forever. There is very old magic on it for this purpose. Old magic like this has never liked flight of fancies. Choose well and know that I will be watching you and may check in on you from time to time if I think you need help. But no, I will never come if it is something I know you can get through yourself. So no getting mad if you end up in a situation where you think I should help you out and I don't. Well, that is it for now. I do hope this finds you well and has been of help to you. Be good and stay well. Your rather old friend. P.S. I decided not to put my name due to the fact you will likely show others this letter. To say that this letter shocked Harry would have been a vast understatement. Harry was nearly floored, but was able to keep in control. Handing the letter to Ginny to read, Harry moved on to the parcel. He wanted to see this pin and brooch that had been mentioned in the letter. Opening the parcel, Harry found a pin that was the Potter family crest, and the brooch was as well, just with a more feminine touch to it. Picking both up, Harry wondered if Ginny was the one. Harry quickly put on the pin, and without even thinking about the outcome or any possible side effects, pinned on the brooch to Ginny's t-shirt. Once on there was a spark that arched from Harry's finger to Ginny that was missed by either of them. With a smile and a sigh, Harry knew that Ginny was the one for him. Ginny, having just finished the letter, noticed that Harry had pinned the brooch to her shirt. With this realization and what was in the letter, Ginny realized that she had found her life mate. Maybe even they were soul mates. It was not true that everyone had a soul mate. Everyone did have a life mate, but a soul mate was a much closer bond. Ginny was just so pleased that after all these years she was really truly right, that she was always meant to be with Harry Potter. It was not just a silly schoolgirl crush. He and me are to be, Ginny thought happily. Looking at the brooch and then at Harry, Ginny got up and moved over to Harry and sat down in his lap. Well, Mr. Potter, I see that you now realize that after all these years you really should have listened to me. Yes, Miss Weasley. I must admit you were right. I will try to never doubt you again. Unless, of course, I know for sure you are wrong. Very good, Mr. Potter, but I will have you know I am rarely wrong. Mrs. Weasley had watched this all with much interest. She was happy for her daughter but also a bit concerned. So she decided to voice this concern. Ginny dear, you make it sound like as if you and Harry here will be together from now till you die. You know, as in forever. Now I am very happy for both of you and do hope you are able to stay together, and would love it if you were to get married when you are older. But right now you are both young, why would you want to tie yourselves down? As much as I love Harry, and I do dear, I much say that don't you think that you both should date other people to find out if you are really right for each other? Molly, of course, was ecstatic that they were finally together but was also worried. There were things she would now have to tell her daughter that she really was hoping she would never have to tell her. Mom, I know you are concerned cause of our ages, but I will have you know I have tried dating other people, and even though all that I still wanted to be with Harry. Are you sure, dear? Still hoping something would not have to happen. Mrs. Weasley. Please, Harry, call me Molly, or if you would feel comfortable you could try calling me Mom. I know I cannot replace your real mom and I would never try to. But I love you as much as I love any of my children. Thank you, Mrs. Molly. You don't know how much that means to me. Could I speak with you and Mr. Weasley after dinner? There are some things I think you both should know. All right, Harry. I will inform Arthur. But for now, why don't you all run off and play? With this dismissal, everyone headed out of the kitchen. Hermione and Ron head out for a walk. Fred and George proceed to their room before heading back to work. Harry and Ginny, though, head up to her room. Once there, Ginny turned to Harry and smiled. Ginny, when do you think I could get those lessons? Looking confused, Ginny asked, What lessons? Chuckling to himself, Harry responds, You know, my swimming ones. Don't tell me you forgot. I didn't forget. It just slipped my mind.
Ok, Jean.
So when do you want to teach me how to swim? How about now? Go change and I will meet you in the kitchen.
Okay.
See you down there, Harry says as he leaves, smiling, because he knew that either Ginny was going to be wearing a swimsuit that was too small for her or something else revealing. You just couldn't stop his hormonal-driven train of though just then. He just hoped he would not drown if he became too distracted. Once Harry was gone, Ginny quickly realized she had a problem. What am I going to wear? There is no way Mum would let me go in just a pair of shorts. Plus, that would be distracting, I bet. Fun though. Ark, keep you mind on track and out of the gutter, Ginny. Well, there is my old suit. I wonder where it is. Ginny then proceeded to search her room for the suit she had now not worn in almost 4 years or so. Digging through a box in her closet, she found it. It was the only suit her mum could find that would fit her at the second-hand shop they went to get it. Smiling, Jinning held it up. She actually really liked her first and only swimsuit and was suddenly very pleased it was a bikini. Yes, I can tease and be covered with this. At least if I can get into it. Looking at the suit again, Ginny looked it over. It was a nice light blue in color. The bottoms were simple plain bikini bottoms that actually reminded her of panties. That is, if they had been made of a different fabric. The top was just two triangles that had a string on the bottom of them to hold it around her ribs and a string on the top of each triangle to tie around her neck. Looking at the bikini fondly, Ginny was really hoping it would fit, even if it was to be very tight. Carefully taking off the brooch and setting it on her bedside table, Ginny then tossed off the clothes she had been wearing. Looking over at the mirror above her dress, Ginny smiled. I do hope this is going to fit. Starting with the bottoms, Ginny slowly drew them up her legs, squeezing into the bottoms of her bikini fit to her like a second skin. Next, Ginny picked up the top. Ginny was pleased that the strings still reached around her. Wonder how many of my old clothes I could still fit and or squeeze into. Mum can't complain if I wear them. If she does, I will just take them off wherever I am when she says something. Ginny thought with a smirk, turning to the mirror again. Looking at herself in the mirror, Ginny began to look at her reflection. Smiling at how it fit, she began to make some adjustments. Looking sewn at her breasts pressing against the fabric that was restraining them. Taking a deep breath, Ginny watched as her breasts swelled out of the small top from both the outside and inside. Luckily, the string around the bottom was tight enough that she didn't have to worry about coming out from there. Looking down, Ginny adjusted the top some when she notices that with a deep breathe part of the areola around her nipple was showing. Ginny then adjusted it to cover. She did not want her mum badgering her about that. Ginny began to notice that the strings and whatnot were digging into her, but decided she could live with it. Sliding her hands down over the small bottoms, Ginny made sure that all of her womanhood was covered, while tucking in all the small ginger curls that were there as well. Not that she cared, but her mum had drilled into her head what was proper about some things. Turning her back to the mirror and looking over her shoulder, Ginny slid her hands over her bum. The bottoms of her bikini barely covered her rounded cheeks. Smiling, Ginny grabbed a towel and wrapped it around herself. No point getting anyone worked up over this just yet. Definitely need a different suit if we want to go swimming anywhere in public though. But around here this is fine. Without giving it another though, Ginny bounded downstairs to meet Harry. Back with Harry while Ginny was changing. Harry sprinted up the stairs to the room he was sharing with Ron, quickly changing into his new swimming trunks. Harry then headed down to wait for Ginny in the kitchen. Seeing Harry come into the kitchen, Molly smiles, seeing Harry is wearing the swimwear that she and Arthur had gotten the young man. Hello, Harry dear. Who will be giving you some lessons? Ginny will be Mrs. Molly. That's nice, dear, Molly said. Wait a minute. Ginny hasn't had a new suit since her 10th birthday. I hope she is planning on wearing something, and she had better be covered. I don't want her giving Harry the wrong ideas about what she is willing to do. So Harry, any idea on what Ginny is going to wear? Actually, I don't. Why do you ask? Well, do you know? Harry interrupted Molly by asking, is this about her habit to, well, not wear all that clothing she should? Yes, Harry, it is. How do you know about it, though? Well, it is kind of the reason I missed breakfast. When I went up to wake her, I just, walked in. She was in the middle of changing. I was frozen and had basically lost any ability of coherent thought. Harry said quickly, hoping that the eldest female in the Weasley clan was not going to be mad. Well, dear, how did she take it? Better than I did. At first she looked mad, but then she relaxed. Molly, is this about our relationship? Because if it is, we have had a talk. Ginny and she told me that basically other than kissing, hugging and holding hands and maybe an affectionate touch someplace proper, that I am to keep my hand to myself. Molly smiled at this and then asked, do you think you can do that, Harry? Yes, I do believe I can. I have at least 9 very good reasons to be a proper gentleman. And what might those be? The first 6 are, well, her 6 older brothers. I am even more afraid of what she might do to me, so there is one more reason. The last two of the 9 are you and Mr. Weasley. I don't want to be a disappointment to you. Even though Mr. Weasley does not know about Ginny and I want his approval and am not willing to risk that by, if you will forgive my wording, feeling up his daughter. Molly could not be more proud of the young man in front of her than she was just then. He was putting his feelings and most likely his urges aside to make sure Ginny was comfortable and as a point of respect of her and Arthur. Harry dear, I am pleased to hear that. But I do have a question. If put in a situation where Ginny was willing, how far would you be willing to go with her? Harry at that moment went from slightly red to full-on Weasley blushing. Clearing his throat a bit and taking a deep breath, Harry looked at Molly in the eyes and said, I would not do anything illegal. But even if it was not illegal, I would want to wait till I was married before doing that. If that is what you are asking about, that is. Harry, I am very pleased to hear that. I know you will likely regret saying that to me though in just over a year. Be that as it may, I will stick with it. I respect Ginny too much to say something like that if we were not completely sure we would be together forever. Even though I know we will be already, thought Harry. But the way you were talking before earlier, it sounded like you believe you will be together for a long time. If you are asking that, then I am pleased you did not invade my privacy and read my letter. But I guess you should know. Ginny and I are meant to be together. Harry, you both are so young and have only just gotten together. How do you know this? Molly, I know this is all as a shock, it was to me too. But if you like, I would like it if you would read the letter, paying close attention to the bit about me finding a nice girl near the beginning and the bit about a brooch near the end of the letter. I think that will tell you what you need to know. It is also what I was going to talk to you and Mr. Weasley about after dinner. All right, Harry, I will read the letter, but only the part about the brooch and the part about you finding a nice girl, as you put it. I don't want to invade your privacy like that. All right, Molly. It is the first and last pages of the letter then. It also talks about my pin as well. I think you know what it all means more than I do in the end as well. Molly then nodded to him and went over to the cabinet where she had put the letters for safekeeping. As she was getting the letter, Ginny walked into the kitchen. Ready to go, Harry? Always for you, Gin. Just as they were almost to the door, Molly piped up, Ginny dear, what do you have on under that towel? Ginny swallowed. Well, this is the moment of truth. Ginny opened the towel and turned to face her mum. Harry looked like he was in shock. When I think she can't look any better, she goes and does something like this. I don't know if I am going to be able to not kill anyone who looks at her while at school this year. Though Harry. My word. How in the world did she squeeze herself into that old thing? Oh well, it is better than nothing. Wish is what she will wear if I say anything. That girl is far too strong-willed for her own good. But of course it might come in handy for dealing with Harry. I think we need to get you a new suit when we go to Diagon Alley. Don't you, Ginny? Yeah, that would be nice. She is not telling at me. That is good. Well, get going you two. And be careful. Both teens nod and head outside. Wow. I am surprised she let me out in this. What would you have done if she said you couldn't, Gin? Taken it off right there in front of both of you. Ginny smirked. Think she might have thought of that and figured a really small tight suit was better than none at all? How and when did you get so smart, Mr. Potter? You mean you did not think of that, Miss Weasley? Actually, no, I had not. So what do you think? Ginny asked, reaching the pond by the burrow with a twirl. Well, if you don't kill me for saying this, I would have to say that it looks very sexy on you, Gin. Ginny blushed at this. No one had ever told her she was sexy or even looked sexy before. It made her feel desirable and she liked it. Well, Mr. Potter, thank you for your wonderful observation. I think we should start the lesson though, don't you? Yes, I think we should. With that, Harry pulled off the shirt he had been wearing. Oh my God. Harry looked so yummy. So what is first, Gin? This snapped Ginny out of her daydreaming. Sure, Harry had put some muscle onto his frame. That did not mean she should let herself get distracted. Well, getting in the water would be a good idea, I think. Harry took off his rather cheap watch that he had got from a corner store near Privet Drive earlier that summer and proceeded to follow his girlfriend into the water. Ginny, for her part, was a good teacher. She started with floating and then a bit of swimming around and whatnot. After about 2 hours, Harry seemed confident in his ability. He would still have to practice but was enjoying swimming quite a bit. "So, how did I do with my lessons, Harry?" Ginny asked as she tilted her head to the side slightly with a bit of a grin. "Well, I have to say that you did a very good job, Gin. I can swim around now. And even float too." Harry smiled as he laid back and floated around a bit. Out of Harry's notice, a smirk formed on Ginny's face. One that if Harry had seen it, he would have been at least a little bit prepared. Out of nowhere, or at least that is what Harry though, a wave splashed over him. Ginny was in a right state when Harry surfaced. She was giggling uncontrollably at what she had just done. Ginny had splashed him. "What was that for, Ginny?" Harry sputtered. "Fun." Ginny smirked and proceeded to splash Harry again. This of course started a bit of a water war. Water was flying everywhere. Both teens were splashing each other and were enjoying themselves quite a bit. Taking a short break and breathing hard, Ginny looked over at Harry. How does Harry's hair stick up even when wet? Ginny though to herself, why does Harry have that odd look on his face? Makes him look weird. Unknown to Ginny, she had come out of her Raider small top and Harry was now taking in the lovely view that this situation offered. After all, she had told him he could look all he wanted. Ginny of course soon was able to put things together when she noticed Harry's line of sight. Ginny giggled to herself, and though it will not be hard to keep or even get this boy's attention, maybe I can get him to buy me a broom with some incentive. Nah, Harry would buy me one if I asked, I bet. And it would not go over well with Mum if she found out I let Harry ogle my breasts in return for a broom. Of course, as we all know, all good things must end at some point, and Ginny was brought out of her thoughts but a bellow from the shore. "Oi! Potter, what do you think you are doing gawking at my little sister?" Charlie yelled from the edge of the pond. The yell brought Harry back to his senses, sort of. In actual fact, it startled him. As a result of Harry being startled out of his trance-like state of mind, he lost his balance and fell back into the water. The water quickly rushed over and around him as he went under. Startled and now disoriented, Harry was starting to panic. Sure, he knew how to swim now. Sure, the water was not that deep. But Harry didn't remember any of this at the time and tried to take a breath. All he received for his trouble was a mouth full of water, which then moved on to his lungs. Ginny was stunned upon seeing Harry fall back. Then took in the bubbles that come to the surface. Then nothing. No, Harry. No more bubbles. Nothing. Harry! 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 Ginny yelled. Dining under the water, Ginny went straight to looking for Harry in the semi-murky waters of the pond. As luck would have it, that and the fact she saw where he went under, Ginny did not have a long wait to find Harry on the bottom on the pond. Quickly grabbing him, Ginny pulled Harry up and out, and on the bank of the pond. Looking at Harry, the first thing Ginny noticed was that he was not breathing and that his lips were starting to take on a bluish tinge. "Help, someone! Help!" Ginny cried. Charlie stood there shocked. He never thought that this could ever happen. Hearing Ginny's cry, Hermione, Ron and Molly ran out to the pond. Hermione and Ron in their swimwear as they were just about to come out and join Harry and Ginny in the pond. "Oh my! Ginny, quick, what happened?" Molly asked her distraught daughter, hiding the panic in her own voice as best she could. All she could do was stare at the unmoving body of the boy she loved like a son. Harry was surprised and fell back under the water and didn't come back up. "I dived in and then pulled him out and now he is like this," Ginny sobbed. Hermione knew what was wrong right away. Having taken swimming lessons before going to Hogwarts, she ran right over to Harry and checked to see if his heart was still beating. It was. She then proceeded to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on the still form of her best friend. Shortly after Hermione had started, Harry began coughing up the water that was in his lungs. She quickly rolled him over and rubbed his back as his body forced the evil water from his lungs. Ginny, seeing everything happen, was elated and also concerned and mad. She was elated that Harry was breathing now and looked much better. She was concerned cause Hermione had put her lips where she really did not want Hermione's lips. So her concern was laced with jealousy. The anger, which was now starting to take over the rest of what she was feeling, was directed at her second oldest brother. Before Ginny was able to go over and start yelling at Charlie, Ron asked a question that she actually wanted to hear the response to. Hermione, what did you just do to Harry? Ron asked. Blushing, Hermione responded, well, Ron, it is a muggle thing called AR or artificial resuscitation. She then went into boorworm mode and explained it to everyone. Harry had stopped coughing up water and was now just lying there thinking how he got there. Trying to get up, he let out a moan. As to get up, he took a deep breath, and while his lungs were still a bit waterlogged, even if they only had the water in them for a few minutes. When Ginny heard the moan from the boy she had loved for all these years, all anger at Charlie left her mind, and was replaced with concern for the boy how that day had decided that he would actually tell her he loved her back. Dropping to her knees, Ginny helped Harry sit up. Harry, are you okay? Ginny asked with the concern very dominant in her voice. This brought a smile to his face. Yeah, Gin, I am pretty sure I am going to be fine. Don't worry about it, okay? But you almost drowned. Yeah, but Hermione stepped up, and look, I am more or less all better now. Of course my lungs don't like being used as water bags. Harry chuckled and then coughed. Ginny felt a bit of that jealousy flare back up. Harry took that moment to look into her eyes. Gin, don't get jealous about what Hermione did. Just think that if she didn't do that, I would be dead now. Harry James Potter, how could you say that? And I am not jealous. Ginny pouted. Okay, you are not jealous, and I am sorry for the poorly placed joke. But could you do me a favor? Everyone had started to listen to Harry and Ginny's conversation by now. Maybe, what is it? Remind me never to do that again, okay? Harry chuckled. Okay, Harry, I can do that for you. Harry nodded and then hugged Ginny. Feeling tired, Harry closed his eyes to rest after all that had happened in the last little bit. Harry also came to a very nice conclusion. He found that he really liked falling asleep on Ginny. With this fleeting though, Harry was quickly resting peacefully, showers and requests. For almost then next entire week Harry had been bedridden. This of course was not his idea. After the incident at the pond, Madame Pomfrey was called to come and check on Harry. She had said that he would be fine but should spend the next 5 or 6 days in bed. This, in Harry's opinion, was not a nice way to spend a week, but Ginny had spent every waking hour with him, so he found that it was not quite so bad. Harry had asked Ginny about what her brothers would say about her spending all her time up there with him. She had responded by telling him that after he had been taken off to bed, she had let Charlie have it. It seemed that she had done some accidental magic and blasted him with a ball of fire. The fire had burned off all his clothes and body hair as well, leaving him in a daze once it was done, as it causes no harm in the end. Harry and Ginny spent this time getting to know each other better. This resulted in many embarrassing stories told by each of them, and more times than not Ginny slipping out of her clothes to cuddle with Harry in the bed, as she would have been far too warm with them on under the covers, or to show him a scar she had got doing something or other in her childhood. By the end of his sentence to his bed, Harry was very grateful to be able to leave the confines of the overly orange room. Not that in the end he had not liked the time there. It was just nice to finally be able to move about freely again without someone talking him to the loo or something on the off change. He might just not be well. Harry had just gotten up and was getting some clothes for the day from his trunk. It was still early yet, far too easily for Ron to even consider being up. Getting his clothes, Harry left the room and made his way to the bathroom. Harry had a nice shower, but as luck had it he was interrupted just as he was getting out. This of course was unknown to him. Someone else had just entered the room. Harry stretched before grabbing for his towel. This of course gave the intruder a wonderful view of, well, everything. Now even if Harry had been looking over at the door, he would not have been able to make out who was there, as he was not wearing his glasses at the time. And why would he? He was in the shower. Ginny, upon walking into the bathroom, was suddenly very glad she couldn't sleep and had decided to go and have a shower. Smirking and very much enjoying the view of her naked and wet boyfriend, Ginny just could not help but comment. Well, I do hope there is enough hot water for me, Mr. Potter, Ginny said, closing the door behind herself. Harry, hearing this, quickly grabbed his towel and wrapped it around himself, blushing. Ginny, what are you doing up? Well, if that is how you want to greet me, then maybe I should go back to bed. No, Gin. It is great to hear you this morning. You want these, Harry? Ginny asked, spinning Harry's glasses around by one arm. She had just gone and picked them up from the sink. Please. Ginny handed Harry his glasses. Harry, nodding his thanks, slipped them on. Now being able to see again, he looked over to where he knew that Ginny was. Seeing her, Harry nearly fell from shock. Ginny was standing there completely naked. Now Harry had seen all her parts at one point or another during the past week. Just never all at once, and it was quite a sight to behold. Like what you see, Harry. Ginny smiled shyly. Swallowing hard, Harry cleared his throat and said, Gin, you look beautiful. What, thank you, Harry. You do know you can dry off and get dressed if you like. I have already got a good look at you in all your glory. Ginny giggled. Harry just proceeded to blush again. How do you do that, Gin? Harry started to dry off, not caring if she saw him. Harry didn't understand it, but he felt comfortable around Ginny and was not too embarrassed about being naked with her in the room. Plus, like she had said, she had already seen him already, and well, it was only fair as she was naked as well. Do what, Harry? Ginny questioned as she ran her fingers through her hair. Make things so easy. I am normally very modest. You just seem to make me open up like there is nothing wrong. Even though I know we would get in so much trouble for this. I don't really care as long as I know you will be there with me. Ah, Harry, that is sweet. Ginny walked over to Harry with a slight sway in her hips. This had the desired effect that she was aiming for. Now, Harry love, don't go and get too excited, smiled Ginny, looking up at her boyfriend, and stood up on her toes and gave Harry a quick kiss. I am going to have a shower. You get dressed and go downstairs. Our school list should be here today, and that means that we will be heading to Diagon Alley tomorrow, or maybe if we are lucky today. Yes, dear. But don't be long, Gin. Harry quickly dried off and got dressed, leaving his towel for Ginny. When Harry arrived downstairs in the kitchen, Molly was already there and making breakfast. Morning, Molly. Good morning, Harry dear. Would you like some breakfast? Molly asked as she brought him over a plate of food. Not waiting for an answer. Thank you, Molly. This all looks wonderful, Harry stated, smiling at the Weasley matriarch. You are quite welcome, Harry. It is nice to her that someone appreciated me around here. Everyone appreciates you, Molly. They just show it in different ways. I know, dear. So do you know if anyone else is up? Molly inquired. I only saw Ginny, so I don't know if anyone else is awake. I know Ron is still sleeping, though. Yes, he does like to sleep, doesn't he? Harry dear, I was wondering if you would do something for me? Molly asked, her voice getting a bit more serious now. Sure, Molly. Anything as long as I can able to, that is. Harry sat up a bit straighter now. His curiosity piqued. When you get back to school, on the 11th of September, would you please spend the entire day with Ginny? I will even give you permission to miss classes for the day if you have to. I just don't want her to be alone that day at all. Don't leave her side at all on that day, please. Molly asked with a look of pleading in her eyes. It seemed like she almost thought something bad would happen on that day, Harry, though. Okay. I don't know why, but I guess you have your reasons. One condition, though. Okay, what is it? You have to tell Ginny that I will be doing this. Also, even if you can't tell me why, I think you should tell her. All right, I will tell her, Harry, but not until after her birthday. Please don't tell her either. I will inform her to tell you what I tell her if and or when she feels comfortable to tell you when I tell her what I need to tell her. As confusing as that sounded, I think I understood it. Thank you also. Harry then turned back to his breakfast. He just knew today would be a very busy day. He could feel it. Gringotts and kidnapping. When Harry had thought that today would be a rather hectic day, he was right. The schoolbook lists had arrived that morning, and as Professor Dumbledore knew this little fact, the outing to Diagon Alley was also set for that same day. Everyone except Harry and Ginny were running around trying to get ready for their day out. Ron was bringing his normal disorganized self and could not find his other sock. Funny thing is that his sock had found him, as it was currently stuck to the back of his shirt. Hermione was in a right state as one, she had slept in, and two, well, let's just say she was not in a good mood. Molly was just trying to make sure everyone was ready on time. In the end, everyone was ready to go. All right, you lot, grab hold of the teacup here, Molly instructed. Everyone did as they were told. As soon as everyone had touched the teacup, it was activated. Thus, the feeling of a hook being their navels was felt as they were transported. Everyone arrived on the back room of the twins' shop. This, of course, had Harry on the floor. "Mate, you really need to work on your landings," Ron said with a smirk. "Whatever. I think I was just never meant to travel by portkey or even flew for that matter," Harry said, brushing himself off as he stood. "Well, glad you all could make it," stated Remus from a stool that he was sitting on in the corner. "Moony," Harry smiled. "How are you doing?" "I'm good. Hear you and the young Miss Weasley here finally got your acts together." Harry and Ginny both blushed at that. "Well, we best get a move on." Remus stood. "Gringotts first. The whole lot of you need to go there. Are you the only order member here to, mind us?" asked Hermione. "No, of course not. Mrs. Weasley here is one. Also, Moody is around somewhere and I believe Tonks is too. Sometimes hard to find her, but I think this is about," replied Remus. They all nodded at this and then headed out to Gringotts without an incident from the twins. Harry was first in line to see a goblin about going to his vault. Walking up to a free goblin, Harry said, "Hello. I would like to make a withdrawal and see one of my vaults." "Name?" the goblin asked without even raising his head from his ledger. "Harry Potter." The goblin's head snapped out so fast it looked painful when Harry had said his name and then just started at him. "Oh, sorry, Mr. Potter. There are some papers you need to sign, so fully take on the Black family vaults and the Potter family vaults. We received word about your godfather's will and have been working to make sure we had everything ready for when you came. If you would just follow this goblin here, he will show you the way the office you need to go to." Nodding, Harry headed off to follow the goblin after telling Remus where it was he was going. Watching the goblin as they walked, Harry could not shake the feeling that he somehow knew him. Excuse me, have we met before?" The goblin looks to Harry and then just nods and continues to walk. Harry just continued to follow the goblin, trying to remember where he knew this goblin from. "Oh, I remember now. You are Griphook. You took me to my vault on my first visit here." The goblin was quite taken aback by this. Quickly regaining his composure, he simply stated, "Yes, I am." They both were quiet for a moment before Griphook spoke again. "I am rather surprised you remember me, Mr. Potter. It has been quite some time since we last met. And as it is, most wizards do not even bother to try to remember what our names are." "I see. Well, it is good to see you again, Griphook. I hope you have been doing well." "We are here," was Griphook's only reply as he motioned to the door. "Thank you, Griphook. Would you like to come in with me?" Shocked by Harry's request, Griphook just nodded and followed Harry into the meeting room. "Well, hello, Mr. Potter. So glad to see you," said a goblin from the table in the room. "Hello. I was just wondering, what does a goblin receive as commission for something like this?" "Well, Mr. Potter, I don't believe that is important at the moment, is it?" "Oh, but I do. Griphook, what will this goblin here receive for his role in all of this today?" Being shaken out of his shocked state by this question, Griphook answered, "He would get a bonus. This would be because he will be handling your accounts for you. You see, Mr. Potter, you are now one of our largest customers." I see. Well, sir, it is nothing against you, but I would rather have another goblin handle my accounts." "What, BB, but there are no others available," the goblin stuttered. "Really? Griphook, are you busy?" No, Mr. Potter," Griphook replied. "Good, then you can handle my accounts. If that is not a problem for you, of course." "What? I worked hard for this assignment. I deserve it," said the goblin at the table. "That is well and good, but I believe that I am able to pick my own manager of my accounts. If you don't like it, tell your boss. We will wait." The goblin got up and stormed out, looking flustered for a goblin to find his supervisor. "Mr. Potter, are you sure about this? Not that I am not grateful, but I don't want you getting into any trouble over this," Griphook said. Harry could tell that Griphook was very pleased to be able to handle his account, but was worried about how it would work out. "Griphook, I am sure. Now, is there any way to make sure my friends know I am all right? Maybe even have one or two of them join me here?" "Of course, Mr. Potter, on both accounts." "Thank you. Would you please have them notified that I will be held up, and also ask that Miss Ginny Weasley, and if he is able, a Mr. Remus Lupin, to come join me here." "Right away, Mr. Potter," Griphook said. He then went to the door and told a passing goblin to deliver the message and to bring the parties that were invited. 30 minutes had passed before the disgruntled goblin returned. Ginny was there as well as Remus. Both were seated to either side of Harry. Griphook was also seated just off to the side as well. When Griphook saw who came in with the goblin, he was startled, but was able to hide it well before anyone noticed. "May I present Ragnarok, president of Gringotts London branch and current head of Gringotts worldwide," the goblin announced smugly. Remus took in a breath. No wizard ever got to meet Ragnarok. Standing, Harry then bowed to the elderly-looking goblin. "Greetings, Ragnarok. I do hope I am not taking you away from gaining any profits. I would like to introduce you to my mate Ginny Weasley and a close friend Remus Lupin." Ragnarok nodded to each of them and then took a seat across from Harry. Once he was seated, Harry returned to his seat. "I hear you have a problem with the account manager that you were assigned, Mr. Potter, and that you proceeded to fire him. I do hope you know that there is a fee for doing that," rasped Ragnarok. Is that what you were told? Well, personally, I have yet to sign a single document, so I would believe that he would not be under my employment. Thus, if that were the case, I would not have the ability to fire him. I just told him his services would not be needed. So if you were told I fired him, then I do believe that someone is not telling the full truth. So from this, if it was that goblin that told you this, I am most glad. His is not under my employment, as he is not truthful. Is that so? Ragnarok replied as he glared over to the goblin in question. What, I was assigned to Mr. Potter here. That is as good as being hired. And then he wants that low-ranking goblin there to handle his accounts, argued the goblin, pointing at Griphook. I see. You are dismissed. We will speak about your punishment for impeding the processing of these accounts later. Ragnarok started firmly. Dropping his head and looking ashamed, the goblin quickly left the room. I am sorry for that, Mr. Potter. You are of course allowed to choose your own manager for your accounts here. Yet, if I could bother you with a rather simple question, why is it you want Griphook here to manage you accounts? Well, Ragnarok, sir, on my first visit ever to your wonderful establishment here, I was taken to my vault by Griphook. When I arrived here today, her was given the assignment of escorting me to this room for a meeting where I would have to sign some documents. Along the way, I recognized him. But to the point, I have a feeling that he is a hard worker and that I can trust him. The goblin that was assigned to me did not give off that feeling of being trustworthy. At least to me, that is. So I decided then and there that I would prefer to have Griphook handle my accounts. I see, Mr. Potter. Very good. I will be happy to allow Griphook here to me, your accounts manager. That is, if he would like that job, that is, stated Ragnarok. Yes, sir. I would much appreciate being able to handle Mr. Potter's accounts. Good. There you have it, Mr. Potter. I do hope you will have no further problems. And I do hope, as our now current largest customer, you will be treated well. Ragnarok nodded to Harry and got up to leave. Harry followed suit and stood. He then bowed to Ragnarok, saying, I do believe keeping my valuables here will be good for both of us. I do hope you have a profitable day. Thank you, Mr. Potter. If you ever need anything, just ask Griphook here to get a hold of me. You are a very courteous wizard. If there were more like you in that aspect alone, then maybe out two people could live in more harmony. Ragnarok, sir. Thank you and good day to you. Remus turned to Harry just after Ragnarok left with a look of wonder on his face. Harry, you handled yourself very well there. I am very impressed. Harry smiled as he sat down. Thank you, Moony. Just one thing though, Harry. Where did you learn all that? I really don't know. I just knew I had to show him respect, and well, the rest just kind of came to me. I can't really explain it. Oh, okay. So why am I here then? Remus asked. Yeah. I would like an answer to that question in relation to myself as well, Ginny said with a smirk. Harry turned to Ginny first and said, Well, you love are here cause for some reason I remember a bit of something from History of Magic. I remembered that goblins like to meet wizards with their wife or their wife-to-be. Oh, was all that Ginny was able to get out in reply. And Remus, you are here for your experience as an adult. I figured that you would have stopped me if I were doing anything wrong. So Moony, I trust you. Griphook was, or should I say, is Harry right about goblins liking to meet wizards with their, well, mates? Ginny asked. Why, yes, we do. We find that we can trust the wizard if they are willing to bring someone they love with them to meet with us. Griphook answered as he continued to organize some papers. Well, Griphook, I would believe that my friends have been waiting for close on to an hour now, and I still need to visit a vault. What all do I have to sign, and exactly why am I signing it? Also, before I sign something, would you please be so kind as to explain the document to me first? Of course, Mr. Potter. For the next hour, Harry listened and signed different bits of paper. When Harry had realized just how long this was going to take, which took about 10 minutes, he told Remus and Ginny that they should leave and get the shopping done. Remus agreed to get his books and a few other items he needed, but Ginny wanted to stay with him. So instead of arguing, Remus just took both of their lists and headed out. After 2 hours, Harry was actually done, an hour per family. Harry got all of the paperwork done and then decided to ask a few questions. One of the questions was if he actually always had to go to his vault to get money. Another was if he could have his trust vault's balance returned back to what it was when he was 11 and set aside for when his children would need it. There were other questions involved as well, but most were sorted out easily. When all was said and done, Harry and Ginny, who had a nap while waiting, headed over to the carts. Harry now had a new wallet and belt pouch. The wallet was enchanted to hold about 100 pounds in average-sized bills and also contained a card that was basically a credit card for larger purchases. The pouch was much the same except that it held 1,000 galleons. Both refilled after some was removed. If change or received currency was placed in whither it was transferred directly back to Harry's vault. The ride to the Potter heirloom vault was a rather long one. Harry noticed that Ginny, unlike Hagrid, seemed to really enjoy the ride. Once there, the goblin that drove them to the vault turned to Harry and said, Mr. Potter, you must go up to the door by yourself and place your hand on the door and state your full name, before anyone else can even step on the landing here. Harry did as the goblin instructed. Walking over to the door, Harry could feel the magic protecting the vault. Placing his hand on the plate, Harry, in a loud, clear voice, stated his name, Harry James Potter. A click was heard and Harry smiled. The door swung open easily just from the pressure of Harry's hand on the plate. Harry then motioned for Ginny to join him just as he stepped inside the vault. Ginny, not wasting any time, hopped out of the cart and skipped over to Harry, smiling. Harry was just inside the vault, but just as she reached the door of the vault, she slammed into an invisible field of magic that was preventing her from entering. Ow! I guess only a Potter can enter, huh, Harry? Ginny said, rubbing her forehead that had come in contact with the barrier. Noticing that she sounded a bit disappointed, Harry decided to try something. Maybe, but maybe not, Gin. Harry reached over to Ginny and grabbed her hand, smiling, and then pulled her through the barrier. See? Looks like you just have to be in the company of a Potter to enter. Harry smiled. Yes, well, I just wish we had known that before I ran into an invisible wall, said Ginny, stilly rubbing her forehead. Upon entering the vault, they both noticed that they were actually in a bit of a hallway instead of actually being inside of the vault itself. Proceeding down the hall, they entered the bulk of the vault. It was huge and had trunks and wardrobes and small piles for various valuables all over the place. After taking this all in, Harry noticed something moving towards them from behind a rather large trunk. Fingering his wand that was in his pocket, Harry watched to see what it was. Slowly, the figure came into view. Harry was surprised because it looked like a house elf. Well, not exactly like a house elf. I was about 6 inches taller and look very old. Of course, this pause in his thinking was enough for the elf. With a snap of his fingers, both Ginny and Harry were against the wall and the elf had their wands. Hey, those are ours, and put us down, Ginny shouted. And who might you be? Questioned the elf. Ginny Weasley. Who are you? You, Miss Weasley, are not a Potter, and I don't know how you got in here, but I do not have to tell you anything, or for that matter let you in any further, snapped the elf. This shocked both Harry and Ginny. One thing, the elf did not speak as most house elves did, at least not like any they had met anyway. Second, he stood up for himself and did not back down to a wizard. Harry decided to put an end to this and said, "I am Harry Potter." Startled, the elf placed both teens back on the ground and then said, "Oh, I see. I am truly sorry, sir. Is Miss Weasley your guest?" replied the elf. Yes, she is. Now could you answer her question?" "Yes, sir. I am the keeper of this vault. I am Vulcan." "Okay, and what do you do?" asked Harry. "Well, sir, I am the one who keeps all of the items here in pristine condition. Also, I am to keep out anyone who does not belong here out." "Ah, I see. So what should I see first, Vulcan? What do you believe is important for me to see?" "Well, sir, I would recommend that you go to the heirs room. Your lady friend will not be able to join you, though." "Oh, I see. Ginny, just let me take a quick look."
Ok, Harry.
"Vulcan, let Ginny wander around in here and do answer any questions about anything she asks you about." "Yes, sir." Harry nodded to Ginny and then proceeded to the room that Vulcan suggested. The heirs room was mostly empty at first glance, but upon closer examination Harry noticed that things closer to the wall were just blurry. Now that I think about it, this reminds me of when everyone could not see Tonks at my party," thought Harry as he looked around. "Ah, young Mr. Potter, welcome," Harry shouted and jumped at the voice. Slowly an orb made from crystal that was set into the ceiling began to glow. A beam traveled from the glowing orb to the floor. Slowly it expanded, revealing a rather three-dimensional representation of an elderly man. "Hello there, my young decedent. How are you today?" Hello. I am quite good," replied Harry. "So, lad, what is your name?" the projection asked. "Harry Potter, sir." "Ah, and who are your parents? And for that matter, where are they? They should have brought you here." "They were James and Lily Potter." Yes, I remember young James. Quite the rascal he was. But you said were. What happened to them?" "They were murdered when I was 15 months old, sir," Harry said, trying to keep any sadness from his voice. "Oh, I see. I am sorry for brining it up. But on to business then, if that is okay with you, of course." "Yes, that is fine. You didn't know, so I cannot hold it against you." "Yes, very true. Well, I would wager that you are wondering who you are having this wonderful conversation with." "Well, yes, I have been a bit, sir. I do know you are an ancestor of mine, though." "And how do you come to that conclusion?" "Well, you did call me your descendant." "Ah, good. I see you listen. That is a very good trait to have. Now you are a bit older than I am used to, so I won't bother with all the silly tricks to get the young kiddies smiling and to like me." "What do you mean? And why is it I have to come in here alone?" "Well, every Potter visits this room shortly after their 10th birthday usually." "Wait, you said alone. Does that mean there is someone else here? How did they get in if you are the last Potter?" "How do you know I am the last Potter?" "Well, that is easy. If you were not the last Potter, an older Potter would have brought you here on your 10th birthday. Now back to my question, how is there someone else in here? The barrier stops any non-Potter from entering." "Oh, well, she did slam into the barrier, but I just reached through and brought her in the hand. Vulcan is taking care of her at the moment." "Ah, she is it. I take it that she is not your wife, as you look a bit young for that. So is she your girlfriend, or just a girl that is your friend?" "My girlfriend, Ginny Weasley. Actually, she is more than just my girlfriend. I believe we are what are called life mates. Or at least that is what I was told. I know I love her, and when we are old enough I will very most likely ask her to marry me," Harry said, blushing. "A young love. Well, she might as well join us in here. You will be here for a bit anyway. No reason for having her wait out there for you. Also not as if she will be able to see or hear me either." "Why is that, sir?" "Ah, yes, I guess I should explain that so you don't look stark raving mad to your lass. You see, the orb above me scanned your magical resonance frequency and is projecting my image on that wavelength, thus making it so only you can see me, as it is that no two wizards or witches are born with the same frequency." "Okay, I understand, I think. I will just go and get Ginny then." Harry went out and asked Ginny to come in as well, all the while still slightly confused by all of this. Well, you really are a Potter. Went after a cute redhead too, I see. Careful of their tempers, though." The projection laughed. "Harry, why is that?" Whatever it is poking fun at me? You can see him, Jin? Of course I can. Why wouldn't I be able to see what looks like a colored ghost in the middle of the room? 'Cause he said you wouldn't be able to. Yes, young lady, you should not be able to see or hear me. How strange. Whatever. So why are we here? Ginny asked. That I can answer, but first to answer a question by young Harry here. Who am I? That is easily answered, even though I have taken a bit to do so. I am Logon Potter, first successful technomancer of the Potter line. I made this room here in this vault. I also made the orb that is projecting my image. As for why I built this and thus the reason you are here, well, at least why Harry is here is because I wanted to help all my descendants out a bit. You see, every person, muggle or wizard, has magic in them. It is what gives us life. Thus every living being and some non-living things have magic in them. Of course there are a few living plants that are a strange exception because they are magically neutral. But enough about that, back to why you are here. Through some research on mine and my wife's part, we found out that every wizard has a hidden potential within their magic. This potential also contains various powers and gifts as well. A few muggles have it as well, and if it were to be released, then they would be a wizard or a witch. This also includes squibs as well. If they have the hidden potential, then they could be made into a wizard or a witch. Now, once we realized this, my wife, who was a potions master, decided to try to concoct a potion to unlock this dormant or hidden power, as it were. This, of course, was a success. The thing is, when we first tried it, it was very painful, so she decided to make a few more potions to help with that. You see, the pain was from the rapid growth of one's magical power. She had to do this with a few potions. In the end, she made a completely painless way of doing this. As Ginny and Harry were both taking this all in and trying to process it all, another fussy form appeared in the room and shouted, "No, Harry, don't drink any of those." "Huh? Who are you to deny my descendant his birthright as a Potter? And how did you get in here?" Second question first. I am a projection of myself. I have been monitoring this situation and don't think this would be a wise course of actions. As for how I am, I can answer that in one word. Merlin. Both Ginny and the projection of Logon were completely shocked. Ginny had heard the story from Harry about Merlin visiting him, but though that Harry might have dreamt it, she was sure that he hadn't now, and was now mad at herself for not trusting or believing him. Logon, on the other hand, didn't know what to believe. His memories believed that Merlin was quite dead, but here was a projection of the impressive wizard. "Okay, you can all stop staring now," smirked Merlin. Both Ginny and Logon visibly shook themselves. Ginny smiled and Logon turned to him. "So why can't Harry here take the potions? It is not going to hurt him any." "Well, Logon, that was your name, was it not?" Logon nodded. "He already has an ungodly amount of untapped potential that is already at his disposal for someone his age. He has more than some full-grown wizards even. He does not need more. Plus, on top of that, he is to soon be on the receiving end of the rite of magic. And you shouldn't be fooling around with his magic when he this close to that. His first spike could be any day now." "Oh, isn't that just wonderful then? Merlin, my good man, is there a spell that would allow us to know when that first spike may be? I just really want to know if it will be within the next week or not." "Yes, but as you most likely know, projections do not have the power to cast spells. And it is not an incantation that he can perform on himself," was Merlin's only response. "Well, it is good then that we have another youngster here, isn't it then?" Logon smirked. "Yes, she could cast the spell. Well, girl, what is your name?" Shaken out of her shocked, wonder-filled state by this question directed at her, Ginny replied, "Ginny Weasley, sir." "Well, Ginny, come here, I need to teach you a spell," Merlin said with a smile as his projection pulled out its wand. "Logon, is this room warded against detection spells?" Harry asked. "Yes, but why do you ask?" "Well, Ginny and I are both still underage, and the ministry states that underaged wizards and witches cannot perform any magic outside of school." "Well, it is a good thing this vault is warded against that sort of thing then, isn't it?" Logon replied with a smirk. "Logon, sir, how is it that Ginny can see you?" "Well, Harry, I have given that some thought. The only thing I can come up with, though, is that her frequency when she was born was close to yours. And from the way you look at each other, I take it you spend a lot of time together. Harry just nods to this statement and blushed. Well, Harry, I do know this. When wizards and witches spend a lot of time together. Close together, that is. If one is more powerful or their frequencies are close to one another, or even both for that matter, your frequencies will start to resemble the others. After some time, the will actually become in sync. So basically you are saying that Ginny and my magical frequencies are in sync then? Harry postulated. In short, yes, and that is why she can see me. At least that is my only explanation for it. Okay. Well, it looks like they are done. Harry says, looking over at Ginny and Merlin. Ah, that they are. That they are. Ginny proceeded to walk over with a bit of a smirk on her face. Okay, so what do I have to sew, Gin? Not much. Just stand still and be a good boy. At that, Ginny leveled her wand at Harry and muttered the incantation. A white beam shot out from her wand and struck Harry in the chest. For his part, Harry only felt a slight tingling feeling where the spell struck him. Slowly, a counter appeared above Harry's head. It read, 30 days, 4 hours, 0 minute, 50 seconds. Wow, that is fairly exact. Yes, Miss Weasley, it is. Well, it looks like you can partake of those potions, Harry. Merlin said, sounding slightly defeated. Well, Merlin, do you think that I should? Harry asked, as he was one of the, no wait, the only one who had to go through what he was going to go through. Looking a bit happier now that someone was actually asking his opinion, Merlin answered. Well, Harry, you could, but I think that your pretty little friend here should be allowed as well, don't you? Though you do know it is your choice. Good point. Logon, I think I have made up my mind. I will drink whatever potions you have as long as Ginny can too. Logon looks at the two teens while coming to a decision. All right, but you, Mr. Potter, have to promise me you will bring each of your children here on or just after their 10th birthdays. Do we have a deal? Deal. As long as it is okay with you, Gin. Oh, so I do get some say in this. Ginny said, doing her best to look mad. Harry saw that Ginny was mad and swallowed hard. Ginny, though, seeing this and the though of her and Harry's kids, could not take it and cracked a smile. Yes, Harry. I would love to take the potions as well. Releasing the breath he was holding in, Harry smiled at Ginny. He then turned to Logon and asked, so what do we have to do? 2 hours later, both Harry and Ginny felt as though their tongues were wrapped in cotton. Both would swear that licking the inside of Ron's shoes would have tasted better than any of the 7 potions they had just drank. They were currently now headed back out of the belly of Gringotts. Each was carrying a leather bag that held in their hands. The last thing Logon told Harry and Ginny was that they could not use a wand for the next week, and during that time they also would not be able to access their magical cores. Also, he suggested for the week that they take their wands in for servicing. Merlin, before he had disappeared, also suggested that at least Harry might want to inquire about seeing if he could have it, that is, his wand, could be modified to take more power and not splinter or explode in his hand when he casts a spell later on. Merlin, where have you two been? Everyone is done shopping. Did you get what you needed? Asked a perturbed and bored werewolf. Moony, we are fine, and I take it you have done most of our shopping for us, inquired Harry. Yes, I did. I do so hope you had your fun. Loads, Ginny said sarcastically, then working her tongue a bit in her mouth as it still felt odd. Well, all you both really need is to get any little things you may need or want now. Yes, first stop I believe is Ollivander's. Why there? Harry, is there something wrong with your wand? Asked Remus as they headed out of the bank. No, we just figured it would be a good idea to have them check out. You know, a tune-up. I guess. But won't you be worried about not having your wand? Honestly, Remus, yes, but that is why I have you. Plus, it is not like Ginny here is allowed to use hers. And anyway, it is not like it will take long. They should be back to us in no more than a week. Harry smiled as they approached the wand shop. Good afternoon, Mr. Potter, Miss Weasley, and you too, Mr. Lupin. What can I do for you all today? Asked Mr. Ollivander. Well, sir, I would like for you to check our wands. Give them a physical. Ah, yes, well, let me see them. Both Harry and Ginny dumped their wands out of the bags without touching either piece of wood. Logon had told them that touching a wand would likely ruin at least one of the potion's effects on them. and it was at least one of the more important ones. So they were following this rule as well as they could. Mr. Ollivander looked at each wand on his counter. Miss Weasley, I do believe I sold this wand to one of your older brothers. Don't you think that you would be better off with one that was better suited for you? Maybe, but I have never had the money to do that before. So maybe I should, but I can't today, Ginny said. And why is that, Miss Weasley? Asked Mr. Ollivander. Yes, Ginny, why is that? Asked Remus. Harry quickly told Ginny to go over there a bit and tell Remus about Logon and his potions. He then turned to Mr. Ollivander and said in a rather hushed voice, Sir, I was wondering if you could make a modification to my wand. Actually more of an upgrade than a modification. Possibly, Mr. Potter. It all depends on what you are asking for. Well, sir, I was wondering if it would be at all possible to increase the amount of power that the wand could take. I have been informed that I will be on the receiving end of a rather large power increase over the next while, and I was hoping my wand would be able to make it through with me. I see, Mr. Potter. I will see what I can do. I would not want to see a fine wand such as yours splintered or shattered if that were to happen. Thank you, sir. I will not be needing it for about a week, I would think. I will be, to my knowledge, at the Burrow. I do believe that it would be fine for you to send them there. And also there is a good chance we will be back in before the summer is over to get Ginny a new wand. That is fine, Mr. Potter. If you are going to be anywhere else, please inform me if you would. Also, how will this be paid for? Just take what you need out of my vault. Very well, Mr. Potter. Will that be all? Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Ollivander. You are very welcome, Mr. Potter. Enjoy the rest of your day. With that, the three left Mr. Ollivander's shop. Harry, Ginny, and Remus then headed for quality Quidditch supplies to meet up with everyone else. Hermione was just about fed up with Ron and decided to go over to the door to wait for Harry and Ginny. She did not have to wait long, though. Within a minute of her walking to the entrance, Hermione saw both Harry and Ginny walking over. Though the next thing she saw startling. Harry slapped the back of his neck and looked like he said ow and then just disappeared. Talks and core. Harry felt sore all over. More than so since the absence of the warmth that had been at his side. The absence of said warmth is what had woke Harry up, or at least that is what Harry though. Even though Harry could see he was awake and knew for sure he had his eyes open and blinking. Harry could not see anything but darkness. To make matters worse, everything was silent. Harry could not hear a single thing. Trying to sit up, Harry felt the general soreness her felt turn to sharp pain. Also, Harry found that his body didn't really want to listen to him after that. Then odd thing was that the only thing that did not hurt was his right arm. Actually, strangely enough, Harry could not feel it at all. Okay, before I panic, let's try to figure out where I am, thought Harry to himself. Using the senses that seemed to still be working, Harry started to try to figure out where he was. Okay, first things first. There is a horrible taste that reminds me of some potions I have had before in my mouth. There is a very strong smell of the air being clean. Close to that of what Aunt Petunia said was bleach. And I am in a bed with semi-soft sheets under and over me. Like a light turned on in Harry's head, he put together where he was quickly. Hospital wing in Hogwarts. Harry had spent enough time there over the past few years. Once realizing where he was, Harry decided to try to figure out why he was there. He knew it was still summer break, or at least hoped it was still summer break. Harry though back over what he though was the past week or so. There was his going to the Burrow, his walking in on Ginny, Ginny becoming his girlfriend, Ginny's swimming lessons, his almost drowning, his time recovering in bed with Ginny always nearby, Ginny coming into the bathroom while he was in the shower. Harry smiles and blushed over the memories as he recalled them to the front of his mind. Harry then remembered their trip to Diagon Alley, but more so how it had ended. With a shudder, all the memories from that moment till now washed over him. Before Harry could sort though those memories, a rather nasty potion was poured down his throat, quickly causing him to enter a land void of dreams. Ginny was rather mad as she walked the halls of Hogwarts to the headmaster's office. She would not have left the hospital wing given the choice. Bet Dumbledore had threatened to have her mother brought to get her out to walk to him. This fact, and that everyone was worried about Harry, brought her to see the headmaster of Hogwarts. Of course, none were more worried than herself though. Harry had been gone for exactly 72 hours. Dumbledore had told everyone that is how long he would be gone for when he discovered out whom exactly it was that had taken him. All Ginny had been told about the group was that they were never very nice to who they took and that they were all exilers, but the most important bit she knew is that they were not loyal to Voldemort. As she walked, Ginny was trying to remember why she had overheard about their name. It went along the lines of triple something or other. Rubbing her forehead as she drew closer to the gargoyle, Ginny suddenly remembered. Triple egresco. Their name was meant to mean 3 ways to do harm. At least that is what she had been told. How this mattered to the situation, Ginny was not sure, but she was intending to find out. Personally, Ginny had never heard of them, but it was a very hard hit to Remus, who was at the Burrow when Dumbledore had come and told everyone at the Burrow. Ginny remembered crying for those 3 days. Even her birthday did not help as it fell on the day Harry was to come back. Nothing helped at all. Not her family being there, not even her party. Nothing helped till that fire call from Dumbledore saying that Harry's body had just appeared at the gate and that Madame Pomfrey and Hagrid were on their way to retrieve him at that moment. After his head had disappeared, Ginny wasted no time fleeing to Hogwarts and dashing past the headmaster to the hospital wing. Ginny smiled at the memory of the last few days. As soon as Madame Pomfrey had said she was done checking over Harry and had done everything she could for him at that time. He was fairly dehydrated and some cuts and abrasions, but that was easily fixed. Once Madame Pomfrey left, Ginny slipped out of her dress and sandals. Wearing only her knickers, she climbed into the bed with Harry on his left side and held him. I still remember the look on Madame Pomfrey's face when she came back seeing me like that. Priceless. Ginny thought to herself. No one was able to get her out of the bed either. It seemed in his semi-coma-like state that Harry was in his arm, had snaked around her and had held her tight. Until now, Ginny had only left Harry's side to use the loo or if Madame Pomfrey wanted to check on Harry's condition. With the second, she stayed beside his bed. Until now, she had only been wearing her knickers as well. But to meet the headmaster and wander the castle, she had slipped back on her sundress and sandals. Arriving at the gargoyle, Ginny realized that she did not know the password and was mad at herself for not asking for it. Looking at the hunk of stone in her way, Ginny just decided to glare at it till it moved. There was a slight flash of light and then the gargoyle jumped to the side, looking a bit scared of Ginny. Smirking, Ginny passed by and headed up the stairs, knocking on the door at the top. "Please come in, Miss Weasley," came Dumbledore's voice from within the office. Opening the door, Ginny did just that. Sitting down, Ginny was glad for the warmth of the fire within the office, as a sundress, sandals and knickers did not fight off the chill of the halls of Hogwarts. "Hello, Professor." "Good morning, Miss Weasley. I hope your stay with us has been pleasant thus far." "It has been as good as can be expected with the situation we are in. I would feel much better, though, if you would tell me everything that is wrong with Harry, sir." Dumbledore sighed. Ginny had been trying to find out everything she could since she had arrived. At least once she calmed down, that is. "All right, I will tell you." Dumbledore sighed and lost a bit of the twinkle in his eye. "But first I would like you to tell me what you know of his condition. That way I will not be telling you things you already know, and we will have a more informative conversation." "All right, sir, that sounds fair." Ginny paused and then started. "Harry's right arm has been removed at the shoulder and his eyes had scars on them, but Madame Pomfrey has already fixed those. Other than that, I don't know, sir. Is there anything else wrong with him?" "Alas, I am sorry, there are other things to go along with what you know of Harry's condition. First of all, Harry is currently blind. And yes, I am well aware that Madame Pomfrey fixed the scars on the surface of his eyes. But there is more damage than that. Currently, we are looking at a few ways to fix this problem. Something you do not know is that Harry is also deaf. His eardrum was pierced and the 3 small bones were shattered. As well as that, his inner ear was also assaulted and completely made useless. This is also being looked into and may be fixed today if Harry wakens today. Lastly, there is one other thing that you do not know of. There is proof that the triple egresco also use a very strong curse that causes a wizard's or witch's magical pathways to become disrupted. There is no counter-curse to this spell, and it is standard of this group to do this as well. As of yes, I have no heard of any of their victims ever recovering from that curse." As Dumbledore finished, he truly was looking his age. "So you can fix his sight, hearing, and arm? There is a very good chance that we will be able to restore both Harry's sight and hearing. His arm, though, is beyond what can be done with magic. It is not possible to regrow someone's arm once it has been removed. Repairing or reattaching the arm can be done. But without Harry's arm, there is nothing we can do for him. So Harry will then have to learn to do magic with his offhand then, I guess. You seem to think Harry will recover his magic? Of course, he didn't have it when he left. So how could anyone take it from him? Curious about this statement, Dumbledore asked Ginny to explain what she meant by this. Ginny then gave an edited version of their visit with Logon, telling him about the potion that they took that sealed their magic for a week. I see, and has your magic come back yet? Not as of yet, sir, but it should sometime in the next couple of hours. If there is nothing else, sir, I would like to get back to Harry. No, Miss Weasley, that is quite all right. You may go. Dumbledore sighs as Ginny gets up. Oh yes, you may wish to know that Professor Snape will be by later this afternoon with a potion that should return Harry's hearing to him. If it works, Harry should be able to hear your voice this evening. Ginny paused at the door. Sir, what would the potion do to someone that is not damaged? The same it does to someone who does have damage. It would remove and then reconstruct everything you need to hear. We are not fully sure what the end results will be. This is a rather old potion and has not been brewed for a few centuries. But from what we have read about it, it should do the job just right. All right then, please have Professor Snape bring 2 douses of the potion. If Harry is going to take it, then so am I. I want you to be sure it will not hurt him instead of cure him. I will not have you experimenting on him. If you don't think that it will hurt me and it is safe for me to take as well, then you can give it to him. Otherwise, I will fight you giving him any more potions. Are you sure, Miss Weasley? Yes, sir. Any potion you want to give to Harry to try to bring back either his sight or hearing I am to take as well, or else he will not take it. I take it I will not be able to change your mind on this. No, sir. Very well then. I will inform Professor Snape then. Have a good day, Miss Weasley. Thank you, sir. Ginny was both happy and worried as she dashed off back to the hospital wing. Harry was standing somewhere he did not recognize. The land was barren and looked worse for wear. The sky was a brownish color that almost perfectly matched the color of the ground. This made it so that you could not see the horizon due to the fact that the sky and the ground seemed to melt into each other. The only thing within this entire expanse of space was a very dark and ominous-looking black cloud that was behind him. The cloud seemed to be absorbing light into itself. Where am I? You are in your mind. Pretty pathetic looking, isn't it? Said a voice from beside Harry. Harry jumped at the voice, looking over Harry though he was looking in a mirror. Who are you? Asked a very confused Harry Potter. Well, you kind of. Well, at least a part of you anyway. I was what was made when you hopped into your magical core. So in essence, I am your mental representation of your magic. At least when you are here anyway. Wide-eyed Harry responded, Oh. Yes, well, I would have visited earlier, but you kind of locked me away for the past week. And before that I was still forming. Okay. So what do I call you? Good question. How about core? Core? Yeah, why not? I am the representation of your magical core. So just call me Core. Okay, Core. So why am I here? Well, look at you. You are missing an arm. You definitely need some help. Core chuckles. Well, that is not actually why you are here. You are actually here to do some decorating and a few other things as well. Decorating? Well, that and set up some occlumency shield, or at least sort some of your mind out and other junk too. Yeah, right, Core. I don't know about you, but I was never able to perform occlumency right. Well, that was before and this is now. You see, I will be helping you. Usually it is really hard to get your magic to help make the barriers. That is why you had so much trouble before. But now seeing how your magic is a part of your mind and also it is standing right here, it should be easier. Also, I don't really want to be corrupted by that. Core points to the black cloud. Okay. So what is that then? I did not think you were this dense. That is your current representation of your link to Voldemort. Anyway, what we first need to do is change the scenery. What do you mean change the scenery? Asked Harry. Well, this is horrible looking. I know, think of a nice green field and a house where you would like to live when you get out of Hogwarts. but don't put a back door on it, okay? Oh, and blue sky as well. Harry looked at Cor like he though he was crazy but decided to give it a try. Closing his eyes, Harry thinking how this was all weird but didn't like where they were, so he would give it a try. Harry though of the location Cor put in his mind. To be honest, Harry though it was a very nice image and made sure to add little details other than green grass, nice house and blue sky. Harry added a nice spring breeze, some flowers patches on the grass and some nice fluffy clouds in the sky. Honestly, it was not really fancy. Just a simple plain house, one story, white with a few windows, a front porch and a nice hardwood door. When Harry opened his eyes, everything was just how he had it in his mind. All the little details were there and everything. Congrats. You did it. Now let's go inside. Both Harry and Cor entered the house. First thing that either of them noticed was that the inside of the house was just one big room. The odd thing was that there at the back across from them was another door other than the one they had entered the room from. It stood out black against the white of the walls. Good, it is here. Now Harry, I need you to barricade and wall up that other door there as securely as you can. Why though? I know I did not put it there, so what is it? Yes, well, that is now your connection to Voldemort. You are going to block out that connection and the corruption that is coming off of it from this side. I want you to make sure nothing can get through. But first I think you should put in some sort of alarm to tell you when he might be trying to enter before you put the defenses up. Harry nods and sets right away to putting up what in his mind, and that is all that matters, are sensors to detect intrusion or attempted intrusion from Voldemort. Once getting those in place, Harry started in on making sure the door could not be opened. Harry started with locks and various other muggle means of keeping it closed, then solid wood beams to lock it tightly in place. Then Harry started with putting bars over it made of a metal that his mind dubbed indestructible. Stopping for a minute, Harry then fused the seam of the door to the door jamb and then continued with the sealing off of that door. The last thing Harry did was block up the door with impossibly heavy and dense bricks and very strong mortar. Just to make sure, Harry then put on a second layer as well. They're done. What's next? Harry asked Cor. Well, Cor then told Harry to make rooms in the house to hold memories, labeling each door. Harry did this quickly and easily. One door was baby memories, another was Dursley's, yet another was Hogwarts. Cor suggested 2 more rooms, one knowledge muggle and the other knowledge magical. Harry did so. Once all the memory rooms were in place, Harry summoned all of his memories and began to sort them all, placing them in the rooms that made the most sense. There were times when Harry was happy, times when he was sad, angry, depressed, and many other emotions as he sorted the memories. Cor then suggested that Harry sort all of the memories in each room, saying that if they were well sorted in each room, it would be easier to recall what he wanted when he wanted it. Harry did this hoping it would not be too bad. He sorted the room into good and bad memories and then into other categories as well. The Dursley's room was the hardest to get through. Far too many bad memories in there. Overall, once Harry was finished, he felt tired, but a lot more calm than he was before he started. Okay, now that is all done, you need to make barriers from other sources. Sure, locking up old Voldy there is all well and good, but that does not stop anyone else, does it? True. So what do I do to do that? Cor rolled his eyes at that. He then proceeded to lead Harry through the steps that he would need to take to set up his occlumency shields. Harry though through this and decided to add a bit to it like he did with the house and the rest of the area here. Just as he was about to start though, Harry felt a tingle travel through his body. Looking down at himself, Harry noticed that he was starting to fade away. Ah, what is happening to me? Harry shouted. Calm down, Harry, you are just waking up. If and when you want to return, just do whatever you did to jump into your magic. Harry nodded and then faded from view, everything returning to the nothingness he remembered when he last woke up. Reitments and glasses. Ginny sat beside Harry holding his hand due to present company that were there. Both of her parents were there along with Professor Snape, Dumbledore, and McGonagall. She would have much preferred to be laying next to Harry like she had been for the last few days, but that was not to be. Everyone was now just waiting for Harry. All he had to do was wake up so they could take the potion. Harry's head was pounding, shifting slightly and then moaning. Harry felt pain shoot through him. He's awake, exclaimed Ginny. Harry, just open your eyes. said Dumbledore just under his breath. Harry's eyes slowly fluttered open. Even though he still could not see, he knew they were open. Another clue that his eyes were open was that he could feel someone entering his mind. Harry knew that legitimacy required eye contact. Also, knowing he could not hear and that he was at Hogwarts could mean that someone was trying to tell him something. So with that thought in mind, Harry relaxed. "Harry, can't you hear me?" sent Dumbledore. "Yes, in a sense I can," replied Harry. "Ah, good. Well, I am just here to tell you that we have a potion that should cure your current hearing impairment. So you are here to tell me that, so I will cooperate and not fight the administration of the potion then, right?" That was the plan that was posed. Also, I would like to take this chance to apologize for my actions in the past. All I have to say in my defense is that I am an old mad, and it would seem that I have lost touch with my young self, so to speak. Also, I should have taken into my thoughts what you would have thought about everything as well, instead of just trying to protect you from it all. Harry could feel the sincerity that accompanied the thought and sent in reply, "I forgive you and trust you to a point, sir, but not my full trust. You have a long way to go to regain that, sir." "That is understandable. Now I will be leaving. Hopefully our next conversation will be outside of your mind." Harry could almost swear he could feel the twinkle in Dumbledore's eyes. Dumbledore turned away from Harry and looked at Professor Snape. "Severus, please give Miss Weasley her dose of the potion and give Harry's dose to Poppy if you would." Snape nodded, and without saying a word he handed Ginny her dose. He was too tired to care. He had been up for the past 2 days and was almost too tired to not sneer at her as he handed over the vial. Almost, but he still did it all the same. He has a reputation to uphold. Ginny looked down at the potion vial. Her dose of what Madame Pomfrey had just finished giving Harry. Looking from the vial to Harry and then to the vial again. "Well, bottoms up." Ginny then quickly drained her vial of the potion. The potion itself was thick and chunky, and like all potions, tasted horrible. Nothing seemed to happen at first, but then Ginny's ears felt like they were burning. Ginny dropped to the floor holding her ears, screaming. No sooner has she started than Harry too started to scream, trying to hold his ears with his one remaining hand. Both teens were screaming. The odd thing though was, other than both of them screaming, was that around Ginny anything and everything that was flammable was bursting into flames. This included her clothes, but strangely not her hair. And also around Harry was a nimbus of pure magical energy, which just so happened was protecting Harry and his bed from the flames around Ginny. Everyone was stunned when the two teens finally stopped screaming. The fires and the nimbus both also left with the end of the screaming. The only remains of either even were the charred remains of various items around Ginny, and that the air was charged with magic. Poppy was the first to recover and quickly moved to check over both teens, levitating Ginny into an undamaged bed. "They are both fine. I don't know what happened, but they both have all the parts to the ear tat enable them to hear, and they are in far above average condition. Right now they are just drained from the potion pulling of their magical and physical reserves to make the changes. They should be right as rain in the morning." Everyone, even Snape, gave a sigh of relief at her statement. Harry woke wondering if he had been kidnapped again, with the amount of pain that he remembered going through his head the last time he woke up. Shifting some, Harry noticed something right away. He could hear. Well, at least there was a point to all that pain, Harry thought. Deciding to see if he could see as well, Harry carefully opened his eyes. "Damn, no luck there. I am still blind," Harry mentally sighed to himself. Closing his eyes, Harry concentrated on what he could hear around him. What he could hear was his own breathing and slow, even breathing off to his left. Hoping it was Ginny, Harry decided to try and wake her. "Ginny, Ginny, wake up." The only response was a muffled, "5 more minutes, Mum." Harry chuckled at this, but tried again anyway. "Ginny, it is Harry. Wake up, I want to talk to you." With that said, Ginny snapped up in her bed, but quickly grabbed her head. "Remind me to never take that potion again, okay?" "Okay, but what potion did you take?" Ginny slipped out of the bed she was in. Noticing she was lacing any clothes at all startled her at first, but then just shrugged it off due to a dizzy feeling. Slowly she walked over to Harry's bed, still feeling dizzy for some reason. Crawling into bed with Harry, she snuggled into him. "Well, it was the same one you took." I told Dumbledore that if they were going to give you any potions, I wanted to take it as well. That or I would not let them give it to you, Ginny said, blushing a bit, but happy that the dizziness had passed. Really? Are you okay though? It didn't do anything bad, did it? Well, it hurt a lot, but I am guessing you know that first head, don't you? Yeah. But at least I can hear your voice again. I have missed that. I missed it too. You being able to hear me, that is. Okay, so what day is it? Harry asked, giving Ginny a one-armed hug. It is very early on August 17th, Ginny said, glancing at the clock. Oh, so I missed your birthday? Harry said, sounding disappointed. Yes, but not really. You gave me a really good present. Really, I did? Harry asked, confused. Yes, you came back that day, Ginny said with a slight whimper in her voice. Oh, Gin, I never meant to leave. I know. You know, this is kind of weird. Huh? What do you mean? Well, we have been together for less than 3 weeks, and here we are talking like we have been together for countless years. You know, if you think about it, it is weird, but it just feels right. Yes, it does. So how are you feeling, Harry? As good as can be expected, Gin. I am currently blind and am missing an arm. And to be honest with you, I feel a little physically worn out. Oh, then maybe we should get some sleep then. And oh, I am not overly tired just yet. Harry snuggled closer to Ginny, pulling her in closer to himself with his good arm. Ginny, I want it straight. Can they fix my arm? Ginny sighed. You just had to ask that, didn't you? Harry, I wish I could say yes, but ever with a prosthetic arm that you could control with magic, you would not be able to use your wand with it. So even though I still have my magic, I won't be able to use it? No, you will be able to use it. You will just have to learn to cast spells and whatnot with your left hand. Ginny paused. Harry, how do you know you still have your magic? I know I never lost hope that you still would, but everyone, until a little while ago, thought you would be no better than a squib or a muggle now. Well, as to how I know anything, let me just tell you this first. Every time they would do something to me, they would first tell me what it was that we're going to do. The first thing was my sight. Then they heated up the room a lot. After that, they removed my arm. Of course, they healed that so I would not bleed to death or something of the like from that kind of wound. Also, they would douse me with water every few hours, never giving me a drink, but letting the water absorb into my body so I did not die from lack of water. Sometime in there, they cast a spell that they said would completely mess up my magical pathways, making it so I would not be able to use my magic. Then, of course, at the end, they took my hearing. That was one of the most painful parts. Of course, each part was painful in some way. Ginny gave Harry a squeeze after hearing that. She knew he had really sugar-coated it and made light of everything that had happened, but she could tell Harry still did not want to think about, and she could not blame him. Just hearing this bit caused tears to pour in her eyes, and she had no idea what she would do when she heard everything that had happened in detail. Taking a deep breath, Harry continued. Now, as to how I know my magic is back, well, I could just say that I just know. But that would not do, would it? Well, to be honest, I can feel it in me, and well, I know this may sound a bit crazy, but I had a chat with my mental representative of my magic. Harry then went into an explanation on what he had done in his mind with Cor and who Cor was. Wow, Harry, that is wow. I don't know what to say. I have only heard of like 2 wizards in the last 500 years that have been able to connect their minds to their magic on that kind of level. Great, something else weird about me. Harry groaned. Harry, it is not a bad thing, and you don't have to tell anyone at all if you don't want to. Can be our secret. For now, at least. Thank you, Gin. You are welcome, Harry. Now we better get some sleep. You never know when someone will come by and ask us to go through something like that again. Yes, ma'am. With that, both teens snuggled close and soon fell into a comfortable, peaceful sleep. Harry slowly woke the next day. Figuring that it was morning, Harry shifted a bit, trying his hardest not to wake the still sleeping Ginny as she slept next to him. Harry soon noticed that they were not alone, due to the sound of robes rustling. Harry then soon had a good idea who was there as he felt another's presence in his mind. Good morning, Harry. And how are you this morning? Quite well, sir. But may I ask why you are speaking to me in this manner rather than verbally? I would always encourage one to ask questions, as they are the only way there is to find answers. As to the answer to your question, That would be that the potion we used to repair your hearing last night seemed to do too good of a job. Madame Pomfrey has checked the two of you over and found that your hearing is now much more sensitive and your brains much adjust to this. As such, unless people speak in whispers, it will sound like shouting to you. As for yourself, you will need to learn to speak louder than you think you should need to. This is due to the fact that people tend to speak at a set volume that they can hear themselves. Thus, the reason you speak louder when in an R that has a lot of noise in it. This also pertains to Miss Weasley as well, as she has also taken the potion. Okay, I understand this, sir. Good. Yes, now on to some new business. Professor Snape will be coming again to see you today with a remedy for your eyesight, and as it is not a potion, Miss Weasley will not be taking it. Harry could almost swear he could feel the twinkle in Dumbledore's eye at that moment. All right, sir. One question, though. Why is Ginny naked? Not that I mind. The last part Harry hoped he though to himself. That Mr. Potter is because from what we can gather Miss Weasley, as well as being a witch, is also a fire elemental. Oh, but how does that explain why she is naked? Yes, well, it seems that the pain from the potion or potions and her current state of development have brought this gift forward more than anything else. Sir, why is she naked though? Oh, yes, well, in her pain the gift came forward and burned her clothes away. Okay, I see now, sir. Sir, I don't believe this is the first time her power has manifested. Oh, what do you mean by that? Well, she did try to incinerate Charlie when he indirectly caused me to drown while swimming. Yes, I do remember hearing something about that, and it would make more sense to be from her new powers rather than a bit of accidental magic. Even though this and that still fall under accidental magic. Sir, I have a question about my next treatment. Will it in any way enhance or correct my vision? This I do know, as there is more documentation on the method than the last one we used. Your vision will be returned to the way it was prior to its loss. All right, so I will still need glasses then, I guess. Where will I get them? Actually, Harry, as I did not really get you a present for your birthday, and that you will soon have a need for them, I have gone out and purchased you some new glasses I hope you will like. If nothing else, you should find them more interesting than your last pair. Really, sir, you did not have to do that. Nonsense, my boy, it is the very least I could do. So are you going to tell me about them, or am I to wait till I can actually see again? As I do not have them with me at the moment, I think we should wait for their explanation until you actually have and are able to see once more. All right, fair enough. Yes, well, I best be going. Please tell Miss Weasley that there are some clothes at the bottom of the bed for her. I will thank you again, sir. You are very welcome, Harry. And with that, Dumbledore ended their connection and left the hospital wing. Sometime later, after Ginny had indeed gotten up and dressed, Professor Dumbledore, Snape and McGonagall along with Mr. and Mrs. Weasley arrived in the hospital wing for the last bit of major healing that could be done for Harry. Dumbledore, again using his vast skills, entered once more into Harry's mind to pass along a message. Hello again, Harry. I do hope your morning was pleasant. Actually, Professor, I have to say I can't really complain about it thus far. That is very good to hear, I must say. Professor Snape is here for your last major treatment, Harry. Everyone has been instructed to be as quiet as possible for you and Miss Weasley. Thank you, sir. That is most considerate of you. Yes, well, just to let you know what is going to be happening, Professor Snape will be applying a paste over your eyes that will start to absorb into your skin and eyes. When it is approximately half absorbed, he will then apply a second layer over your eyes. Once this is fully absorbed, Madame Pomfrey will then wrap your eyes for an hour. Then once that hour is up, she will then again unwrap your eyes and see how your vision is at that point. If there is no result, or if the result does not bring your vision back to where it once was, then we will do the process over again until your vision is restored to its previous state. Of course, if your sight is restored to how it was after the first application, then it will all be over. All right, sir, that does not sound too bad. Will there be any pain with this procedure? I am sorry to say that from what I have read about this treatment, it is quite painful. Well, then I will ask Ginny to hold down my one arm, and I ask you to help hold me down as well. I do not want to injure myself by trying to move around too much while in pain. Also, could you please place a silencing charm on me so I do not hurt Ginny's or my own hearing? Your requests are reasonable, and I will make sure they are done. I will now inform Severus to begin. Dumbledore then ended the connection. Harry turned to Ginny and in what he though was a normal voice but to everyone else was barely a whisper said, "Gin, I need you to hold down my arm for me. I don't want to hurt myself by trying to say claw my eyes out if this hurts too much." "Okay, Harry, I can do that," was Ginny's response. She then climbed into the bed that she had left when everyone had arrived and held on tightly to Harry's arm. Snape, walking over to Harry, took a deep breath. Even though he may loathe the Potter brat and at time he would not receive such special treatment, he have never wished such excessive pain on the boy. With this in mind and Dumbledore's magical restraints, Snape calmed himself and schooled his expression and proceeded to apply the paste to Potter's eyes. Once the second application was applied and Madame Pomfrey had applied the wrapping around Harry's eyes, his world was engulfed in searing pain originating behind his eyes and moving forward to fully engulf his eyes. Harry's back arched up and strained against the magical restraints that were in place and let out a soundless scream as the silencing charm had been put in place. Even with all this, Harry was still able to writhe around in pain and against the restraints and people that were now holding him down. After 3/4 of an hour of this, Harry finally calmed down and was only breathing heavy. Everyone was worn out as Harry seemed uncannily strong for someone of his size, and everyone took shifts trying to help restrain him more than what the magical restraints were doing. And everyone but Ginny had been thrown off of him in his pain. Once the hour was over, Madame Pomfrey carefully removed the bandages on Harry's eyes. Professor Dumbledore removed the silencing and restraining charms he had placed on Harry. Ginny got Harry a glass of water, which he was very grateful for. And lastly, Professor McGonagall dimmed the lights in the hospital wing. Harry slowly and carefully opened his eyes. Taking a quick breath in from the pain of the light, everything slowly began to come into focus. Well, into as much focus as he ever had, that is. Everything that was more than about 6 inches from him was fuzzy and a bit blurry as he blinked a few times. "Harry, how is it?" asked a concerned Ginny. "It is like I have just woke up in the hospital wing and have yet to grab my glasses off the bedside table." Everyone smiled at this. Madame Pomfrey proceeded to perform some diagnostic charms to check Harry's vision. When all was said and done, Madame Pomfrey said, "Harry's eyes are as good as they were the last time Harry was in to visit the hospital wing before he left for summer break." Everyone was quite happy with this statement of his health. None more so than Harry, as he did not want to go through that pain again. Dumbledore walked up to the bed and did his best to keep his voice down, as Molly was sobbing into Arthur's shoulder. "Harry, as promised, a new pair of glasses," said the aging wizard as he passed Harry a small box. Upon his receiving of the box, Harry noticed the blur that was the headmaster was ushering everyone, but Ginny out of the wing. Opening the box, Harry could not really make out the glasses much, but picked them up and slipped them on all the same. He was not able to see clearly at first, but before long the glasses adjusted to his needs and Harry could see clearly. Actually much clearer than he could ever remember seeing. He always remembered that everything was always a bit blurry with his old glasses. Must not have been the right prescription for me then. I am glad these are better, Harry thought. Wow, they look really good on your Harry. Ginny smiled. Harry smiles as well, being able to see Ginny again after he time in the dark. He thought that she must have gotten more beautiful since he last saw her too. Really? Can you get me a mirror, please? Sure, Harry. Ginny opened a drawer in the bedside table and pulled out a hand mirror and held it up so he could see how they looked on him. Looking into the mirror, Harry got his first look at his new glasses. They were round like his old ones, but unlike his old ones, the frames were not thick or black. No, these glasses had thin wire-like frames that were in a color that reminded Harry of silver. Getting worried for a moment, Harry turned and saw Dumbledore coming back. Sir, the frames are not silver, are they? No, Harry, they are not silver. I do not know what the material it that the maker used to make those glasses, as he keeps that secret close, but I do know that the material can hold a lot of magical energy and conducts it very well. Also, I made the point to keep Remus in mind when I asked for them to be made. So no, Harry, there is not any silver in your glasses, responded Dumbledore. Ginny smiled as she pulled a card out of the box. On it was the description of the different enchantments, abilities and/or features that had been placed on the glasses. Impervious to dirt, water, grease, oil, etc. Self-adjusting to the wearer's eyes. Cannot be removed except by the wearer or some on the wearer keys to the glasses. Note, person is keyed by magical frequency. May need to rekey a person in from time to time. Other special features. Night vision. X-ray vision, variable depth.
No material barrier.
See the invisible. See-through glamour. Identify animagi and metamorph magi. Gives a general power readout, basic, gives total, upgradable. Note, all of the other special features can be turned on or off at will of the wearer. Wow, Ginny stated. You better not let Fred or George get a hold of these. I would hate to see what kind of mischief they would get into with them. Yes, well, I believe that you both should be getting some rest now. Madame Pomfrey had some things she wanted to speak with you about in the morning. Yes, sir, replied Harry. And so with that, the two teens cuddled up close to one another and went to sleep in each other's arms. Recovery and gifts. Well, now all you need is an arm and you will be all set. Harry looked around confused, soon realizing though that he was once again in his mind. There was Cor and the house along with what looked to be papers all over the lawn. Yeah, well, I don't really know how to fix that. So Cor, what is with all of these papers? Second question first. The papers are your most recent memories that now need to be filed. And for your other question, that is an easy answer. And what might that be? You will be brought here every day when you go to sleep to sort out your memories from the day. The only way for this not to happen is for you to come here on your own right before you sleep and do it. I would advise that cause doing it the way you don't end up getting as good of a night's sleep as you should. So you would be best to sort your mind before going to bed. See, easy solution. Okay, makes sense to me. So how about while I sort this all out, you tell B about how to create my defensive walls? Okay, sounds like a plan, replied Cor as Harry started to pick up the papers that littered the lawn and started to sort them. All right, the wall is easy. Much easier than that occlumency stuff or whatever it is that Snape tried to teach you. Do you remember how you made this house and the area around it and the blocks on the back door that is not a back door? Well, you just have to do that again with the though in mind that you want to keep people from outside of your mind out. Thus thinking about protecting it from intruders. Okay, that sounds easy enough. Is there anything else extra I could do as well? As more protection. And could I put in a gate to let someone in that I wanted in without having to take down the walls? I guess that would work. Don't know if anyone has actually tried that before. As for the extra protection, I would say that something that can fly and is strong for patrolling around your mind, and maybe also some gargoyles for the gate if you get it built. Cor then started to help Harry pick up the various memories that were scattered around the yard. Harry noticed that he personally didn't remember some of them as he had been sleeping when they happened. Like a memory from before he woke up of Ginny saying that if he woke up she would let him play with her breasts if he would just wake up. This was something Harry might look into asking about later. Once the memories were collected, Harry and Cor headed into the house to put them where they belong. Cor, this seemed really easy now. I mean, the sorting of my mind and whatnot. Why was it so hard to do before? Yeah, well, you didn't have me or that potion before, did you? What do you mean? Well, one of those potions you took helped you organize your mind. Actually, it heightened your mind, thus allowing you a much easier time conversing with me. Okay, that makes sense. Well, all but that last part. What do you mean by easier to converse with you? Okay, let me explain. I would have eventually been able to contact you, but not in this amount of time or this well. Yet since you took that potion, I have had a much easier time contacting you than anyone has ever had before, and I will be able to at some point, when you need it, pass knowledge about magic to you that is stored within all magic. Okay, so you will be able to give me knowledge about magic because you are magic and you have it inside of you. And because you are connect to me, you can pass it along. I am glad you understand. Okay, well, since you know what that potion did, and I don't, do you know what the rest did? Of course I do. Well then, could you tell me then, cause I really only know the first few, cause in the end I was just tossing them back due to the lack of time we had. Okay. Well, let's start from the beginning then. Cor started. First though, I need to tell you a few other things. Some background, if you will. You see, shortly before your birthday you started into your wizarding puberty. Now, since you are one of the few chosen to have the huge natural jump in your magic instead of the normal slight increase that most have. Your magic, or actually what I was and what is till there, started to prepare your body for this influx of magic that is to come. It actually is still making the change even now. This is what accounts for your now more muscular form you have now. You see, the fitter your body is, the better it can handle the load and strain the magic will apply to it. So as a note to you, you should start to exercise more to help your magic and yourself in this. One side effect from this is that if your jumps come too fast and your magic is not able to compensate fast enough, the core of your magic, that would be the core or heart of me, will make a sudden and likely major physical change so it could handle the stress. It is that, or your body would either burn up or explode. Wait a minute here. What kind of physical changes are we talking about here? And what does this have to do with the potions? Harry interrupted. Core shook his head. I am getting to the potions. I was just giving you some background to what was and will happen to you. Figured you would like to know stuff like that. See how you were so mad at Dumbledore about keeping things from you last year. Harry had the decency to look bashful at this. Okay then, now continuing on then. The physical changes will vary and are almost always useful. Now then, when Merlin had you merge with your magical core, it created me. I am sure Merlin thinks that I would not be able to contact you till your first spike. Seeing how that is the normal time I am able to contact people because I have more power then. Seeing how you have not had that spike is likely the reason he has not contacted you. You see, most of what he is likely going to teach you will have to do with me and will need me to be there to help out as well. He should be quite surprised when most of what he will want to get us to do is done. Now I pit of future knowledge. I will not always be around, so to speak. You see, when you reach a certain point, we will merge into one's mental being. It is easy and will greatly benefit you, but you can't do it or even attempt it till you reach that point. Now then, on to the potions. I have to say that those potions will and have definitely helped you a lot already. The first potion increased your body's magical resistance. The second one increased your magical pathways, but that has been changed even more, but I will let you learn about that on your own. The third potion increased your metabolism. The fourth one increased the strength of your skin and bones. The fifth potion rerouted our magical pathways, but like the second one has changed some as well. The sixth one, any latent or hidden abilities you have had since birth. Every wizard has at least one gift. Even muggle-born ones do. The seventh potion awakened your hidden potential. As with gifts, every wizard has this as well, just some more than others. It could be 1 point or 500, who knows. The eighth one awakened your animagus ability. The ninth potion is the one that enhanced your memory and mind, giving you an eidetic memory. And lastly, the 10th was the activator for all the rest and the one that cut you off from your magic so the potions could do their work the fastest they were able to. Wait a minute, I only drank 7 potions. Yeah, a few had double abilities, but your body separated them and counts each part. You may have only drank 7 potions, but your body registered 10 potions. Okay, I guess that makes a bit of sense. Of course it does. Why wouldn't it? Stated Core. Okay. So do you know what my abilities are, and why would I want my metabolism increased more? Well, increasing your metabolism makes it so you can recover your magic faster, heal faster, as well as process food faster and get more out of it at the same time. Downside, you will likely now have to actually eat more. I say just eat when you are hungry till you figure out how much more you need. Maybe you will be able to out-eat Ron after it sets in. Core smirked at this last bit. Now, as for your abilities, they are Parseltongue and Magical Eyes. Hidden abilities that you now have access to are Beast Talker, Shifter, and Shaping. Things in the magical world you have a natural affinity for are Flying, Transfiguration, Charms, Defense against the Dark Arts, Enchantment, Wards, Runes, Rituals, and lastly Dark Arts. Lastly, physical/magical affinities/abilities. Way above average reflexes, very high metabolism, eidetic recall for all your senses, extremely high base magic stat, and huge magical reserve. And oh, can be no way I have an affinity for the dark arts or any of that other stuff. I mean, how could I? I am not dark. No one said you were. Just cause you have an affinity for it does not mean you can do it or have the mindset to be able to properly cast the spells that are truly dark. Just because you have an affinity for it does not make you dark or evil. It just means if you were to learn they, you would not have a hard time at it. But just because you learn them does not mean you can or will use them. Harry, magic is not light or dark, good or evil. Magic is magic, it is a tool, nothing more. It is the intent behind the spell that makes it good or evil. I mean, all magic had a purpose at one point. Take the Unforgivables for instance, they were all made by healers to help in some way. Imperius Curse was originally used to help people get over phobias. Cruciatus Curse was used to stimulate nerves in people to help regain feeling in them. Then there is the Killing Curse. It was used on critically ill patients who were in pain and there was no way for them to get better. It was used to end their suffering, that is why it is said to be painless. So do you understand what I am saying, or do I need to beat it into you? No, I think I understand what you are saying, Core. But that does not explain you. Are you saying that you are a tool? That is different. I am basically still magic, but I am also you. Yes, I am still a tool, but now I have a say in things and can help you. Magic records everything it does and how it is done. I have a vast knowledge that I may share with you if you need it or if I am feeling generous. Okay, but why do people who use the dark arts go evil then? If, like you say, magic is not good or evil, why do people who use the dark arts go evil? I have heard of good people going bad after using them too much. Yes, well, that is a problem with them. You see, they are powerful, and even though they take a lot of your power to cast, you don't need to be powerful to cast them. You just need a large reserve. After that, it is just practice and refining the amount of magic that you waste when casting it. You see, when someone casts any of the spells that are truly dark, they feel a rush. This is the magic that gets pulled out with the spell. It washes over them, thus giving them a pleasurable feeling. Can be very addicting. It makes them feel powerful, and for people who are power hungry and will do anything to get that power, it is the best feeling in the world. On the other hand, though, for people who don't want the power, it makes them sick if they cast it. Of course, that changes if they cast them too much. They too will become addicted to it. Now, though, there is a counter to all this, that is to have enough willpower to resist the pull of the spells or to have an anchor. Okay, I understand the willpower part, but what is an anchor and why would this be important? An anchor is a person who can ground a person and keep them in check. They also usually have a way to check on the other person's magical core to see if it is getting corrupted. As for the reason that it is important is so that a wizard can be gray. That would be a combination of both light and dark arts. One who is gray is balanced. They do not shun any part of magic and knows that it is truly a tool. They do not fall to the seductions of the dark or the power it contains. They are strong enough to resist and thus remain pure. Am I pure? Yes, you are pure, and I have a very good feeling that you will remain pure and that you will likely be a gray wizard in time. What? How? There is no way I have enough willpower to fight off the pull of the dark, and I know I don't have an anchor. Actually, you have both. You have a lot of willpower. You beat Voldemort in a battle of wills at the end of your 4th year. You can also easily through of the Imperius Curse. As for the anchor, you don't have to worry about that. You have one in that cutie on the outside. I know she will keep you in line. I mean, she is stubborn and determined enough to get in your way no matter what you are doing. Of course, she is not the preferred anchor yet, but I bet she will be within the year. Wow. Okay, so now that that is explained, and before I forget, what are magical eyes, shaping, and what is a shifter? Harry asks, rather shocked at this revelation. Core chuckles at the results of this speech. All right, where to start? How about the eyes, since you have been using them the most so far? This ability is fairly new to you and can be attained by anyone with enough power and who connects magic to mind. Basically what it does, it puts more magic into your vision and allows you to see through or identify magical items. Thus you can see through illusions and glamours and the invisible. I can say some girls are going to hate this about you. It is still growing and will take time. It also gives you the ability to tell if something is enchanted, charmed, or cursed. This, though, is something you need to learn to do and can be turned on and off. The first bit can't be turned off, though. This ability is a great asset. Next was shaping, yet another long explanation. Shaping is, well, just that. You have the ability to shape things out of nothing. This is not to be confused to conjuring. Conjuring is just an advanced form of transfiguration. It takes air and transfigures it into something else. Shaping, though, is close but does not use air. It uses ambient magic and your magic to create what you shape. This also means that it will not have a magical signature on it once you are finishes making it, where something transfigured does, and it can be turned back. Something that has been shaped cannot be undone except my transfiguring it, say, into air. At that point, it would disperse enough that it would not be able to be put back together. If you were to transfigure it into something else, well, the undo spell for it would return it to what you originally made. Now, shaping is not something someone can learn, they have to be born with it. It is better than conjuring because what you shape is permanent, whereas things that are conjured fade over time unless some form of permanency charm or enchantment is placed on it. Of course, there is a downside to it though. Now that you have had this ability unlocked, you will not be able to learn how to conjure something like you would have. It will actually be a lot harder to learn how to conjure because you will default to shaping. Okay, now the last question. I think this one will be a bit easier to explain. A shifter is someone who is, well, to put it easily, a metamorphmagus and a doppelganger. Core, what is a doppelganger? You don't know what a doppelganger is, but you do know what a metamorphmagus is? Yeah, Tonks is a metamorphmagus, but I have never heard of a doppelganger. Oh, okay, well, a doppelganger is kind like a metamorphmagus. They can take on another shape, but they also gain its abilities. So for example, let's take your friend Tonks. She can say mimic a vampire in looks but does not gain any of its strengths or weaknesses when she does. Now, when a doppelganger takes on the form of, say, a vampire, they take on the form of a vampire they have seen, thus copying it exactly. Strong doppelgangers can actually alter the form slightly, thus getting rid of any weaknesses. Going back to our example of a vampire would be, say, to sunlight. They could then have the strength, speed, and all that other benefits of a vampire and still go out in the day. Also, one thing about a doppelganger is that it is not limited to humanoid forms. It can also copy animals, both magical and normal. Okay, so what are the restraints on a shifter? Well, there aren't really any. You have the full mimic featured of the metamorphmagus and the copying features of the doppelganger. Plus, you don't need to see what you want to turn into exactly. You still need to see it, and it does have to exist. But all you really need is a picture of it or a really good description of it, then your magic will take care of the rest.
Okay.
You said animals as well, does that mean it is also a form of being an animagus? Yeah, I guess it would, but more of a multi-animagus though. Okay, so is there anything else I need to know about this ability? You need to tell Madame Pomfrey once you start using it more, cause it changed the way you heal and how your body reacts to certain potions and healing spells. Great, so now I have to let it out. You do know this would have been something that would have been great to hide, right? Yes, I know that, but you could always make her swear an oath to not reveal it to anyone, and you don't have to tell her just yet. You still need to learn how to control it first. Okay, but how am I going to do that? Oh, I will teach you. Depending on how fast you need to learn will determine how I teach you. Don't worry about it right now, just get better. You need to do that before you can learn anything. Okay, I think that this is all a bit much. I think I should just go work on my defenses now. Okay, good idea, Harry, Cor said as we headed into the house. Harry then shook his head at Cor and plopped down onto the ground and closing his eyes. Harry first started with creating a huge impenetrable wall around his house to keep people out. Once he had succeeded at creating a solid wall within his mind, he started to modify it to have a gate. The gate itself was massive. It had huge doors that were both strong and heavy along with braces, and 2 portcullises, one on the outside and one on the inside to help brace the door from any attacks. Harry then moved to the outside of the gates. There he began to work on the guardians of the gate. In no time at all there soon were 2 raider menacing-looking gargoyles on either side of the gate. Returning again to the inside of the wall, Harry soon realized that someone could climb or maybe even fly over the wall. Sitting down one again, Harry began to think this problem through. He did not want it to look dreary here within his mind, he did not want to box himself in. Harry soon decided to make a transparent dome over the whole of his mind, connecting the bottom edges of the dome securely to the top of the wall. Within Harry's mind, the dome like the wall were both made from the strongest substance that had ever been or ever would be. Feeling that his mind was now much safer than it had been, Harry started to look around. As he did this, he soon realized that what was the ground was just dirt and thus did not make for a strong defense, as someone could then tunnel under his wall. With a single thought, the ground too turned into whatever material that the rest of the defenses were made out of. He then topped the ground inside of the wall with topsoil and then again returned the grass, as he preferred to look of a large grass field to that of the bleak stone like look at previous had just a bit before. Well, you have been busy, but I think you have been here long enough. Actually, you will soon be waking, so it is time for you to go. Really? I have been here that long, Cor. It has not seemed that long. Yes, you have. I am impressed with your work too. I like the gate and everything else you have put a lot of though into it, and you are getting better at the visualization of things within your mind, thus gaining more control over it. Just a bit more work and everything here will be done. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I will see you later then, Core. Harry waved as he faded away from his mind plane. No sooner had Harry returned from creating his defenses than he was being shook to wake up by Ginny. Gin, I'm up. Good, 'cause we need to talk. Okay, what about? Oh, well, I was talking to Madame Pomfrey this morning. Really? Is that why you are in a nightgown then? Yes, that is why I am in a nightgown. She did not think it was proper for me to run around the hospital wing naked. Ginny giggled. Yes, I bet she didn't. So other than your lack of modesty, did the two of you talk about your recovery? Oh, so how am I doing then? Well, she said you are going to recover. Well, except for your arm, she still doesn't know what to do about that. She wishes they knew where it was caused, as long as it was in more or less one piece, or even pieces she could reattach it and then heal it. Well, that is not an option. Huh? Why not? Because my captors incinerated it and then transfigured the ashes, what little there was left, into water and then drank it. Oh, well, that option is out. I will mention that that is not an option later. Okay, so what else did you talk about? Any word on when I can get out of here? Actually, yes, but you are not going to like it. She said you should be good to get out of bed in about 3 weeks, but you will likely not be fit enough to return to class for months. She said somewhere between 2 and 6 months. She would not elaborate on it at all and said she needed to talk to you about it first. Bloody hell. Isn't there only like 2 weeks till school starts up again? Yeah, I know. She should be here soon to talk to you. She asked me to come and wake you so you could talk. Before Harry could even comment on that last bit, Madame Pomfrey appeared over by them. Well, Mr. Potter, I take it you have here the news? Yes, and I am not overly pleased with it either. You are going to give me a reason, aren't you? Also, just so I know, would you also tell me what I am and am not allowed to do, as I know if I do something and you think I should have known better, you will just lecture me about it later. The reason I ask this is I would rather know that I was getting yelled at for doing something I know I was not supposed to do rather than for doing something I didn't know I was not to do. Harry finished with a grin. Poppy gave an exasperated sigh with the last statement. Well, Mr. Potter, you do not need to stay here for long. You may leave in 2 to 3 weeks depending on your recovery time. After that you may leave, but I would much rather you remain here till you are fully back to your normal self. But since I know you, I might as well be making that request to a wall, because you will not remain in this ward longer than you have to if I know you at all. There is one thing you need though if you leave, and that is someone to watch over you. I know you likely hate to be hovered over and whatnot, but you do need someone to make sure you do not stress yourself too much early on. Also, you would benefit from peace and quiet, so remaining at the school outside of the hospital wing would not be advised. Now, as for what you can do, you may walk around for short periods within the hospital wing as long as you have some aid. This is due to the fact that you will tire easily, and we do not need to falling and injuring yourself again anytime in the near future. You also can do more or less whatever you would normally do as long as you remain in the hospital wing, as there are still potions and whatnot that you still need to take. I would prefer if you stayed in bed for at least another week though. This will ensure that you have healed enough. Now, the main problem with your recovery is your magical pathways. At this, she waved her wand, and an easel and a picture of a person's silhouette with glowing lines running all over it appeared. Now, Mr. Potter, this is what the magical pathways look like in most wizards and witches. It is very much like how the nerve pathways are. There are of course some differences, but you don't need to concern yourself with that. With yet another wave of her wand, the pathways upon the silhouette converged from the stringy threads into thick cords as they all merged into large pathways with threads coming off to feed common areas. This, Mr. Potter, is what your magical pathways now look like. They are just massive cords running down each of your legs and arms. And yes, I said arms. Your shoulder is leaking quite a bit of magic. This is normal with the loss of limbs, but not usually on this scale. Now, there are also large cords going to organs like your heart, brain, and lungs, and your other major organs. Off of these main cords are strings and threads feeding magic to all the other parts of your body. Okay, and this is important to me, how? Asked Harry. Well, Mr. Potter, it means that you will not need to completely relearn how to use magic. In essence, you cannot perform it as you could before. What? Accidents and revelations. Ginny was in pain. The volume that seemed to come from Harry's statement to her sensitive hearing had her clutching her ears in pain. Looking over at Harry, she saw that he too was holding his ears. Right then she was confused. If their hearing was still so sensitive, how were they having this conversation with Madame Pomfrey? She knew that everyone had been whispering and it was still loud to them to some degree. Not painful but still a bit loud. Yet, when talking to the Madame Pomfrey, the volume of her voice and her ability to hear them was fine. Why hadn't she noticed this before? Well, think about that more when my ears hurt less. Ginny thought as the pain slightly receded. Harry was in shock. One, from the volume at which he had yelled, that was the first thing on his mind. Second was the information given from Madame Pomfrey. To say that he would have to relearn how to use magic was quite a blow. Of course that was at the back of his mind at the moment, as the pain he was in was currently pushing those thoughts away for now. Madame Pomfrey was startled by Harry's outburst but truly had been expecting it. Yet right now she was more concerned with the two teens that were in pain at the moment. Quickly getting up from the chair she had been sitting in for her talk, she rushed over to a cabinet and grabbed 2 vials of pain relief potion for them. She was then soon handing it to them and watched as they downed the potion. The way they screwed up their faces from the taste and then the look of relief on their faces as the potion started to work was what she felt made the job worthwhile. Seeing how something she had done either directly or indirectly via a potion brought relief to a patient was the whole reason she had taken this profession. Harry was grateful for the potion. The pain in his head and ears subsided enough to allow other thought to form. Harry had to admit that one good thing did come from the pain, and that was to slow him down enough to now think about his situation. Harry decided to think this through. Unlike other times, he figured that he should look over his situation. Yet after a few minutes of this, he truly wished he hadn't. He had to admit that it seemed to all start, at least this summer, with Dumbledore telling him the prophesy. From there things didn't go too well. Him getting over the loss of Sirius was a good thing, but other than that this summer has been one of his worst he could remember, yet also one of the best as well. He then went to the Weasleys. That was not too bad, actually that was great. He had gotten together with Ginny and found what he had truly been looking for in his life. Love. Not just love of a friend, or love of a sibling, or even the kind of love that comes from someone who loves you like a parent should. No, he found love of someone who would spend their life with you and always love you no matter what. Even if that fit the others as well, he had to admit that what he felt for Ginny was not the same as what he felt for Hermione. No, it was what he would have thought his parents or even Mr. and Mrs. Weasley felt for each other. Yet, for every good thing in his life, there seemed to be at least a few bad things to go with it. Harry had to mentally scold himself for this manner of thought. Also, he realized he was getting ahead of himself. Honestly, the visit to his vault was not all that bad. Nor was the letter he got from Merlin even before that. No, what was the truly bad part of this summer was from when he had been kidnapped. That truly had not been a joyous experience. He let his mind pass over those events quickly, as he really had no one to dwell on that time at this time. Since then, so many things had happened. First, you had him walking up blind and deaf. Then his hearing was healed. Shortly after that, his eyesight was restored as good as it always had been. And then, of course, there was the current news. Due to a potion that was to expand and reroute your magical pathways, and a spell that was designed to make it so that your magical pathways were disrupted to the point where you could not use magic, were combined. Result was staggeringly large magical pathways. Yet that was not what made this so bad. Honestly, that would likely be a good thing in time. No, what was such a bad thing was the fact that since this was such a massive change to his magical makeup, he would have to completely relearn how to use his magic. To make matters worse, he would have to also learn how to write with his left hand as well as use a wand with it as well. Also, he had to adjust to living without his right arm for now as well. Harry flopped back on his bed in the hospital wing of Hogwarts, covering his eyes with his hand. I have the worst luck and the best luck at time. Could I be cursed? Yes, you do, Mr. Potter, yes you do. But I do not believe that you are cursed or anything like that though, chuckled Madame Pomfrey. Ginny smiled at the lighter side of the matron's personality and then asked, Madame Pomfrey, how is it that you can hear us so easily and also be able to speak at a level that is at an acceptable level for our current level of hearing? Well, now that is a bigger question on your mind over the predicament of your magical pathways? Ginny nods. Well, at the moment it is, but that is a big one too. Will I have to retrain as well? I took the potion to widen a person's magical pathways as well. Well, now I did not know that. I will have to check you over later. You will likely just need some power training. Usually this is used to help someone strengthen their spell work, but it also allowed for more control in people who have a tendency to use too much power. Now though, for you other question. The reason I can hear you is because of a charm for healers to be able to monitor their patients. It allows you to make sure they are recovering easily and to hear them when you are close by. You see, it allows you to amplify or dampen their words to an acceptable level. And I have used the Quieta spell on myself without the Sonora spell first. Also, I have put a silencing charm on my shoes, so walking won't echo and reverberate in your ears. Harry smiles after finally coming out of his mental stupor. Madame Pomfrey, what do you mean I have to relearn magic? Does this mean Harry has to go back to the first year and start over? 'Cause I think he is a bit big for that. No, Miss Weasley, that does not mean he is returning to the first year. What it does mean, though, is that Mr. Potter needs to relearn how to connect to his core and then how to regulate the power of his spells due to his now huge pathways. He would be a danger to himself as well as others if he just let a spell fly as normal. Also, it would become very draining casting spells at his full capability. Harry and Ginny nod at her explanation. So then how long will this all take? When can I start to practice, and then how long will it take to relearn? Those are both responsible questions, Mr. Potter, and also very good ones as well. The answer to the first is that you should be well enough by the middle of September, so about a month away. As for rest of it, that is unknown. It will depend on how long it takes you to learn to control the flow of your power. It could take days or it could take years. It all depends on how well you take to it and how much effort you put into it. Years? Well, I guess I will have to really work on it then. So when can I leave to start that? Oh, not until you are well and fully recuperated, replied Poppy. With this reply, Ginny gave Harry a look that said, I will stay with you. Damn, I can't stay here. I need to get better fast. But how? Harry thought. You could just ask me, right? I know I am just your magic-given mental form and living in your mind. But hey, I do know at least everything, Actually, I know more, but I will teach you later. Now, if we remember correctly, you have a castle that 2 months, give or take a day, is 1 day here. So let's see, a month to recover, and a month to reharness your magic with my help. And that is if you have trouble. What, are you serious? I completely forgot about that. But there is no way I am going alone. Also, I don't have my pin here with me. It is still at the burrow. Yeah, well, you and me both would go crazy if we spent that much time alone. Even if they were they Dursleys, they did keep you company or at least some contact with a human and not fully alone for long periods of time. If you are not one thing, you are not a hermit. I say we take, or I should say you take Ginny with us, as she can get there with her pin as well. Also, she can go and get the pins from the burrow. It is not like she is confined to that bed. You do know you two will always be together, so this will be a good time to get to know each other more. I have to say, I do wish that the ritual to turn a life-mate bond into a soul-mate bond was not so lost that magic could not remember it fully. There were parts that were not magic at all that were somehow in with it. But that is me getting off topic. I think you should leave on the 25th. That means being a good patient and putting up with staying here for another week, okay? In that time, Ginny can go and collect your clothes and the pins as well as her own clothes. Also, she can go and get herself a new wand and collect or have your wand brought here. Other things you can do for the week when you get bored is continue to work on your mental defenses and learn how to work your glasses fully. I am sure that will come in handy. Well, most of it, seeing through invisibility cloaks, is something you can do naturally now. Actually, you should work on that too. It is not always on, and you should also learn how to turn it off when it is on. Reason for this is because you will start to learn to see auras and magic, and while seeing magic here would hurt and give you a massive headache. And lastly, I say rest when you can. You will need it later. Alright then, I will talk to Ginny about all this when Madame Pomfrey leaves. In the time that Harry had been distracted with his conversation with Core, Madame Pomfrey had left the two teens and had returned to her office. Harry, what are you going to do now? You can't be laid up for that long, asked a concerned Ginny. Harry just turned to Ginny and smiled. Gin, I have a plan, but I will need your help. Sure, Harry. I will do whatever you need, you know that. Yeah, I do, and thanks for that. Okay, here is what I need you to do, and I want no argument from you. I want you to go to Ollivander's and get a new wand. With your modified pathways, you will need it. You don't want to try pushing too much magic through a wand that won't exactly work with you. Who knows what might happen? And I don't want you hurt, okay? Also, I want you to pick up my wand or ask Mr. Ollivander to bring it here for me. Okay, Harry, but I don't really want to leave you here alone. It is okay, Jin. I have lots to do while I am here. I still have to figure out how to make my glasses work, and well, this is as good a time as any, right? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. So, is there anything else you want done? Actually, there is quite a bit more. There is a lot to get done, and also for my plan to work, we only have a week. Think you are up to that? Likely. But what is your plan? Ginny asked. Harry then explained his course plan and everything as well, including maybe picking up some clothes that would actually fit him and then giving her galleons for everything. The next few days passed at a reasonable pace. Ginny had gone and got her wand from Mr. Ollivander, and he had told her at the time that he would be by in a few days. She had also gathered up all their things from the burrow and brought them all to the hospital wing. Harry had been practicing and was getting good with his glasses. He found out that it was just a matter of thinking about them and then thinking about the ability he wanted to use. The same think was used to turn them off again. Harry also, when Ginny was around, worked on his other power with his eyes. Harry would give her his invisibility cloak and have her hid somewhere in the room and then try to find her. Harry also would have her sit on the bed in it and then try to turn off the power so she would disappear. Harry had also come a long way with his defenses. Within the walls, he had built a stable of sorts and created some magical creatures in it. In it were 2 dragons and 4 griffins. These here there to patrol and assist the gargoyles fend off an attacker. It was finally the day for Mr. Ollivander to come, and it was all Harry could do to stay in bed from his excitement of having his wand back. He really didn't know how much he missed having it until it was not there anymore. Also, to add to the excitement, it was the day before their escape from the hospital wing to Potter Castle. With having to constantly push Harry back into the bed, Ginny was noticing something that had been bothering her so far this summer. It was the fact that even without exercise or even getting out of the bed, Harry's muscles seemed to be getting stronger. Reason for noticing was that it was harder to hold Harry down then when he had his eyes fixed. Of course, it could have been her adrenaline then, but he would have had that too then. So to put her mind at ease, Ginny decided she was going to ask Harry about that before Mr. Ollivander got there. But as luck would have it, just as she thought that he arrived. Even worse, he popped up like he would do in his shop and scared them both. Well, it is good to know that even out of my shop, my stealth skill are still top-notch. Mr. Ollivander chuckled with a noticeable quietus on him, as they did not have to hold their ears to muffle the sound. Now, Mr. Potter, I have brought you your wand and have been cleared by your wonderful healer that as long as you promise not to cast any spells with it, I can give it to you. So do I have your word on this? Plus, all I want is to see you give it a wave till we know that it is still a good match for you now. Harry nodded, holding out his left hand with huge smile on his face. Mr. Ollivander smiled in return and handed over Harry's wand to him. At the first touch, Harry felt the connection to his wand. It was like the feeling of coming home and stirred the magic that resided within him. Well, give it a wave, Mr. Potter, smiled Mr. Ollivander. Returning the smile, Harry lifted his arm and began the swing of the wand. Even as he started this action, he felt something strange with the action. Well, not really strange, but definitely different than he had ever experienced before. For you see, as a side effect to the strengthening of the wand, caused the wand to pull harder on a person's magic to ease in the casting of spells. This, along with Harry's newly expanded magical pathways, caused a steady pulse of power to flow into the wand. Halfway through Harry's wave of his wand did the wand begin to heat up and also vibrate at the same time. The only thing that Harry acknowledged before this entire world went black was a strong string of cursing from Core and what sounded like a phoenix's song. Ginny watched as the wand was passed to her boyfriend, her Harry. She watched as he stared to give it a wave. She watched as all hell broke loose from that once action. Well, maybe not that bad, but what did happen was definitely not good at all. Just as Harry was halfway through the wave of his wand, did something out of the ordinary begin to happen. The wand itself began to vibrate and hum with a hidden power all its own. Whether it was from within the wand or from within Harry, that is unknown, for it could have been the combination of both. But all that is known is that as the wand passed through the air, the hum increased in volume. As the wave of the wand reached its end, the hum formed a noticeable tune. The tune of the wand was that of a phoenix's song. Yet even with this wonderful event, and with everyone present basking in the short tune played from the wand, did the event occur. With the conclusion of the wave, did everything go completely wrong. And you do not know how much I wanted to end right there, but we'll continue on. Everything was dark. Harry found himself again captured in darkness. I wonder if I am again blind? Harry thought. Well, only one way to find out. With that thought, Harry struggled to open his heavy eyes. Now, with the return of his sight, all the rest of his senses came screaming back. This, of course, included his sense of touch, which in of itself included pain. And with the pain came Harry's voice in the form of a scream. It felt as if there were needles piercing his skin all along his arm, chest, stomach, and even his thighs. Of course you are in pain. You were holding a wand when it exploded. To make it worse, it was fully saturated with your magic. I mean, after something like that, you would think that you would be in pain. I mean, it is only logical. Do you have to be so sarcastic? Harry then realized that there were arms wrapped around him, gingerly rocking him slightly, and that there was a most pleasant warmth up against his back. Concentrating more on this presence, Harry started to calm down and begin to block out some of the pain and stopped screaming. When he became silent, he could hear Ginny whispering over and over, "It's okay, Harry, just clam down. You will be okay." This calmed him down even more as he relaxed within the embrace. "Jin." "Shoo. Harry, don't talk. I'll be okay, Jin. I know, just rest now." "Okay, but only if you tell me what is wrong with me first." "Okay. But to do so, I need to start at the beginning," Ginny said, taking a breath. "Also, I don't know how accurate it is now that you are awake. Anyways, first off, when your wand exploded, that weird bit with fire that seems to be happening around me lately happened again. It created a shield around Mr. Ollivander and myself. This blocked the shards of your wand from hitting us. Now, of course, this did nothing for you, though. You currently have splinters of holly and phoenix tail feather all throughout your arm, torso, and thighs. To make matters worse, they are magically charged. All of the splinters are charged, that is." Taking a deep, steadying breath, Harry said, "So that is why all those parts hurt so much." "Yeah, I guess that is." Ginny shook a bit, holding in a sob. "Okay, Jin, tell me what is wrong. I mean, it is upsetting you, so please tell me." "Harry, is it just that they can't remove the splinters? It is like your body is protecting them, thinking that they are a part of you due to the amount of your magic they hold. So unless the slivers can be removed somehow, they will always cause you some amount of pain. Also, they are still acting as a wand would and are pulling on your magic to fuel themselves. This supplies them with a constant flow of magic and keeping them charged. Because of this, they will never be able to be removed due to the fact they will never lack magic." Harry was quiet as he felt Ginny sob for his pain. He could feel her tears on his back and the fell from her face. "Harry, I have an idea, and an explanation on top of it as to why they are having so much trouble healing you. Both I don't think you will like. The idea is painful, but it may get rid of your current pain. At the very least, force it to be in only one point." "Alright, Core, what is it?" "Okay, first the explanation though. You see, since you have awoken here in the hospital wing, your unlocked powers have been manifesting in your physical form, meaning that they are becoming active, where they before were either limitedly active or even fully locked. Now you see, also some of the potions you took are causing conditions that are not the same as they were before. This means that your healer is trying to counteract a permanent potion with temporary ones. This is causing even more of an imbalance in your system, but let me get more to the point. You see, the potion that increased your metabolism is being suppressed, that is causing you to have less energy than you should have and making you tired more. Usually this is a good thing because it allows the body to use the excess energy to heal you, but in this case it is slowing down your healing because your body needs the extra energy to function. Now this is only the first problem and not really a big one, as taking you of the potion that is causing it will fix that. Now the bigger problem is the fact that your shifter abilities are showing themselves more. You see, metamorphmagus and doppelgangers both had unique need when it comes to healing. Worse is that of a shifter. You see, since you have woken, that trait has been slowing fighting against the potions that are not made to be compatible with your current change physiology. This is also slowing your recovery due to the fact that shifters have a natural regeneration process that in and of itself is quite powerful when let alone. but with the right potions can be enhanced even more. Yet, when the wrong potions are used to slows it down. Is this all making sense so far? Yes, I think so. Harry though for a moment then asked, does this mean that I can regenerate my arm as well? Well, actually no, you can't. I mean, if your powers had been unlocked before this then yes, but since they were unlocked after you lost your arm, they make it so you cannot regenerate it, as your powers do not know of it. That is, they do not know of your missing arm. Oh, I guess that makes sense. So anyway, what is your plan then? Well, it is simple really. I will give you some of the knowledge of your shifter ability, and then all you will need to do is move all of the shards to one localized area, and then if you have enough energy, absorb the pieces into your body. I mean, since they are so soaked in your magic, you should be able to manipulate them. But I would focus on just localizing them first. Of course, this will hurt. Firstly, the transfer of knowledge is painful, and then second, the moving of the pieces is again quite painful. More so due to your lack of skill with this ability. Okay, let's just do this. Harry then gritted his teeth as a searing pain shot throughout his entire head. Unlike his pains from Voldemort that started and ended in his scar and caused his head to feel like it would split, this was something completely different. This pain started everywhere in his head with the same amount of pain throughout, and instead of his head feeling like it would split open, it now felt like the pressure inside of it would cause it to explode. Yet just as fast as the pain started, it ended. Okay, you have the knowledge now. Look around your head for it quickly and then get to work. Harry, are you okay? I mean, I just felt you tense up and am wondering what is going on. Yeah, I am okay, Jin, just relax, I need to do something, then we can talk, okay? Harry smiled as he noticed for the first time that Ginny was only wearing a pair of her knickers while sitting behind him. I wonder how I didn't notice that? Okay, Harry, but you will explain it to me. Yes, Ginny, I will. Harry smiled, closing his eyes to sort through these new memories/skills in his head, as well as trying to block the distraction of the very cute, almost naked redhead sitting behind him. It did not take Harry long to find what he needed to do, and so, without delay, he began on what he needed to do. Harry concentrated on his body, getting a feel for it, remembering how it felt. He then sought out the shards and splinters of his wand that were within his body now and started to draw them in to a central point deeper within himself. Ever so slowly, the pieces of wand began to move. Harry would have been the first to admit that the feeling was quite strange. Ginny would have been the second to comment on this, as Harry's skin rippled under her hands as he did this. Once all of the shards were in one central location, Harry noticed that he was decisively more tired now and decided to continue this task later. He had to admit, though, that he did not feel pain all throughout his body anymore. No, now it was more of just a dull ache all in one spot. Harry, what did you just do? Jin, can I tell you later, please? I do believe it is the night of out escape. Is everything still in place to leave? Harry smirked, knowing that his avoiding of the question would slightly infuriate his girlfriend. Fine then, don't tell me, but I expect a full explanation later, you hear? Yes, dear. Now about our preparations that you so excellently got together. Well, now flattery will get you somewhere, won't it? Ginny laughed. It just so happens that everything is still set and ready to go, so you still want to go through with it all. Do I want to spend more time in here and also fall behind in school? I mean, I know I need to learn all I can with what I have ahead of me. I am nowhere near prepared for what I need to do, and I hope that in the next week I might learn something. I am sure there has to be a huge library at Potter Castle. So while I am recovering, I plan on doing some reading. Of course, spending time with you as well, and just in case I get caught up in a book, which sounds a lot like something that would happen to Hermione, I give you full permission to take it away from me, but please keep the page when you so. And I will do the same to you. But that is only if with of us has been reading for say over 4 hours, okay? That just sounds weird. Sitting and reading for more than 4 hours. If we are not careful, we might turn into bookworms. Ginny laughed. Yeah, that does sound weird, but it might happen. Anyway, threw on at least a shirt and get me one too, and some boxers too. Someone decided I didn't need any pajamas. Ginny just giggled and got up, slipping okay she top and then tossing Harry a shirt and some boxers along with his pin. She then fastened her pin to her top. So ready to go, Mr. Potter? Of course, Miss Weasley. Ginny placed the letter they had written together on the foot of the bed and levitated their trunks over, as that is one of the spells they had her practicing with to try to gain more control of her magic. Harry, do you think we should tell Madame Pomfrey that we are leaving? I mean, you did get hurt today, you know. And oh, Jin, I am sure they would do something to keep us here. I don't want that to happen. You know that, right? But I guess we should add a postscript to our letter saying that I am better and that you will be with me to take care of me, huh? Yeah, I mean, we don't want them to worry about more than they should. 'Cause they are gonna freak out when they find us gone, won't they? I just hope Mum doesn't yell too much when we get back. Maybe we should come right back here and just avoid her. Yeah, it makes me almost want to stay away until she would maybe calm down fully. Well, let's get going though, Harry said as he watched as she added the extra knot to their letter. Now, Harry, you ready to go? Yeah, Jin, let's get going. Okay, I will bring our trunks with me, okay? You activate your pin first. But just remember that ID, know when you feel tired, tell me so we can stop for a rest, and I mean that. It doesn't matter where we are. If you start to get tired, say so and we will take a break. Yes, Jin, I will. Harry complied as he touched his pin, saying the activation phrase, "Take me home." Ginny smiled and did the same. Both teens then felt the tug behind their navel and were whisked away from Hogwarts and on to Potter Castle. Arrival and a letter. Albus Dumbledore was poring over what could only be referred to as magical medical journals. He was looking for any way to restore the lost limb to the young man down in the hospital wing within Hogwarts. To be honest, he had yet to find anything that would even remotely help Harry's case. All instances of a limb returning to its owner were of when the owner had the ability to actually regenerate a part of their body. And to Albus' knowledge, young Harry did not possess this skill. The attention of the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was snapped away from his research by the sounding of an alarm from one of the many devices scattered around his office. Hopping up, he quickly moved to the whirling device and tapped it with his wand. Instantly, a vapor poured out of it and condensed into a form of readout. This readout was on one Mr. Harry Potter that resided in the castle at this time. The purpose of it was to monitor his vital signs and alert him to any drastic change. The device actually monitored the entire hospital wing and could be set with different settings for each person within the ward. When Albus saw what was displayed in front of him, he could instantly feel each and every year he had lived pressing down upon him. The news was dire and he needed to hurry. Albus had to make sure that the readout was wrong. So hiking up his robes, he raced out of his office and through the hall of the ancient castle, hoping with all his might that the readout was wrong. As he ran, Albus thought back to what was displayed. No, he can't be dead, Albus thought as he ran. The readout showed no life signs for Harry Potter though. I could be a mistake, I have to make sure though. Albus at that moment burst into the hospital wing, startling Poppy, who looked like she had just awoken and was walking away from Harry's bed. Poppy, has happened to Harry? Is it all right? Albus, he is gone. No, he can't be. He can't be dead. Dead, heavens no. He is gone as in he is not here, Poppy explained, holding out a letter to Albus. Poppy, what is this? It would seem that Mr. Potter and Ms. Weasley planned this escape before the accident and decided to continue with it regardless of his condition. Oh dear, what have you gotten yourself into now, Harry? Harry and Ginny landed in a heap on top of a hill. It was as dark here as it had been back at Hogwarts. But that was to be expected since Hogwarts and this place were both in northern Scotland. The only light that could be seen by either of them seemed to be coming from a build that was below the hill and across a field. Ginny was the first to recover, but that should not be any surprise considering each of their conditions when they left Hogwarts. Harry, are you okay? Yeah. Still a bit sore, but hey, why not add some portkey travel in too? Harry lightly chuckled. Well, at least he is in good spirits, thought Ginny. So I guess we should go over there, huh? Harry pointed off toward the light. Yeah, that sounds like the best idea. I mean, it can't be worse than where we are, right? No, hopefully not. I say we leave the trunks here though. I mean, I am really in no condition to drag it along, and I don't think you are too keen on the though of dragging both. No, I am not too keen on that idea, Harry. Ginny then stood up and dusted herself off. So can you even get up, Harry? We didn't even check to see if you were able to get around before we left. Harry slowly stood. He found his legs to be shaky and not very sturdy at all. I think I can walk, but will need you to help me walk that far. I say we leave the trunks here. They shouldn't go anywhere on their own right. Right, sounds good. Let's go then. Harry draped his arm over Ginny's shoulder, and they both proceeded to head towards the light. The trip took longer than either teen really would have cared for, and when they finally reached the light they found it to be a lantern hanging above a huge door. "Well, I think we found the way in, so what now?" asked Ginny. "I don't know, Gin. I don't know," Harry said as he slumped against the door. Upon his contact with the door both Harry and Ginny felt what they thought would have to have been pure magic pulse over them, and then the door opened, dumping Harry on the floor as the door he was leaning against was no longer there to support him. "Ouch," Harry said, slowly sitting up and rubbing the back of his head. "Any ideas on how that happened?" "Nope, not a one," Ginny said as she helped her now prone boyfriend up from lying in the entranceway. Once he was up, the two teens entered through the now open door. The entranceway lit as they entered. The room they walked into was cavernous, the stonework magnificent. It was done in light granite and was offset by a dark wood floor that neither of the teens recognized. To say the least, the room was awe-inspiring and slightly overwhelming, much like each magical child's first sight of Hogwarts as they crossed the lake in the little boats. Across from the door they had entered through was the same crest as the pins they now wore. As they took in the room, their eyes fell upon the only pieces of furniture in the room. The first pieces that caught their eye were three large upright broom closets, or maybe cupboards. They were made from a rich dark wood that shone in the firelight that was cast from the torches around the room. Slowly their attention focused on a table made from the same wood as the cupboards, actually more importantly a letter that was propped up on the table. The parchment of the envelope was yellowed from age and was sealed with the same crest as was displayed on the wall and the pins. "Do you think we should see who it is for?" Ginny asked, finally finding her voice.
Yedo.
"Help me over there." Ginny slowly helped Harry make the trek over to the beautifully crafted table and the letter. Holding himself up by leaning on the table, Harry picked up the letter with his left hand and turned it over to see who it was addressed to. "To the last remaining Potter and his lovely guest." "Harry, how can that letter be addressed like that? I mean, how would the person who wrote it know that the last remaining Potter would even bring a guest?" "I don't know, Gin," Harry said as he slid on to the floor holding the letter. "Could you open it for me, Gin, so I can read it? I mean, so we can read it. It is addressed to you, sort of." "Yeah, sure, Harry. But don't expect me to do all these things for you once you are well." Ginny chuckled as she took the letter and broke the wax seal on it. Sitting down beside Harry, Ginny held the letter so they both could read it, and so both teens read what it contained. "To my last remaining descendant. I know that you are likely wondering how I know you would be here. Well, that is easy to say, as you could only be here if you were the last. I mean, that is to say that if you were not the last you would have been dead a while ago and not have been able to enter the hallowed halls here within. You see, the entire land was warded that so if anyone were to enter this valley they would be contaminated with a fast-acting virus. The virus would work in the opposite way as the time here does. Thus, it would work at 60 times faster than the time it seemed to them. This chronovirus targets all visitors until there is only one descendant left, for only that person can actually end the virus. After that, it reverts to its dormant state. Yet, it activated in reverse once you enter the castle itself. Yes, this does mean you are infected, but there is a cure. You must become Lord of the Valley, thus making you immune to the virus. As for you guessed, though, that is more complicated. I take it that as she is here the two of you share a life bond. While this is a common bond, it is sometimes hard to find the one that is to be your bonded. Almost all magic folk have a life bond to another. Whether or not they can activate it or are even aware of it is another thing altogether. For you to save her you must at the very least perform a ritual that will place her under your protection. Now this does not take her away from her parents. No, it is something that used to be done when a male was a fair bit older than his betrothed. If she was at least 10 years his junior, then he must perform this ritual on her. It would then protect her from harm. The downside, well, I will explain that when you go to look for how to do the ritual. Now I believe that introductions are in order. My name, as you are likely wondering, was Tiberius Potter. To tell you a bit about myself would make it so you understand how this letter fits to your situation quite well. You see, I was a seer of sorts. What I saw was not set in stone as many see. What I see is many different scenarios. I see the same event from many different directions with many different outcomes. As they say, your destiny is made by your choices. You see, each choice you or someone close to you makes forms your destiny. When you make the choice to save someone, that changes his or her destiny, or at least his or her current destiny. At the very least, you can extend that person's life by just a bit, if nothing else. Know that everyone's time comes, and that if you are destined to die, you will. But I am getting ahead of myself, aren't I? I must say, I bet you are thoroughly confused. You see, I saw that you would come so many different ways. Sometimes it was just you, other times you were with others, though most time you were with a young red-headed girl. I must say I approve of her. She is quite a catch, but that is not what this is about now, is it? There were also some where you were not male, but those were few yet still interesting. Now, from all of these visions, I compiled letters and then tied them all into one with a sort of complicated charm. This charm destroyed all the letters and created a link to the wards. When you arrived, the letter was made from all of the different letters I have written, taking what it needed for your circumstance. With that said, here is what I take as your current circumstance. Currently, you are missing an arm, are still recovering from 3 days of torture, have had an accident with a magical focus, and all in all are having a bad month apart from getting together with your life mate. Other than that, I don't know much about what you may or may not need. What I do know is that wandering around without an arm is bad for a person's magical containment. Your magic just leaks all over the place unless you get a cap for it. Of course, if you do that, you can never recoup that arm, though. When I saw this, I decided to work on a way to help you with this problem. You see, I was a shaper, and through much study and practice I learned how to change pure/wild magic from a form of energy into one of 3 types of matter. The first was a crystal. This was the easiest to start with. I had known it formed naturally in nature, so I just needed to figure out how to replicate it artificially. And I finally did it. This crystallized form of magic was a great source of magic and worked well as a focus or as a form as a magical amplifier. It even works amazingly well as a core of a wand when mixed with other magical materials. I also discovered that it was quite resilient and sturdy. Once I was able to create this crystalline material, I decided to try to make another more complex one with the crystalline material as the base. This was again, to my surprise and delight, was an absolute success as well. The method used in this was to create shards of the crystal and connecting them into a loose solid matter. This ended up as more of a gelatin-like substance that I will talk about later. I then decided that this did not get me a substance that I could use for what I had in mind. So I again took small shards of the crystalline material and proceeded to heat them, and at the same time adding pressure to them to compress them. Not unlike what is done in nature to carbon to produce a diamond. This process in the end created a strange metal-like substance that, unlike all the previous materials, was not clear but had an opaque black look to it. I then decided that I should start to experiment with this metal-like substance, completely leaving the gelatin-like substance to the side for the time being, as I already stated. This substance seemed to work even better as a focus and as an amplifier. Also, it was a perfect conductor for magic. If made from wild magic, it works for anyone. Yet if made from pure magic from your core, it allowed the magic to travel with so much ease it was better than any substance I have ever encountered before. Another benefit it that is had was the fact that it retained the strength of the crystalline makeup that it originated from, yet could also be manipulated and shaped much easier. Also, strangely enough, too, was flexible as well. This astounded me. I mean, to have a material that was the result of compressing a very rigid and sturdy material to become flexible was amazing. I then began to work and using both of these materials, completely disregarding my gelatin substance for years. While I worked with these substances, I remember why I had originally decided to try to make them. Thus, I proceeded to start my research on the human body and medicine in general. It was a fascinating subject, and I toughly kicked myself for not researching it earlier in my life. You see, the library within this place is vast and ancient. There are books here that would interest anyone and that any scholar would kill to have. You see, the Potter family was on very good terms with the elves before they left our realm. Because of this, within the library is one of the only large groupings of elfin knowledge. I must say they were far beyond anything us wizards had ever thought of, and even beyond anything those of non-magic folk ever dreamt of. It truly makes me wonder what we as wizards could learn from other magical races, but I digress. Through the knowledge I found within those elfin books, I began to map out how the body truly worked and how it was made up. I researched how blood traveled throughout the body, also how your bones support your body so you are just not some weird blob. Also how your muscles allowed you to move, and what I read last was the most intriguing. I read how the brain and nervous system works. With this study, I also realized how hormones and other chemicals that your body produce affect how you act and how strongly you can act or react to a situation and thus their importance to you as a whole. Now I bet you believe I am rambling and this knowledge is useless to you, but you must keep an open mind to all opinions and ideas and then weight their worth. To you, this information may not be at this moment important, but I believe someday it may be. Actually, I know it will be. I know that you are a shifter, and intimate knowledge of how and why your body works will allow you far better control over it. You should first learn the elfish language, and then read their works on the anatomy of life. You will find it covers elves, humans, dwarves, and a few other species. But anyway, back to the topic at hand. With this new knowledge, I start to work on how to use it. My first thought was a very good one, and I believe it was the correct one to set me on my path to help you. My thought was to build a golem that was for all intents and purpose made exactly like a human. This was a hard process and took far longer than I would have liked looking back on it, but in the end was successful. I started with the skeleton. I made it from the sturdy and rigid crystalline material, shaping each of the pieces like an exact replica of a real human bone. Once this was down, I start to think about the organs and what to make them from. I knew I wanted to make the muscles from the metal-like material, but what to make the other parts from was something that was eluding me. That is until I slipped on a bit of the discarded gelatin substance that had fallen onto my workshop floor. This even reminded me on the substance that I had not experimented with as of yet. So experiment I did. Was I ever surprised to learn that even though it was a gelatin-like substance withheld any shape you molded it into and like the other materials was surprisingly resilient. This solved my organ problem. By using the gelatin, I am going to stop the gelatin-like and metal-like wording and just call them metal, crystal, and gelatin from now on. And metal, I created the organs by combining them when needed. Another discovery was found that the materials bonded better than I ever thought they would. This in and of itself was a wonderful discovery. It made my golem making much easier. It was almost as if the different materials bonded together. My work continued, and I eventually crafted all the parts of the golem. Well, almost all of the parts. I still needed something for a brain. I had used extremely long and thin lengths of the gelatin to make the nervous system and did the same by creating tubes of it for the cartilary system as well. In the end, I decided to see if I could mimic the human brain in this instance. This was a vast undertaking, as no one has ever fully understood how the brain truly works. So I just took a pile of shorter threads of gelatin and start to form them into a collection. This, I must say, was a very inexact science. I was more playing with them to get them into a shape I wanted. I then used the bonding spell I had created for these materials on various places at random. In the end, I also added some techniques that are used in the production of a pensive. In the end, I had a mass of gray-looking gelatin that was slick to the touch and looked something like a brain. I then began the process of giving life to the golem, enchanting the different parts of the golem and using a solution that was fully saturated with the crystals as a form of blood. During the process, I gave the gelatin/pensive some knowledge and experiences from my own life. At some point, I don't know when, I cut myself and a few drops of blood fell on my work. It was absorbed into the golem. I later found that it melded with crystal solution that made up its blood. With all this down, I was ecstatic that my golem actually lived, or as close to true life as a golem can be. With my basic knowledge, I began to teach her, as if she were a mere child again, forgetting my original work. You see, it had spent so many years alone that when I had a companion, even if it was a golem, she was a godsend. The golem soon learned to talk and walk and read. She was able to learn at an amazing rate. I still do not know how I was able to accomplish this feat, for you see, golems are usually very low intellectually and can only follow simple commands. The more advanced form was an avatar, but that was almost an exact copy of the maker down to even its looks and abilities. This was more like creating a child and then having to teach it everything it would need to know to live. The only difference is that it did not seem to need to sleep or eat, even though she actually could if she truly did want to. The golem learned at a truly phenomenal rate. One day I saw her reading a grade 1 charms text. I then saw her screw up her face and wave her hand at the chair across from her, and lo and behold, to my surprise, the chair levitated. Of course, my surprised yelp caused her to lose her concentration. Now I have just read over what I have written there, and I feel I must clarify something. You see, the form I built the golem as was that of my wife in her younger years crossed with that of my daughter that had died early in her life. I also named her Rose, for that is what she was in my life at that time. A beautiful flower in what was my loneliness. As the years passed, Rose asked me why I had created her and why she looked different than me. So I told her everything that I knew of you and the problems that you may have when you arrive. You see, I still believed fully that you would arrive without an arm and still wanted to help you. My explanation as to why should looked different was accepted. Yet, she said that should would prefer to look like me more. She wanted skin and hair, it seemed. So wanting to please her, I proceed to figure out how to make her a form of skin and how to make hair as well. After a few years, I finally figured it out. I had Rose first soak in a potion bath until it had fully absorbed into her. Over the next few days, she grew a very pale skin that looked fresh and new. And then even after that, she learned that she could alter its pigmentation. It was a wonderful discovery. A few weeks later, I finished the way to create hair for her. It was yet another potion bath. It absorbed into the skin, and then somehow instead of growing hair over her like the fur on an animal, it came in like that of a human as well, but without any pigmentation. Rose learned how to alter this as well in time. She would spend time walking the halls looking at the portraits, mimicking the coloring of the skin and hair within them. It was soon that I realized that if she were to ever leave here, would have to learn some modesty. When she was without skin, it was fine. She had the basic form on a woman but not the soft look of smooth bare skin, so it was easy to forget about the fact she was naked. Yet once I gave her skin, all the small details that I had included in her stood out more. For all purposes, she looks like a very fit and healthy young girl. There was no doubting this, and it was slightly disconcerting to me. I then explained this to her and she agreed to wear clothing. Also, another side effect of this was that Rose now had to bath as well. Having never done it before and now getting her skin dirty, she was quite upset. Yet here I go babbling off topic again. You don't really need to know this, do you? Well, it was a few years later that she brought you up again. Rose had studied hard and wanted to help you as well in some way. So we began to work on creating a solution to your problem. In the end, I have to say that it was Rose that came up with the idea. She had just asked why I couldn't just make an arm like hers. I thought about this for quite some time and came to the conclusion that there was not reason that that would not work in theory. So I then went to work to see if it could work in life. I started by building a hand and half the forearm. Once it was finished, I gritted my teeth and cut off my own left hand and half of my forearm. I had to know that it would work, and I was the only one it could be tested on. After a few years, very tiring years at that, I finally succeeded at attaching the hand I had built to my own arm. This in and of itself was an amazing feat. I then proceeded to test out my new hand. I had included the hair and skin potion baths before attaching it to my stub. The results were amazing. I had never though to ask Rose if she was able to feel things. I had asked her before she had skin, and she had told me that she knew there was something there but could not tell texture or anything else. For you see, once the skin was grown, it seemed that the gelatin nerves that I had made also grew in. The sense of touch that was within my new hand was that of what I had before I had cut off my own. For all purposes, the hand was as good as the one I had lost. It looked the same, felt the same, and could even channel magic the same as I could before. Actually, that is not true. I could actually channel magic through it easier than before. As I was right-handed and had not learned to be ambidextrous in my casting, I found it originally difficult to cast with my left hand. Yet with this new hand, I found that the magic was pulled more by the hand than the wand. Through more experimenting, I learned that I could actually use the hand instead of my wand to cast spells. Of course, this was wandless casting but not focusless casting. I was greatly pleased by this discovery and began to record everything I had learned and all of my observations. In time, I began to examine the connection of the new hand to my existing limb. To my surprise, the crystalline bone structure and the metal muscles actually fused with their organic counterparts, thus allowing for increased strength and whatnot in both my hand and even the whole arm. I must say that this was quite a discovery. I also learned that the hand I had built was no longer the same as when I had built it. It was, instead of a close replica of my original hand, an exact copy of it, with the only difference being that it was made from the materials I had created. The entire structure of the hand down to the smallest detail was a perfect recreation of my old hand. I then began to experiment more with this new hand, testing the hand's strength and also its level of tolerance to pain. I found that the pain tolerance was great, as I had stabbed a knife right through my new hand. The pain from this only lasted a second and then was gone. I could still feel that there was a knife there from the pressure, but there was no pain from it. Also, I found that the hand could regenerate at an alarming rate. As I removed the knife, no blood leaked out and the knife was clean yet had dulled from passing through the metal of my hand. Yet the wound itself was the most remarkable part. The wound closed off and fused closed, and shortly after the skin was again unmarred. I took this experiment to the extreme when I placed my hand into a raging fire. The skin burned off and there was a moment of pain, but in the end, when I took it out of the fire, the hand was undamaged and cool to the touch of my other hand. And best of all, within the day, the skin had regenerated itself back over the hand. Now I bet you are wondering why I have gone and told you all of this. I bet you are thinking that it is pointless and that it is just the ramblings of an old man. That, or I will eventually get to the point, or even it may be that you rightly know where this is going. Well, this is where I will tell you what has come of all this research and how it affects you personally. You see, with this knowledge and what I knew about you, I decided to produce an arm for you. All my years of research went into this. I have to say that it is likely the greatest single piece I have ever made. It is just more than an arm. I know that you were likely thinking that it would just be an arm and be done with it. But you have to understand that once I had actually built my own, I wanted to see if I could improve on it and then maybe even improve Rose as well. You see, I, as well as a shaper, am also a runesmith. If you don't know what that is understandable. Let me explain. A runesmith is a person who can use runes to their full potential. Sometimes they are also referenced to as rune masters. You see, no matter what they are called, the fact is that they have a unique knack for working with rune. Ever more impressive it that they have a complete understanding of how a rune works and what it can be combined with, and if an idea pops in your head and you so desire, how it could possibly be done with the help of runes. You see, until I have thought to improve the artificial limb runes did not really matter to what I was doing, so that part of my mind didn't do anything. I did need runes to give life to Rose, but that had been years since I had done that. My thoughts on what to do to improve on the arm were simple. Add some strengthening and protection and a few other powerful runes to it. You see, a rune's power truly comes from how well magic can be used through it. When you write a rune in the air with magic, it is powerful because you have made the rune with pure magic. What I did not expect and really should have when I look back on it is that when I placed a rune on any of the materials, they are amplified beyond what they normally would be. You see, since the material is actually condensed magic, there is more magic within the material than if you had written the rune in the air with pure magic, resulting in the powerful runes becoming extremely more potent runes and even weak ones becoming powerful. Also, it depended on what material the rune was inscribed on. If it was the crystal, it was a rather large increase. The same happened with the gelatin. Yet the metal, that was completely different. The amount that it was increased by was beyond anything I expected. I have to say that I was truly shocked by the power of the runes when placed in the metal. It must have been due to the fact that the magic has been compressed even more than when it was while in the crystalline form than anything else. At least that is what I figure. Yet this is not the only shocking discovery I made. You see, I was getting old and tired by this point, but knew I would live for years within these walls yet. What might have killed me in a year out there would take 60 years to do here. So I decided to try to place runes that are usually either placed on the body as tattoos or runic scaring to give a person more strength or more energy or whatever. I inscribed this on to a foot I decided to try to build along with a few others. I personally was just playing with it. Yet, to my amazement, the runes activated when I attached the artificial foot to where I had removed my own. It was amazing. I had my energy back. Even better was that the runes took up even less magical power to maintain than ones done on your own flesh. I knew I would die at the same time that I would have without these runes, but it did make the time easier. Now I bet you are likely wondering why I cut off my foot. Well, you see, earlier I had an accident and had crushed it under a boulder. Do not ask how it happened. It is rather embarrassing and I do not wish to talk about it. Needless to say, it shattered the bone and part of my leg as well. I was far out on the grounds and could not concentrate enough through the pain to either apparate or to create a port key to be able to get back to the house where I would be able to repair my leg and foot with the proper medical tools. Even though I have thoroughly studied the subject of medicine and medical procedures, I have little to no skill in it. So knowing that I could likely build myself a new foot, or at the very least use a wooden one, I severed it and cauterized the wound. The actually foot I had been born with was well beyond saving then, and so I apparated out and back home now that I was under less pain and could again concentrate. Now, seeing how I got off my topic again, I should tell you what this is truly all about, should I not? First and foremost, I have built you a replacement arm. There are numerous enchantments on it, and it is truly my greatest piece of work next to Rose. She is and always will remain my greatest work, and even I cannot yet understand how I was fully able to do what I did. Somehow I was able to create a life out of just magic, thought and blood. How, I no longer care, yet I do know this, that without her I would never have been able to grant you this gift. Use it well. It will take you time to get used to it, but all good things come in time. Now, since you have read all this, you may have forgotten that I mentioned a virus that you and your life mate have had since you arrived here. All you have to do is enter the Grand Hall and state your full name, who your parents were, and that you are the last remaining Potter and are claiming the castle and all the grounds around it. This will make you the lord of this land, and any other home that the Potters own will return to you, since you will have named yourself the proper lord of the Potter family. This will end the virus and make it so that it will not hurt anyone again, unless of course you want it to, but then you can actually direct it. So that should be fun. Now about your bonded. That is a bit more complicated, and I don't want to get into it just yet. First I want to give you something else. But it is just information right now. Once you claim your title, you will be able to claim the rest of the gifts I offer you. The gifts are in one of the cupboards in front of you. Actually, they all will remain locked till you claim your title. It was the only way to make sure the right person got everything. There is a card with each gift describing what they are for. The last cupboard has in it everything you need to know about being a Potter. Actually, it is everything your father would have, or at least should have taught, if the old customs are still being used. Regardless, I believe that you should perform all of the rites and rituals and follow all the customs of the Potter line. If nothing else, it will give you something that has not been done for a long time, or maybe it is still done, but all in all it will give you some power and maybe some gifts and definitely more control over your magic as a whole. Well, I think that is the end of this letter. Await the cure for your bonded. Well, I would say that you should stay here for quite a while. You see, the cure to the virus is not something you can actually do just yet. You will have to talk to my portrait to likely get the cure. It is in my workshop. It will be able to tell you more. But as for this letter, I believe that this is all you needed to know, and likely more than you really needed actually. I bid you fair journey in your life from here on. Just remember to keep your mind on a goal that has to do with life and not death in your mind, and you will work out. Dwelling on death and destruction is a painful and lonely path that I would not wish on my enemies, even though some walk it. If there is death meant to be in your life, make it something you need to do, but do not make it your goal. Goals should always be something you wish to do in your life that will make you happy. If you do not live a happy life that you enjoy, what is the point of continuing to live? One only gets one life to live. You should live it to its fullest potential. Tiberius Potter Headmaster and Lordship. It was now well past midnight. Well, it may not have been, but it certainly felt like it was to the aging wizard. In reality, it was only half past the hour since Harry and Ginny had disappeared from the hospital wing. In the time since Harry and Ginny's departure, Dumbledore's subsequent arrival and discovery of their disappearance. Dumbledore has somehow made his way back to his office and now sat in front of the fire, staring into its flames, holding a small pot of flue powder. He was dreading having to make this call. Honestly, Dumbledore wished he could put off making this call till the morning, but knew that truly was not possible. Very likely it would truly just make matters worse. Much worse. Finally, after a few more minutes of contemplation, Dumbledore took a deep breath, taking a pinch of flue powder and tossed it into the flames. The contact of the powder to the fire within the office's hearth caused the small flames, that had been down to almost just embers, to burst forth larger than they were before, and causing the flames to turn green, casting everything in the room under the new light. Bending over, Dumbledore stuck his head into the flames and called out one word: "Burrow." Molly, for some reason, could not sleep this night. Something had woken her up at the strike of 12, and she could not get back to sleep. She just had a feeling of uneasiness that something had happened involving at least one of her children. So, being awake and having nothing to calm her nerves, she began to bake to keep herself occupied. Thus, with her attention on the baking, Molly was quite startled when the fire flared up and the headmaster of her children's school appeared floating within. "Good evening, Molly. I'm glad you are awake. I was wondering if you could possibly come by my office so we could talk. Something has happened that I feel that if I did not inform you as soon as I could, it would be hazardous for someone's health." "All right, Albus, I will be there soon. I just need to clean up here first and I will be right over. Unless, of course, it is urgent." It is a bit urgent, but I don't think that a few minutes will make any difference in the end. Please don't strain yourself over this. Do take your time. And with that said, Dumbledore's head left the hearth within the burrow. It took Molly only minutes for her to arrive in Dumbledore's office out of the hearth. Personally, Dumbledore would have preferred if she had taken more time in coming. Again, good evening, Molly. Please have a seat.
There.
Lemon drop, Dumbledore said with a smile. Thank you, but no. Now what seems to be the problem? Is it Harry or Ginny? Ah yes, right to the point. You seem to have the ability to cut right to the heart of the matter, don't you, Molly? Well, as you know, Harry had something of an accident with his wand earlier on yesterday, I guess it would be. We honestly thought that it would keep him out for at least a few days, or at the very least later on today. So you see, we have a few questions. It is either that Miss Weasley did it all. Likely it would have been planned out before by both of them, but she would have executed it on her own. Or that Harry awoke and the both decided. For the love of Albus, what are you avoiding telling me? What do you think it is that those two decided and did? Leave the castle on their own, Dumbledore said, pressing his fingers into his ears to dull what was sure to come next. What do you mean, leave the castle? How in the world would they have done that? Molly bellowed, jumping up. Noting that Molly has paused, likely wanting an explanation, Dumbledore continued. Just that they are no longer within Hogwarts or its wards. They did leave a letter for us, though, if that is of any help, Dumbledore said, pulling the parchment out of a pocket. Molly promptly snacked the letter out of the old man's hand and began to read. Dumbledore noticed that she seemed to calm down as she read. Once she was finished, Molly flopped back down into the chair she had recently vacated. In a much calmer voice, Molly asked, "Why didn't you just say that they have gone to Potter Castle?" "Because as far as I know of, there is no Potter Castle to go to. There is a Potter Manor that used to be a keep, but no Potter Castle to my knowledge." "Oh, well, you see, Albus, shortly after Harry's birthday, the next day I think it was actually, Harry received a parcel. It held a letter telling him about the castle. It seems from the bit of the letter that I read that the castle sometime in the past was locked down and entry forbidden until there was but one Potter remaining from that line." All right, as strange as that sounds, it makes some sense, or at least explains why I don't know of it. But the real question that remains is who sent Harry the letter, and how did both Harry and Ginny leave the hospital wing? Well, I never saw who had sent the letter. Harry only let me read a part of it explaining some pins or brooches that came with the letter. Whichever they were, they held the Potter crest on them. These would likely be how they left. They were portkeys. One for the head of the family, which Harry has been since he was barely over one, even if he has yet to claim the title. The other was for his life mate. "I see," Dumbledore said as he thoughtfully steepled his fingers under his nose. "Do you happen to know if your daughter is his life mate?" "Well, all I know for sure is that Ginny was able to touch the other pin, if that is what you mean." "I see. Well, I guess we will just have to wait for them to return. There is nothing to do but wait. They did say within the letter that they would return before school starts, and I have no reason to doubt them in this matter. As today is now the 25th, we should see them back within this next week." "Albus, do you think that Harry will be okay for that much time with his injuries?" "I do believe that he will be fine. In some discomfort, but fine all the same. Of course Poppy will have some choice words for him when he does return, I would believe." Dumbledore chuckled while popping a lemon drop into his mouth. Yet behind the mask that Dumbledore to show the world was that of a confused headmaster. How did they portkey not only through the wards, but also without tripping, and of the detection wards that are up, including the ones I personally placed as well? Harry and Ginny were shocked. First, they go to somewhere they think they will be safe, but sadly find out that by going there they actually get infected by some magical time cruise. To make it worse, Harry can easily be cured, but Ginny is still an unknown. To top things off, to get cured, Harry has to claim lordship of this land. Not a bad thing, but still a rather large shock. And lastly, some ancient Potter knew that Harry would need some sort of replacement for his arm and seems to have made one out of metal or some such thing as yet to be discovered. This arm will then bond to him and be as if it was always there. It was just all too much. Well, too much to take in all at once. I mean, who dumps that amount of information on someone all at once? It just is too hard to take in that much random information in one swing. So there Harry and Ginny just sat, shock into a daze that caused for neither to notice time pass until some light start to stream through a window within the hall and shone straight into their eyes. Arg, how long have we been sitting here? I don't know, Jin, but maybe we should do something. Well, I guess you should claim this place first off. I mean, it seems like the best thing. What about you, though? What do you mean, what about you? Well, that will cure me, but what about you? Ginny's face went to a sickly pale color at the mention of the curse. She had all but forgotten about that. Giving herself a shake, she turned to Harry. Well, I don't know, but there is likely a cure. This Tiberius guy said he might have an idea. Maybe there is a portrait or some journals or something around here that can tell us about that. Ginny said with a sigh. And if we don't find something, then what, Jin? I honestly don't know, Harry, but I have a feeling that you will not be getting rid of me that easily, Harry Potter. I would never think of getting rid of you, Jin. Good, and it better stay that way. Now let's get you to claim this place so you can get the arm left to you and stop bleeding your magic all over the place. Yes, Ginny. Harry chuckled as the couple slowly stood from their place on the floor. Slowly Harry and Ginny struggled to the doors on the far side of the hall. Well, Harry struggled and Ginny struggled to help him, that is. Yet still in short order they both did reach the doors that they had set out to make it to. Just like the door from outside, once Harry's hand came into contact with the door, it swung open easily. It was as if the door weighed nothing at all and the lightest of touches would sing it open wide. Now standing within the grand hall, both teens were awed by the size of it. It was much bigger than the Great Hall at Hogwarts and looked even bigger due to the lack of furniture or any such items within the hall. The hall was completely empty, void of anything but the pair of magical teens. Looking around, Harry turned his head to look at Ginny and asked, Jin, where do you think I am supposed to do this? I would guess anywhere in here. Okay, sounds good to me, Harry said and then took a deep breath. I, Harry James Potter, son of James Potter and Lily Evans Potter, last of the Potter-like, claim this castle and the grounds that belong to the Potter family as mine. With the statement uttered, visible magic swirled around the teens. It was all the colors you could want to see. All of it was quite pleasing to the eye and amazing as they weaved about around the teens, dancing here and there as they moved, not a care in the world it seemed. Then all of a sudden the magic swirled around itself into a cord and shot up into the air, arching through it on its path to the goal, coming back down from the peak of its arch and slamming right into Harry's chest, diving into his body to join what was already there. Normally this would have done nothing to the one on the receiving end, but due to the poor health of Harry, it knocked him out of Ginny's arms and sprawled him onto the floor. Oh, I did not expect that to happen, stated a mysterious voice. Ginny jumped up from where she had been kneeling over Harry to make sure he was all right and twirled around to the voice. There, standing in the middle of the room, was a man in a set of navy robes trimmed with silver. He looked quite old and his white hair stuck up everywhere. Introductions and talks. Who are you? Ginny asked, quickly training her wand on the new person in the room. There is no need for that, my dear, the old man chuckled. I am the last living person who has ever stepped within these walls before the two of you. Of course I am no longer living, but that is beside the point. I am Tiberius Potter. Shocked into silence, Ginny flopped down on the floor beside Harry. Harry, not quite as shocked, asked, How? Oh, well, have you been to the Gringotts vault? Both Harry and Ginny nodded to this. Good, this will make things a bit easier. Tiberius smiled. You see, what you saw there was a projection of Logan Potter. I am much the same, but yes, in many ways different. First of them being that when Logan is not in operation, he resides in a void. He does not notice the passing of time or anything of the like. To him, people come and go, and that is all there is to it. Now, the difference with me is that I am actually a portrait, not just a projection. This room is made in such a way that any portrait that enters into here, which we have to do to cross from one side of the castle to the other, they are given a form that looks like they are a real person. Tiberius smiled as he talked. We cannot interact with anyone physically, but can much easier demonstrate things and converse with those who are here. Think of us as a opaque colored ghost.
Okay.
So any portrait within the castle can enter this room and be like you. Like they did at the time the portrait was made? Asked Ginny. Yes, that is more or less what I had just said. And you can only interact with other by talking and by demonstration, stated Harry. Yes, as I am only a projection of light and magic, I cannot touch anything within this room. Much like a ghost, if you were to try to touch me, your hand would just pass through me. Okay, not that we have the how and the who out of the way. Why are you here right now? Ginny questioned. Oh well, I figured you could use some help with the arm, and whereabout you should likely go after this. Okay, that makes sense. Jin, do you think you could summon those cupboards? I don't know, they looked pretty heavy. Actually, they all have been charmed to weigh next to nothing at all. So it should be rather easy for you to summon them to yourself. Oh okay. This should be easy then, shouldn't it? Ginny said with a smile. Accio cupboards. For a moment nothing happened. But just as Ginny thought that it wasn't going to work, the 3 cupboards flew through the doors of the grand hall, rushing towards her. Quickly ending the spell, Ginny grabbed and dragged Harry out of the path of the still oncoming wooden furniture. The cupboards came to a halt right where both Ginny and Harry had been moments before. 2 of the cupboards had even fallen over onto their faces. Well, that was quite entertaining. I hope you can stand them back up without too much more difficulty. I mean, I don't believe that they will open with their doors facing the floor, snickered Tiberius. Ginny just shook her head and walked over and stood the light cupboards back up again. Good, good. Now which one is it that need to be opened first? How are we supposed to know? You left them for us to find, shouted Ginny. To this Tiberius just chuckled. Harry slowly stood and rested his hand on Ginny's shoulder, instantly calming her down some. Come on, Jin, we don't need help. I mean, I can open all of them. So we don't need to know which one we have to open to get what we need. Just pick one and open it. If it is not the one, we move to the next one. No problem, see. So we just continue till we find the one that we are looking for. Ginny sighed. All right, but he is still in some way very annoying. Tiberius started to cackle and roll around on the floor from that one statement from the young red-headed witch. One would wonder if this rendition of him was all there. The good thing is that it was, and it was more, he was just indulging himself with new people and could not contain his mirth. Harry, with help from Ginny, made his way over to the cupboards, ignoring the ancient Potter. Walking up the closest one, Harry reached out his hand and opened it. Harry, why is this cupboard filled with little presents? Rolling his eyes, luckily without Ginny seeing, Harry replied, I don't know, but I bet the crazy old man on the floor could tell us. I am not crazy. Tiberius jumped up. Just a bit eccentric, you could say. Most of the portraits are. I mean, there is only so much you can do. Sure, we have kept busy with staying current. But again, you can only do so much without a true body. I mean, you can't even change your clothes. Okay, sorry I called you crazy. But could you please tell us why this cupboard is full of tiny presents? Of course. Well, you see, in the Potter family, at least when I was alive, that is, every birthday and winter solstice, the eldest male and female child got a special gift. As you have no sister, the gifts that would be female-oriented are not there. This lasted, that is, the giving of special gifts to the eldest child of each sex, from when they were born till the 21st celebration of each event. So on the 21st birthday and the 21st winter solstice, they would receive their final special gift from the family. Other normal gifts were given, but these were things to help them as they grew and made were special to the Potter family. Okay, that explains that then. So I can open 31 of these right now then? Harry asked. Yes, that is true. Also, they are special in that they have been charmed by myself, so that your hand will pass through them if you are not to yet receive the gift you're trying to pick up. Oh, so no opening presents that are not for you at this time. That sucks, Harry. I hate having a gift I am not allowed to open. It is like some kind of torture. It is okay, Jin. I am still used to not even getting gifts. This will be great to open, but right now I believe we are looking for something else so we can open the later on. Don't you agree? Ginny blushed at this, closes the cupboard and moves to the next one. Wow, isn't it a bit big? Ginny queried as they found the arm in the second cupboard. The interesting thing about what was before them was that it did not look like an arm for a human. No, it looked more like it was for a giant, well, maybe not a giant, but definitely somewhere between a giant and Hagrid. So noting this, it was bigger than either of the two teens. Yes, well, it will adjust itself to fit. I mean, do you know how much detail you have to include in an arm? a hand to make it large to be able to make the finer details flawless. It also gave more area to enchant and enhance and inscribe. Plus, once it is in place, it will resize itself. Stated Tiberius. Oh, so did you do the same to build Rose? Harry asked as Ginny used her wand to levitate the arm out of the cupboard and over to where Harry has just recently sat down. Yes, I did, but not to such a massive degree, and it was much more difficult to create as it was my first attempt. But that can be discussed at a later time. Oh, okay. So how exactly do we attach this to Harry here? Oh, very easy. Just place the cuff there at the one end over his shoulder and it will resize and connect itself to him. Very simple and quite user-friendly. Ginny then maneuvers the arm in the air with her spell, and with Harry's help begins to do as Tiberius says. Of course, there is quite a lot of pain involved with the attachment of the arm to the body, Tiberius says as more of an afterthought than anything else. Both Harry and Ginny's heads spin around to him as he says this. Ginny also loses her concentration on her levitation spell, causing the cuff on the arm to drop into place on Harry's shoulder. Just as soon as it touched, the pain hit Harry like multiply cruciatus curses, but instead of being all over his body, it was just focused on his right shoulder and upper back and chest. Also, with the suddenness of it, Harry was in no way prepared for the onslaught of pain that now racked his brain. And with that, Harry let out a pain-filled scream and passed out. When Harry woke up, the first thing he noticed was that he was no longer in the massive hall he was originally. No, he was now on something soft and warm. Getting curious, Harry opened his eyes and saw that he was indeed no longer in the hall. No, he was now in a rather large bedroom lying on a very nice four-post canopy bed. The bedding was a nice midnight blue along with white sheets. Honestly, Harry really didn't want to now get up, but that was not to be. Harry, you just going to lay there all day? Asked a smiling Ginny at seeing Harry awake. Maybe it is very comfortable. Harry looked over at the blurry form of his girlfriend. Maybe you should just join me instead. Harry shifted in the bed some with a groan. What's wrong, Harry? Oh, nothing, still a bit sore, Harry said as he sat up a bit and stretched his arms. Wait a minute, arms, Harry thought, looking down at his new right arm. To Harry it looked just like his old one, even if he knew it wasn't. It even felt like the original. Harry then looked over at Ginny and asked, Gin, I thought this was a big metal thing, waving said limb at her. Ginny giggled and then responded saying, yeah, well, it was. Tiberius said something about it growing skin and some other stuff as well. I wasn't really listening at the time, I was more worried about you. How are you feeling now though, Harry? And how did you sleep? Ginny asked as she climbed into bed with him. Mostly I slept fine, but I do remember waking up at one point in the night. It was from pain. I wasn't awake long. Just long enough to realize that I was in pain and then to pass out again. Really, I wonder what it was from. I mean, you did scream and thrash around at first, but then you stopped and Tiberius told me where this room was and asked me to levitate you here. He then told me to get some sleep in the room across the hall. I wanted to stay with you, but for some reason the castle won't let me unless you are up. That is weird. How do you know it was the castle though? Oh, Tiberius told me. There is at least one painting in every room in the castle and they are all connected. It makes it so the portraits can go where they feel like. Of course, back to the castle moving me. Tiberius told me he would tell us more about that and your new arm today. Oh, okay. I wonder when he will get here. Just then the elderly old man that is Tiberius Potter walked into a large landscape painting across from the bed. Good to see that you are both up. There is much that need to be done and much that need to be told. Both Harry and Ginny then started to talk, but Tiberius ignored them and continued with a smirk on his face. Now, as you know, you lad are my heir and heir to the entire Potter family. One of the first things you need to do is get the family ring that is for the head of the family. I do so wonder where the steward ring is. Well, anyways, as I was saying, you need to get it and put it on. That will finalize what you started last night, or more precisely earlier this morning. After that, we need to release the house elves from their status so that the castle can be cleaned and get some food in to both of you. Also, the grounds need tending. Oh, they will be so happy with all of the work. But you must remember that you are not to abuse any of the elves. They can be very vindictive when scorned. That is where Harry interrupted. Sir, all the house elves I have ever met were very nice and actually will punish themselves for doing something against their masters or even on the whim of the more cruel masters. Well, what are those elves bonded to? Bonded to? Well, I guess they are bonded to the family or the person. Or that is how I understand it is done. There is this one house elf I know that want to bond with me, but that is something different. Yes, well, you see, all these elves are bonded to our blood, but not to us. You see, we have a room in the deeps of the castle that each potter cuts their hand and lets some of their blood enter the sphere that is there. The elves are then bonded to that which is bonded to the castle and any other building that is tied to this one. So while the elves do listen to us, they are more concerned about the welfare of the castle and those in it than and one person. They do care for us, but they will not stop everything to work for us if they have something else they have to do. Of course, if you ask one to do something and they can't, they will pass on the request to another, so it will likely get done in the end. So they are not your slaves in the end then, are they? Ginny asked, knowing that if Hermione found out Harry had house elves, she would be put out. Even though she was never a part of SPW, she knew all about it from the older girl. I mean, it is not like she would not have found out after sharing a room with her when they were all together. No, they are the keepers of the castle. The original Potter who first moved in here did not want slaves, so he came up with this solution. Of course, we try to add new elves every decade or so not to strangle their magic by causing inbreeding. But to answer your question, no, they are not our slaves. They were asked to work to maintain the castle and help those in it. It was their choice to come, and their children are then bonded to the castle as well. Unless the child wants to leave, then they are freed when they are old enough. Of course, it is not by giving them clothes, though. That will not break the bond. No, you see, as you do not control the bond, you cannot release them, but you can initial it, and then the castle will release them if they truly wish to leave. Otherwise, they will stay on even if you don't want them here. You cannot force them away. Oh, that is good. Hermione will not kill me now. Harry chuckled along with a giggling Ginny. Tiberius just looked oddly at them and then continued. Yes, well, now on to your new arm. It is a vast improvement to the hand I created myself. I used everything I had learned about all the substances and my work with Rose over the years, as well as research I never really got to implement into anything else. Truly is a marvel. For starters, it is vastly stronger than your real arm ever was, but I found that being able to life things that your body could not support was a bad thing. Thus, I included another feature into it. I overheard that you woke up last night and then passed out from pain. I am sorry for this, but it really had to be done. You see, what that was the arm activating the feature. Tiberius rambled on. And what is the feature? Ginny asked, slightly impatient. Oh, sorry. It has coated all your bones, thus reinforcing them with the crystallized form I discovered. At the same time, it inscribed runes onto your bones to strengthen and improve healing and overall health. And then bonded the crystal with your bones. This would have slightly happened at your shoulder, where the materials used in the construction of your arm would feed slightly off of your magic and create a stronger connect to your real body, fusing it to the original tissue that it is connected to. This will also improve your recover of magic to your core. Wait, how will that make me recover my magic faster, and will this cause any problems? Harry asked. Well, your body normally takes magic from the air and environment around you and filters and distills it to place it in your core, thus refilling your reserves. Magic is everywhere. The amount in the area will change, and so will your recover time. If you are in an area with a low amount of magic, but that is to be expected. Now, as to how it will cause your recovery rate to increase is because your new arm will pull magic into itself, and that will then travel through the coating that has bone to your bones. Thus your body will have a close connection to the magic around you and be able to filter and distill the magic easier. Now, as to if this will cause any problems, I really don't think so. Any extra magic will just be disposed of or used to heal you if you have any ailments or injuries. Overall, this will, with the runes inscribed on your bones, increase your health and make your current recovery much faster. Ginny smiled at this last bit of information. So Harry will be up and about sooner than later is what you are saying? Yes, that would be what I am saying. He should be up and about on his own by the end of the week. Harry also smiled at the news. He hated having to sit in bed all the time. That is very good to hear. Now how about you tell me more about this new arm of mine? I mean, I know it is made from metal, so how does it feel like a real arm? I mean, it looks and even feels like it is made from flesh and bone. Ah, yes, you actually have Rose to thank for that. As you likely read, sorry for the long-winded letter, but I told the charm I used to make the letter to use some entrees from my journals to help write it, and it would use more than I would have liked. I was actually hoping for a short note that would tell you that I have a portrait and that the arm was in the cupboard and that to open the cupboard you needed to claim the castle. It got mixed up somehow though, and I am sorry. But there I go off rambling about something that is not what I started. Yes, back to what I was saying. It is because Rose wanted skin that you have that. You see, even though the letter likely only told you that I made her skin, it doesn't tell you that I actually had to redo it quite a few times until I found a solution. You see, the skin is actually your real skin. The arm just stimulated the growth of it over itself. It also has blood in the skin, so if you are cut you will bleed and not look out of place. It will not bleed for long though and heal rather quickly. Also, there are no pain receptors in the arm now. You can feel pressure and good feelings, but pain has been blocked from traveling from your arm to your brain. This also means that if you were to somehow have all the skin on your arm somehow removed, it would recover again. Also, there are some featured that having the ability to feel pain in it could be a bad thing. Say like the arm blade that is in it of you ever need it. Tiberius stopped there to see if they were still listening or if the two teens had any new questions. Seeing that they were still listening and it looked as though they did not have any questions, he continued. Now there are quite a few other features, but I am not going to list them out to you now. Honestly, I went a bit crazy with it and had fun continually adding things to it when I got in the mood to do so. But just to list a few, you can use it as a magic focus, but learning to perform magic without a focus would be better because then you can use it as an amplifier rather than a focus. Also, as I mentioned, you can use your arm as an amplifier when using, say, a wand or a staff to cast spells. This will take work, as if you charge up a spell too much the wand will explode. Ginny giggles at that and Harry frowns. What is the problem? Harry's wand already exploded. His magical pathways have been enlarged by, I think it is at the very least 10 times what they were before, but I think it is actually more. He just waved his wand after having it reinforced for that reason. The person who made the wand was shocked and mine vibrates when I cast spells with it now. Of course, I need a new one according to Mr. Ollivander. I mean, this one is my brother's old one. Yes, so wand construction will be added to the list of thing to do. As to that list, how long are you staying? Harry though for a moment and then answered, well, we have 6 or 7 days outside the castle before we have to be back for school. So about a year, I would think. Or close to that at least. That should be enough time. Okay, first things first though. Have either of you connected your magic to your mind? I have, but I am sure Ginny has not. Harry said, looking over at Ginny now. No, I haven't. I mean, until Harry said that Merlin had him do it, I had never heard of it being done. Merlin. Why would that old crackpot visit you? Old crackpot? Tiberius smiled. Yes, old crackpot. My great-grandmother was one of his chosen. Not a very strong one, only about a 6, I believe. But she did like to tell storied about how Merlin came to visit and helped her learn. Said he came, helped her connect her magic to her mind, and then left saying her would return after her first spike. Yeah, that sounds about right. That is what he has done so far with me. Well, other than popping in for a visit when we met with Logon at the vault. He at Fist didn't want me to take the potions because they might interfere with whatever this is. I mean, I don't feel any different. Yes, well, connecting your mind to your magic is rather important if you really want to take full advantage of your magic. I mean, sure, you can do amazing things without it, but those same amazing things can be done easier after you connect the two. At that point, what it would have taken you to do something amazing will now allow you to do something mind-boggling. It is very important, but it is normally not done. And from what I can tell, it no longer done even within the Potter family. So the first thing you will do, Miss Weasley, is work on connecting your magic with your mind. This is rather easy, but can take some time if you don't have a person to help you. I will lead you through it while you lad will be recovering here in bed. But that is after you both take a walk to the main study at the end of the hall outside this room. Just go out and turn to your right. It is the door at the very end of the hall. See you there. With that, Tiberius walked out of the painting and off to the study. Looking over at Ginny, Harry asked, Gin, could you hand me my glasses? I really haven't exactly need them till now, but they would be nice to have on. Sure, Harry. Ginny then reached over and picked them up off the bedside table, slipping them on to Harry's face. So shall we be going then? Ginny asked. Sure, but just one thing first. Harry then proceeds to pull Ginny into a hug and kiss her. They stayed like that for several minutes before breaking apart, both grinning like the cat that caught the canary. We should go, huh? Yes, Harry, we should. But I personally don't mind the delay. Ginny smirked as she slid out of the bed and then proceeded to help Harry out of bed as well.